Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have a full day of Norene Daybell, or Lori Vallow Daybell, but I will be calling her Lori Daybell because she is currently married to Chad Daybell. So, what's going on with her is jury selection is starting this week. Today is both parties are going to be going over the jury questionnaire. So when I say both parties, I mean Lori, who is representing herself, so she's pro se, and the state. So both parties, meaning Lori representing herself and the state of Arizona representing themselves, representing Arizona. They are going to be finalizing the questionnaires that they are going to ask the jury. So court is not open to the public today. Hopefully, theoretically, they should start jury selection in earnest tomorrow. I say hopefully, theoretically, because with Lori going pro se, you never know what's going to happen with her. We are going to show all kinds of videos today. We're going to start with an overview of the trial itself from a news station. Then we're going to go into Charles, who was Lori's fourth husband. And if you look at this graphic that we made, Charles Vallow is in the upper right. He was 62 when he was shot and killed by Lori's brother, Alex Cox. So if you follow follow my little line there, so Charles was married to Lori, right? Charles was Lori's fourth husband. Lori is 51, currently 51. So then to her right, you have her two brothers, Alex Cox and Adam Cox. Now, Alex Cox is the one who actually shot Charles. We know that for sure. He called 911. He waited for the police. So we know that for sure. Adam Cox, however, was really friendly with Charles, saw Lori going off the deep end after she had hooked up with Chad, and texted, called Charles like the day before, and Charles asked Adam to fly out from Kansas City to Arizona, to which Adam did. Then Charles wasn't replying to his text messages, his phone calls, so he's like, something's up. So we're going to show that. We're going to show Adam's interview with the police. We have audio of that. We're going to have Charles, his interaction with law enforcement before he was shot. He was ultimately shot in July of 2019. So he called law enforcement a couple of times. So we have body cam of that. Then we're also going to have the body cam of Alex the day of the shooting. And then we're going to have Lori's body cam. And then if you go to her left, our left, I should say, Tylee, who is her daughter, Tylee was there. Tylee was there the day that Charles got shot. So she's there. So we have her body cam. Then we have finally Melanie Gibb, who is a friend of Lori's, and they had a podcast together. We have her interview with in the police station with Lori, Tylee, and herself. Then finally, we're going to get to all the pretrial hearings. So we got a full day for you guys. Really looking forward to sharing this day with you. We have court documents we're going to go over. So it's going to be a fun full day. We're just kind of getting our arms and our head wrapped around all that is Lori Daybell. So that being said, good morning to Jenny says. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Rachel B, thought you'd start off Monday with some memberships. Oh, did you? Oh, awesome. Thank you, Rachel. Rachel B, Cy D. Cool. Did you get anybody? Let's see. Shawnee's Happy Place. Marion Ciliberti. Garden Critters, Sweetness Forever, and Carrie Gatto. Okay, that's cool. Oh, Cheryl, thank you for joining us for Rabbit Ears. Awesome. MEG, good morning to you. Kathy, good morning to you. G. Stewie, great to see you. Jenny, yeah, represent herself with two lawyers next to her standby counsel, right? Tammy and KS, you'll be listening, lurking, and working. Ugh. Hey, Carol. Good to see you, Green-Eyed Cat. Hello, hello. Did you catch the Esquire? Yes. Lori and Norene Daybell, Esquire. Therapist, you know. Good to see you. Thank you. Good morning. Are you serious? All right, guys. Thank you so much for being with us. Maddie's mom. Good to see you. Let's see. Who was first in chat? Susan B. Womack. You were first in chat. Awesome. Brenda Mayer. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining. Sparkling Princess. You asked earlier if this was a new hearing. It's not. Trial starts. Jury selection starts tomorrow. And we have a courtroom insider. So we're really excited that we're going to have somebody there. We're really looking forward to that. Joni Ludlow, good morning to you. So let's see. The boss lady, good morning. No, you're not late. We just started. We literally just started. Jenny says, how do you get Esquire next to your name? Just say Esquire. you can just literally just say it. We do that sometimes. Like when you if you want to find out if you got put on a list, sign up for something and put Esquire at the end of your name, and then when you get junk mail or spam, you'll know
who sold your name.
You'll know who sold your name. So that's a little trick that we do. Hey, Gordon, how are you? Happy new week. Boss lady, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Awesome. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. So we have a courtroom insider, Joe Schmoe, who I'm sure a lot of you guys know. He's in our chat often. We go over to his lives, his streams. So he is going to be at the trial, and we're looking forward to him. We had a great conversation with him yesterday. We're going to do every day post-trial streams together. We're going to be co-streaming. So I'm really looking forward to working with Joe on this. Definitely, we're going to be streaming it. He's going to be in the courtroom. It's a half-hour delay. So then when he gets out, we'll still be a half-hour delayed, and then we're going to stream together, and we're going to recap from our perspective and then from his perspective of being inside the courtroom. So really looking forward to that. So without further ado, let's get to it. So there's so many players in this, right, you guys? This is just one kind of partial list of the players. So I just want to focus on Charles for this, because this trial is about Charles. We all know about Lori and Tylee and JJ, right? That was in Idaho. We will talk about them because you cannot talk about the story without talking about them. But for now, at least for today, for this moment, I just want to focus on Charles. He's the one that was shot and killed by Alex, who is Lori's brother. Tylee was there. As we know, Tylee ended up dying a couple months later. JJ did as well, but JJ was not. He was not here. So this is just a partial list of the players, but this is the main cast that has to do with Charles and his unfortunate demise, if you will. So, hey, Dabo2, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Boss lady, you've been hearing a lot about Joe Schmoe lately. Never heard of the dude? Yeah, he's pretty cool. He's out in Arizona. He's going to be boots on the ground. He's actually going to be there for us. So I'm not going to say anything personal about him just yet. So we'll get into that as we move along. Yes. Okay. So here's where you can go to subscribe to Joe Schmoe 88. You can go check him out. He does a lot of. He's had Megan on, who is Lori's cousin. That's her cousin. Sorry. So he's had a lot of people from LDS on, Latter Day Saints. So he's pretty well entrenched. So definitely go check him out. Hey, Nanar. Oh, got Gordon up again. Hey, Gordon. I want to get Nanar. Good morning to you, Nanar. Boss lady, I can't wait to see Lori make a total idiot of herself. Justice for Charles. Yeah, well, that's why we're covering it. That is why we are here. Hey, Real Happy. Thank you for joining us. All right, guys, let's get to it. So we're going to start off, like I said, we got a full day of videos. It's going to be, like I said, we're going to start off with a news clip that's going to kind of give you an overview. This is out of Arizona, I believe, Fox 10. Then we're going to go to some body cam footage of before Charles was shot, because he called law enforcement a couple of times. We're going to have him calling his insurance company, talking about, so we're just going to kind of set the stage for you guys. And then we have video body cam of the day of. Alex called 911. There's body cam of Lori and Tylee. Then they go to the police station, and there's that interview. And then we're going to actually get to the pretrial hearings of Lori. So, all right. So let us get to it. All right. First up is this news clip from Fox 10.
We're just a few days away from the start of the doomsday murder trial for Lori Vallow, the doomsday mom. And what could be unprecedented circumstances in this long saga.
Lori Vallow Daybell, a convicted child killer, is representing herself against the state of Arizona. Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum joins us live to break down how we got here.
John, Christina, for loved ones of Charles Vallow, it is finally time to get justice. It's been nearly 6 years since he was left to die by his then-wife, Lori Vallow. His unexpected death in Chandler led to a series of murderous events in Idaho.
She needs help. Yeah. She needs some serious help.
This was Charles Vallow's cry for help back in January 2019, pleading with Gilbert police officers to have his wife Lori Vallow committed to a mental health evaluation.
I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad lately. She's had a break. She says, I'm Nick Schneider. I've taken over Charles's body.
Not long after, Charles found Taylor Larson, a family law attorney who helped him file for divorce. Charles told police and his lawyer that his wife claimed to be a translated being, a goddess who could not taste death, and the leader of the chosen 144,000, preparing for the end of the world. Larson remembers the most ominous statement.
But he did say, if something happens to me, it's Lori and her brother Alex that did it.
On July 11th, 2019, Alex Cox told Chandler PD he shot Charles in self-defense after a fight in Lori's home. More devastation followed as Lori moved her kids JJ and Tylee to Idaho that fall, living closer to her boyfriend, fictional doomsday author Chad Daybell. And like Charles, the couple identified the children as dark spirits before murdering them. Authorities found the remains on the Daybell property in June 2020. Now husband and wife, both Lori and Chad, have been convicted for killing JJ and Tylee and in the murder of Chad's first wife, Tammy. It's Charles's turn for justice, and his sister, Kay Woodcock, is not surprised. The doomsday mom is representing herself as her own attorney.
No telling what's going to happen with her. There's going to definitely be a circus there, just probably as much as a judge will allow, but she's going to definitely make it into a circus. No doubt. She
believes she's a goddess and she's the smartest woman on earth. So it doesn't surprise me that she wants to represent herself at all, but I don't think that it's a smart thing that I would do if I were in her shoes.
The first of two trials for Vallow Daybell, the second, another murder conspiracy charge as she's accused of plotting a shooting at her ex-nephew-in-law's Gilbert home. Brandon Boudreau came out unscathed, but investigators say he too was deemed a dark spirit. What does this trial mean to your office in getting justice for the two victims in this case? It's in such a bizarre saga that's played out.
These are individual victims who deserve justice, just as any victim does. She is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. And, this office has put a ton of resources into this case.
Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell says her team has been waiting to prosecute Vallow Daybell for a long time.
We're looking forward to our day in court as well.
Woodcock testified in Lori and Chad's Idaho trials and will do so again here in the final chapter.
Maybe it's time I'll be able to get on to the next chapter of my life.
Jury selection begins on Monday. The goal is to have 12 jurors seated by the end of the week, and the court believes that the expectation is to start opening statements on April 7th. Now, clearly, there is a lot to unpack in this entire saga that we have been covering since 2019. We have a full deep dive with my new digital series called On the Record with Justin Lum. Just head to our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube channel to get ready for this trial.
The families want justice. I understand understand that. But for viewers out there who are watching this is really just piling on what's already happening to Lori Vallow. She's going to serve the rest of her life in prison.
That is correct, John. We've heard from commenters and taxpayers who say, why are we spending money for this? She is serving 3 consecutive life sentences for the 3 murders in Idaho. So if she's convicted, she faces, again, life sentence without a possibility of parole. So she would go back to Idaho. But for these loved ones, it's about getting accountability and justice in these 2 cases we're about to break down.
And you're going to be following it every day, but for people that will be watching this unfold, it's going to look different, right? She's representing herself. She asked to wear civilian clothes, and we talked about this. She's going to be wearing some sort of shock belt,
right? This is a whole new ball game. In her first trial, we barely heard her speak. She was in civilian clothes, but she did not testify in this case. Now she's representing herself. She'll be wearing those civilian clothes. And as a security measure, since she can't be shackled to the table and she'll be at the podium and talking to these witnesses and the jury, she'll have this sort of shock belt and vest that if she so happens to attack anyone or do something dangerous, then there's a remote control switch to basically stun her at that moment. Yeah. So we're going to hear a lot from the so-called doomsday mom.
Before we go, how long do you think jury selection will last?
Well, it took 5 days in Ada County, Idaho, and that population is 500,000. Here you got 4.5 million people in Maricopa County. They really think they can get this done in about 3 days. So we'll see who actually knows about this case. 3 full days of in-person selection.
Okay.
We'll see.
Man,
All right,
I think
Justin.
everybody's heard about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Justin.
you.
So you heard him say he thinks 3 days for jury selection. So again, today is they're going over the questionnaire, the actual jury questionnaire. And then in earnest, they will start Tuesday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They are off Fridays. Throughout this entire trial, they are not working on Fridays. Maricopa County does not work on Fridays. So it's only going to be a Monday through Thursday thing. So let's see. Baca, that's a great question. Are any of Lori's ex alive besides Chud? That's a really great question. I do not know the answer to that. So somebody please Google that and let us know. My cat and I, hello, I think you're in Copenhagen, so hello. The trial will begin, as we just heard, the questionnaire, they're going over the questionnaire today that they're going to ask the jury, and then they think right now, our courtroom insider, Joe Schmoe, thinks that they're going to start tomorrow, which would be Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. You just heard this reporter say 3 days. It may take longer because it's Lori. We don't know. They need 16. They need 12 and then 4 alternates. So they need 16 people altogether. So, Dolly Talk, hoping to get a seat Wednesday for jury selection. You are excited. Awesome. Dolly Talk, please say hello to Joe when you're there. Joe is going to be, we're going to be collaborating and doing post-trial streams every day. So connect with Joe Schmoe. That'd be awesome. Hey, Afton, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. All right, so that was kind of the overview. Now we're going to go to Charles called law enforcement a few times. So this is some body cam of Charles calling, sorry, did not want that, of Charles calling law enforcement when he kind of sort of figured out it was starting to go south. Okay, let's check this out.
Why don't you come over here? So what's going on tonight?
I can't get in touch with my kids.
How old are your kids?
6.5 and 16.
Okay. How long have you been trying?
2 days.
Okay.
But she's lost her mind. I don't know how else to say it. We're LDS. She thinks she's a resurrected being and a God. And remember the 144,000. Jesus is coming next year. She took all the money out of her bank account today. My truck is gone from the airport. She went to the airport and got it. I just flew in from Dallas. Houston and Dallas. So
where's your truck?
I don't know.
Okay.
There's a friend of mine's truck that picked me up. I went to the CSI to file a report, which is the community bridges or something. To file a report.
So you did the petition?
Yeah, they ordered a pickup.
Okay. What time did you do that?
Hour and a half ago.
Okay. So what makes her a danger to herself and to others?
She threatened me, murder me, kill me.
She threatened to murder you?
Yes. And she said,
how did she do that?
My bishop right there is in the car. He was on the phone with me today when she said, "I will have you destroyed." Was what she said there.
Okay, that's not a threat to kill you.
Yesterday was a threat to kill me. Today,
okay.
of course,
what did she say yesterday?
She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you now with my powers."
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Says I'm gonna kill you too. Yesterday was
So she's speaking as a spiritual being.
She's not here. She's lost her reality.
Is this just all recent, or has it been going on?
It's been going on for about 4 or 5 years. It's gotten really, really bad lately. She goes to the temple every day and speaks with Moroni and Jesus Christ, and they tell her what to do. And now she came to her today, and last couple of days she says, "I'm not Charles. You're not Charles. You're Nick Schneider." I don't know where she gets his names from. She got all this stuff from these people in Utah who tell her how many past lives she's had and probation she's had. And she's was married to Moroni way back when, and she was also married to James the Just. And
okay, this is all foreign to me. So
it's foreign to me.
Well, I'm not LDS.
It's crazy stuff.
I know you're using LDS terms here.
But it's just she's nonsensical.
Okay.
And I haven't seen my.
Is he the older one or the younger one?
He's 6.5 years old.
Okay.
Okay. I want to do this now. You've got a pickup order. Am I correct?
We do.
Okay. If she doesn't answer, what do we do?
If she doesn't answer, we can't enforce the order.
Can I break into my house?
Do you live here?
Yes, I do. It's my lease. I pay the lease.
Do you guys have any orders of protections against you?
No, we do not.
So no police reports?
No, nothing.
Okay. So how does she pose a threat to your children?
I don't know what she's going to do with them. I don't know if she's going to flee with them. She's going to hurt them.
You don't even know if she's here, right?
Today on the phone. I can't. All the cars are. The garage is closed. I don't know. She locked the garage door.
I know.
I haven't been up there yet.
I know. But what I'm. Hold on.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is, do you normally park 2 vehicles in the garage, inside the garage?
Correct.
Okay. So it's a possibility that her car and your truck are inside there?
I don't think she could fit my truck and her car at the same time. She may put them somewhere else. She said to me, "All your stuff is gone. Charles' stuff is gone. You're not Charles. Your stuff is gone." I don't know what that means.
And how long have you been trying to get in touch with the kids?
Since yesterday.
Since yesterday? Like last night or yesterday morning? Or?
Landed in Houston Tuesday about 10.
Okay. Why did you leave?
There's a trip in Houston.
Okay. And when did you leave?
Tuesday morning about 5 a.m.
Okay. Tuesday. All right. Wow. It's
Wednesday night.
So you left yesterday?
Yeah.
You left yesterday morning? Flew to Houston? Flew back today?
Tonight.
Tonight?
She canceled my flight. She came to the airport, took my truck.
Did she tell you that?
No. She knows the code. She knows where it's parked. She wouldn't.
Did she go with you to the airport?
No, but she's been. I go to the airport. I fly 45 round trips a year. She knows where I park. I've got handicap plates because JJ's handicapped. So,
did you file a stolen vehicle report with Phoenix?
I know she took it.
How do you know? You suspect?
I suspect. Okay. I suspect.
All right.
I know your term. So.
Okay.
Yeah, but
without concrete evidence, we can't say.
I suspect.
Sure. Okay.
And she has the keys, the code. It's a Ford. The code, door code.
Door code.
And I just want to see my boys okay. And she's got a pickup order. I need to go. She needs to go, and I'm going to take my stuff.
So you normally live here?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I live here.
Okay.
Yeah. All my stuff's in my house.
Okay.
We got a service dog in there, beautiful dog. My daughter's in the front window right there.
So let me ask you this. When you came back, why didn't you just go to the home?
Because she told me not to come near it. All my stuff is gone.
Okay.
I'm not stupid. She could have done anything.
Okay.
I thought this would be the best way to do it. With what she's gone through and what Gabe witnessed with me on the phone today, I thought it was best to have her. She's psychologically, she's gone. Something's happened to her.
How old is she?
45.
45. So if we talk to her, is she going to be able to have a rational conversation with us?
Oh, she will. I'm sure she will.
Okay.
Yeah, she's just.
She'll probably tell me I'm crazy, huh? Is that what you suspect?
Probably.
Okay.
You're a dark spirit. That's what she's going to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a dark spirit. Gabe's going to be, he's our bishop. He's going to be a dark spirit. Whatever that means. Yeah, you're evil.
And you said this has been going on for like 4 years?
Well, it's to an extent, but it's gotten really bad the last several months. And I've been trying to ignore it because hoping it'll get better.
Is she on any medications?
No. She won't do medications.
Has she been to a doctor?
No, she won't go to the doctor because she's a translated being, and they would find out that she's translated. She cannot be killed. She cannot die.
And that's what she thinks?
Yes.
Okay. She's been telling you that?
Yes, and Gabe too.
Okay.
He heard this, not just me. This isn't coming. I love her to death. This is killing me, officer.
Oh, I can understand.
Our 13th anniversary is next month. We've been at a great marriage. All of a sudden, the last month, it just blew up.
Mm-hmm.
She just lost connection.
Okay. So has she made any statements about wanting to hurt the children or anything?
Today, she said with Gabe on the phone, come take the kids. I don't care what happens to them. Come take them.
Okay, but she didn't make a direct threat towards the kids.
No, not a direct threat.
Okay. And then she said that she would murder you through a spiritual...
No, she said, I can murder you.
I can murder you. And she's talking in a spirit...
I will kill you.
Spiritual...
No, she's talking physically. I will kill you because you're not Charles, and nobody will care.
Okay. So she at this point doesn't think you are her husband?
She thinks I'm Mick Schneider.
Who's Mick Schneider?
I have no idea.
Okay.
It's the name she used. I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
I'm just like, I'm as bewildered as you are. This is so foreign to me. Normal people, as far as I'm concerned, but this happens. It just drives me. I don't know what to do. I need help, and she needs help. She needs help, and I'll go to bed. I got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. I got to take my son.
And you just didn't want to go inside because of the statements that she made?
She took my car and I suspect she took my car and my keys. I have no keys to get in.
Oh, okay.
No garage door opener.
Okay.
She knows what she's doing. She took $35,000 out of our bank account today. I can't make payroll Friday for my company. She changed our bank account numbers. I had to change it myself to get back in, and I saw all the money's gone. I've got $7 in my name.
So, what's your first name again?
Charles.
Charles lives here with his wife and 2 children. Charles was away on business.
Third nephew upstairs. His name is Zach. He's 19. He's our nephew. He can stay with us.
Have you tried to call him?
Yeah, he won't call me back either.
Why won't he call you back?
No.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about. I hope they're okay, but I don't know.
It's valid.
All right. So his question is, he lives here. There's no orders against either one of them. If we can't make contact.
But if he wants to let us in, now we're doing a 670 check.
I don't know how to get in. I can have to break a window. I can try to.
Where I was going with this, he was in Houston on a business trip, and then he flies back in to Sky Harbor, and his truck's gone. He suspects that she went there and took the truck. He doesn't know.
Use my wallet in it, so.
All right. So, all right. Is it this house or the one with the flashing lights?
Right there.
On the side of the road.
Oh, where those palm trees are?
And I can try the key code on the garage. I don't know if they changed it or not. I think I know the code. We just moved up January 1st. And Gabe Bonilla here lives right down the corner. He will tell you if he was on the phone with her today with me. I patched it in and she said all that stuff.
Does she have any inside the house?
Yes, she does.
She does?
A rifle.
Does she know how to use it?
I don't know if she knows how to use it. I don't know.
that star pound?
Do you have an alarm system?
No. Oh, they changed it. Oh, there you go. Cars are all gone. She is gone. I don't know where my kids are.
Is there anything in her place in here, like she might have taken off somewhere?
All 4 cars are gone.
Oh, you have 4 cars.
Yeah. My daughter has one. Zach, our nephew, has one. I have my truck, and she has an Infinity.
Okay.
I don't know where my son is.
Who's the oldest?
You have the right to force entry, so.
Who's the oldest child?
Tylee, I have 3 in college, so they're gone.
Who lives here? That's the
Tylee's
oldest.
16. Zach is 19. He's our nephew. He's living here.
Okay. And you tried calling him?
Yes.
Why won't he answer?
I don't know. He won't answer. She's got him buffaloed too. I don't know what she told him.
Okay. And then
No idea.
Back doors and everything?
There's back doors, but they're locked up. Trap has the
You
door.
already checked them?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna switch it. But there's a key to the, I gotta jump this gate to get out of the pool to go to the back door. I don't know what I do. Do I file a stolen car report of my truck?
yeah, you'll have to call. It was at Sky Harbor, right? You'll have to call Phoenix Police, and they'll get all your information. You don't have a hidden key,
No, it's in the house.
so it's not hidden.
JJ can open it, but we have to keep such locks really.
Understand.
He's a letter.
So the dog's gone too?
Yeah, obviously, he'd be barking. He doesn't bark much. He's a service dog. Very well trained, but he would be barking. They wouldn't leave him here. He's a part of the family. So I'm going to go try the back door. I may break the window. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's up to you if you want to break the window. If I was going to break something, I'd probably break your garage door. Because you can still secure your garage once your window's broken.
Just check the windows, and if it's not locked, come back. Or if it's locked, come back.
Open that door.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion is if you're going to break something, break that door because you can still lock it in your garage.
You want to check your front door, make sure it's not unlocked?
That gate is locked out of the door. Trust me, I know. It's there. So there's just a big deadbolt here.
Well,
Kick it in.
One swift kick will do it.
I'd do a mule kick. Try that first. You gotta get closer to the...
It's not easy to look on TV, is it?
Oh, at least the deadbolt worked.
I'll give you my letters. Gabe, get out of here. You can play against that this late anyway. Gabe, come on over. Draw one up. She's right in there. That's her house. See anybody in there?
An empty bed.
Take your travel up, get my stuff out. I'll figure out a way to get in.
You don't have a dog door? You have a dog door?
She's taking my son. If he's not at school tomorrow, I have no choice. He's essentially, I don't know what she's done. Nobody will call me.
You have any tools?
No.
Normally we don't, but if we get hurt, but you want to try it?
How about it?
You're almost got it.
You want us to enter the home, right?
Yes, please.
Door, police. Anybody in the house?
Okay. Thank you, man.
Police department. Right there.
Here, just hang tight right there.
What's that?
Just hang tight right here.
Somebody's right. Okay.
Look in my closets. Yeah, there's a bunch of empty shelving. Right here.
What happens
Hang tight.
with
Hang tight.
JJ's bedroom?
Hold on.
You know he's not here.
Pictures are off the wall.
Is this room clear? Does it go through?
It just goes through. I didn't go in there though. Oh. It's all clear.
Oh my God. I can't do. She's. I don't get this, guys. What have I done?
All right, so that was the first body cam. We'll go over what we just heard. So this was, let's see. So Charles called law enforcement. He had just flown back in from Houston, right? So he was on a business trip. He had just flown back in from Houston, and he tells law enforcement the truck is gone. He says he has his bishop in the car, and Lori threatened to kill him, saying, "I will have you destroyed." And law enforcement's like, "Well, that's not saying that she's going to kill you." And he's like, "Well," he continues to go on, saying, "You're not Charles. I'm not sure who you are. I can murder you with my powers. It's getting really bad lately," Charles says. Or he's telling him, "You're not Charles. You're Nick Schneider." He keeps saying Nick, but I'm pretty sure it's Ned Schneider. Law enforcement says he is not LDS, which is Latter-day Saints. Charles asks, "Can I break into my house?" He says, "I'm not sure what she's going to do with my children." Trying to get in touch with his kids since last night, and that would be JJ and Tylee. Even though they weren't his biological kids, he was still, helping to raise them. He came to the airport. Oh, he says that Lori came to the airport and took his truck. He has handicap plates because of JJ. He says that he takes many, many business trips, and Lori knows exactly where he parks his truck, I should say. So he's like, "This is my house. Everything is in there." Law enforcement asks how old Lori is. He said 45. Let's see. She said, "Come take the kids. I don't care what happens." Then Charles says to the law enforcement, "She took $35,000 of in my payroll. I can't make payroll." He says he has $7 to his name. He says their nephew Zach is also living with them. He's 19, but he's not talking to Charles. So he ends up, he does end up opening the garage door. And he says all the cars are gone, and then they actually do break into the house. So that one was blurred, and I think the only reason I'm thinking, a lot of people are asking why it's blurred. That was released back then, which would have been, I think, June of 2019. So it was still an ongoing investigation. Things were still happening, and it was released right away. So they blurred it for that reason, I think. I don't know for sure, but I think just because it was still very active, it was released quickly, after Charles had been shot. And that was in July of 2019. So it was probably still maybe too fresh. That's why they did that. I don't know. But I do have a non-blurred version. That one was 22 minutes. This one's only 11 minutes. So this is from a different angle. So let's check this out. This is it's the same night, but from a different angle, and you will see the garage. So this is from a different angle. Let me just see what you guys are saying. Northwest says there are several bishops in the story. LDS in LDS, each congregation has a bishop. Widespread panic. I have info on Lori's first two husbands. The first was a post-high school marriage that lasted a short time. Second was to Colby's dad and lasted a year. The third was to Tylee's dad. Yes, that's right. Let's see. Thank you for that widespread panic. You posted that. Let's see. So she got married first in 1992 when she was 19 years old to her high school sweetheart, Nelson Yanes. And this is from Widespread Panic. So thank you, Widespread, for finding this. According to East Idaho News, the pair divorced not long after marrying and shared no children. In 1995, Lori married William Lagiola. That's a tough one to say. Lagiola. With whom she shares a son, Colby Ryan, and the marriage was short-lived, and she and William divorced in 96. All right, so they were only married for a year, and that's where Colby comes from. Then she married Joseph Ryan, her third husband, in 2001, and they only lasted 3 years. They got divorced in 2004, and they had Tylee. So that's where Tylee comes from. So Tylee Ryan, you always hear Tylee Ryan. So Joseph Ryan was Tylee's biological father. William was Colby's biological father. So Ryan, Joseph Ryan died of a apparent heart attack in 2018. Sound familiar? Which authorities confirmed after looking into his death when an audio recording surfaced of Lori saying, "I went through a lot of years of that kind of hard stuff and I was going to murder him. I was going to kill him like the scripture says, like Nephi killed, just to stop the pain and to stop him coming after me and to stop him coming after my children." In 2005, Lori married Charles Vallow, who we're now talking about. He adopted JJ, and he also adopted Tylee. So he's also the father of 2 children to his previous marriage to Cheryl Wheeler. We'll hear from Cheryl. We'll hear from his ex-wife later down the road today. So Charles filed for divorce from Lori in 2019, citing her religious beliefs and alleged threats against his life if he got in the way of what he said she believed to be her mission. All right, so that's some good backstory there, and thank you, Widespread Panic, for getting that for us. That's really good. Appreciate that. So I hope you guys all caught that, and if not, I have it, and we can always go over that again. That came from Widespread Panic. All right. Baca says, so they all lasted long enough to have a child in order for child support. Northwest says, Lori's parents were not invited to any of her 5 weddings. Interesting. Did she admit to any of these killings? No. No, she has not. Peace through strength. I don't remember about the bishop, but the police sure did side with Lori. They were even patronizing Charles during the body cam footage, making light of his concerns, as we saw. Yeah, as we saw. The boss lady says she had Alex unalive Joe Ryan. I have 0 doubt about it. Yeah. She's really bad at marriage. She's on 5 now. She's on 5 since she was 19, and she's how old now? 51. So in 32 years, she's had 5 husbands. All right, so now we're going to go to the same night, different angle, different body cam, and this one is not blurred. So this one is not blurred. And there's no audio. The audio kicks in after a while, so just hang tight. Audio will kick in.
Harm the children, correct?
Other than what she said today.
Yeah, what she said was subjective, I guess. She said, take the kids, I don't care.
I don't care what happens to them. Take the kids, I don't care what happens to them.
Well, that's not a direct threat to harm.
I know.
Everything she said it sounded very carefully subjective.
But she won't contact me, won't tell me where they are. Is there something I can do about that? Because she's got a Infinity.
Did she say she was leaving or anything like that, or did she say anything like that?
But she told you not to come back, is what she said.
Well, as a parent, she has the right to take her children, whether Who knows where she's at? We don't know where she's at. She has the right to take the children. You weren't home at the time, so she's in her legal right to do so. Okay. As of right now, the statements that are listed in here are provided by you, which, to my understanding, you kind of overheard some of them. Okay. Did you hear her make statements of wanting to harm or kill herself? Did you hear any statements of her wanting to harm or kill Charles?
No, other than she used the word destroy, which again, subjective. She could have meant a number of things, obviously.
Okay.
There was definitely nothing that would qualify as a terroristic threat or.
So she didn't say, "I'm going to kill you" or anything like that. No. She didn't say she was going to kill herself or anything like that. Just some. Okay.
Just the irrational statements about calling him a different name and saying he was a different person. There was a level of disconnect from reality that was a bit disturbing. But that's just my impression. I don't have anything substantial to back that up with just a quick conversation.
And when did you try to call the nephew?
10 times today.
Excuse me?
Twice last night, 10 times today.
Okay.
He won't answer. No text. Look, here's his text. Last time he answered me was Tuesday.
But you were home Tuesday, right? Or you left Tuesday morning?
I left.
You left Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning. It was last Tuesday. Okay. And yesterday, no word from her. No word from Tylee, my daughter.
Does your daughter live here too?
Yeah.
From what I'm gathering, correct me if I'm wrong, this is where I would go. First of all, we don't know if she took your truck. So you parked it at Sky Harbor on Tuesday morning. I would contact Phoenix Police, make a stolen vehicle report with them.
She took all my clothes out of my closet too, so this is what I got.
Start with Phoenix PD, reporting your truck stolen. Okay. As for tonight, we don't have a crime. We tried to serve this during the course of doing a welfare check. Okay. All the doors were locked.
This can't be served again.
Hold on, time out. Finish. You gave him permission to force entry into your home. What I can do is I can do a special incident report documenting some of this information. As of right now, there's no crime. Okay. We attempted to conduct a welfare check here by speaking with your wife and also to serve this.
Pickup order, right? 2
separate calls. We classify it as 2 separate calls. Okay. Normally we don't do this after 10 o'clock. Okay. It's
a civil order, and we're not even allowed to serve a search warrant without a judge's specific order at nighttime. There has to be specific cause that says that this needs to be served at night for some reason. So those don't get served at night normally.
This falls into that criteria, same criteria. So the only reason why we're here is some of the statements that you made towards our dispatchers that you provided to them, that he made the decision to come here to conduct a welfare check to make sure that your children are safe. Okay. Upon us being here, you gave us permission to force entry into your home. That's got to be documented regardless. Okay. That covers our. Okay. So what I can do is I can type out that special incident report. You'll have a report with Phoenix Police. Technically, I mean, at this point, you can do a missing persons report, but
she's taking my son out of school.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, even if she did, she has that legal right. She's the parent. She can do that. So we don't.
My permission? I mean,
she's the legal guardian of the child.
What can I do, guys? What can I do?
Like you said, you can file the police report with Phoenix. One way to try and get a response from one of them is say, hey, send a message to all of them saying, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. My truck was gone from the airport. I've reported it stolen to Phoenix Police Department. If you guys took it, you need to let me know. So, because what's going to end up happening is...
GPS, can I track it with that?
If you got OnStar or whatever, you can call them and find out. Yeah, whatever their version of that is. And you can find out where it's at, then that's completely up to you. But again, it's the only thing we're going to do, even if your reporter is missing, is if we find her, it's going to be, hey, are you missing? And she's going to say, nope.
What about the pickup order for tonight?
The pickup order is listed in our system. Okay. If we come across her, we can serve that to her and take her to Community Bridge. If she's found in Orange County, California, they're not going to take her to Community Bridges.
Okay.
If they find her in Flagstaff, they're not going to do anything with her. They're going to bring her down there.
I know that.
They're just, that's an order that's basically going to be held up around here in this area. They're not going to bring her down from anywhere else. So if they're somewhere else and they're long gone, there's,
We understand you're in a tough situation and it's kind of alarming to you. We get that part. But what we're providing is what we can do on our end.
I'll report my car stolen from the airport and a missing persons report, and check with the school and tell
them. When you make that report, don't tell the officer who you're reporting, my wife took it, because we don't know that.
Okay.
Make sure that you explain to him that you suspect she did, and she's in the company with such and such, such and such. Make them know that you have a handicapped young child, because if it comes out stolen, and she's just driving along, we don't want them to pursue the vehicle we don't want to put your children in danger.
She'll be in her so she won't be in my truck.
But what I'm saying is just kind of, let them know some of the information of what's going on. But we don't know if she took it. We don't know if it was actually stolen.
If she doesn't show up, just disappears. There's nothing I can do after a period of time when I can't see my son.
you'd have to go down to the court and file paperwork.
I'm going tomorrow to file paperwork for my son.
Whether it's divorce paperwork or custody or whatever.
This, I can give it to the attorney so we can file it for.
We can't give you a copy of that, no.
Okay.
You should be, if you contact community, you filled it out with Community Bridges, you can ask them what paperwork they can give you, but we can't release that paperwork.
So you can pick her up
if we find her.
If I say she's here, come get her, you can do that?
It depends on when you do it. If you find her at 4 o'clock in the morning.
No, 8 to 10.
Yeah.
A.M. 10.
If you find her in the morning and it's outside those nighttime exception hours, which is 10 o'clock at night till 6:30 in the morning, and somebody who finds her, they can take her. Like this case, where we came here to do the welfare check on the children, if we happen to come across her, we can serve it on her. But we can't come out here and just to serve it on her.
Gabe, I'm going to need a ride tomorrow to go get a rental car.
Yeah.
Okay. Just call me in the morning. Go home.
So what's gonna happen is this paperwork, we'll leave you in good hands. Thank you. We'll hand it off to the next sergeant who comes on, which will be the daytime team, the morning team, and then they'll have this paperwork in their possession.
Okay.
You plan on being here the whole time tomorrow?
I have nowhere to go.
Okay. Well, you
have no computer.
You got to go get the rental car. You just asked them to come.
Yeah. Besides, yes.
Okay. All right. So if she comes home tomorrow, you can call us, and we'll come out with this paperwork.
Okay.
And then that upcoming team will take care of the issue.
Okay.
So start with the Phoenix police. I'll do the special incident on the forcing entry and why we were here.
That's fine.
That way some of the information will be documented on our end.
Okay.
I just need you have your driver's license with you?
Sorry, I was trying not to kick it hard enough to swing it open and hit that other door, but that's what ended up doing it, so.
She's got a Hawaii driver's license. We moved here from Hawaii.
Somebody 25. By chance, do you have Charles 27 info attached? You've got to have some sort of place to go. You might not need to pack everywhere. Your friend's family around here?
Her probably her sister or her brother's house or her mom and dad's house.
That's all local.
Thank you.
Start with them tomorrow. Okay. I don't want to add more concern to you by you trying to call them tonight and not answering.
I'm going to bed, guys. I'm wore out.
Completely understand. Completely understand.
Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, so that was the same night. So that was January 31st, right? January 31st, Charles is calling, and you can see the date where he was shot was July 11th, same year. So 7 months before. So in that version, we actually got the bishop talking. So the bishop says, she said, take the kids. I don't care what happens to them. Law enforcement says that's not a direct threat. She told you not to come back. As a parent, she has a right to take her children. The bishop says she used the word destroy. So law enforcement tells them, fill out a police report with Phoenix because she is the legal guardian. And he does ask to see Charles's driver's license. And then he says, Charles says, Lori has a Hawaii driver's license. So yeah, I see some of you saying, law enforcement should be held accountable, or, they should have done more. We see this all the time, you guys. There's nothing they can do. That's what's even more heartbreaking, because we see this time and time again, that women will call out law enforcement on their spouses or their whoever living with them. They're getting beat, and it's like there's nothing we can do. Law enforcement can't do anything unless they see it actually in action. They can't do anything. And then Lori is the legal guardian of JJ, Tylee. What can Charles do? Charles can't do a thing. He can fight it in court, but law enforcement can't do anything in that regard. So as frustrating as it is, I'm frustrated too, but there's really nothing. They pretty much did all they could do. And what are they going to do? Put out an all points bulletin for Lori and arrest her? I mean, she didn't do anything wrong. That's what's so frustrating, so Charles would have had to go through the court system to fight it, get a restraining order, do all that stuff. But again, law enforcement, unless they see somebody actually punching somebody else or holding a gun to somebody or a knife, there's really nothing they can do, sadly. All right, so again, those two body cams were from January 31st, and Charles was shot on July 11th. So this next body cam, this is Charles called again. He called law enforcement again. So let's go check this one out. Let's see, what are you guys saying? Joanne Jedi Platypus, it is very frustrating. I agree. Peace through strength. She snowed the police. Yeah, it's civil matters. Yep, surely. CJ Cozy, I guess charging her with the theft of business bank account funds and truck is all he could have done at that point. Well, he told them, the law enforcement said, go file a police report that your truck is stolen. And then if they pick it up, whoever's driving will get in trouble. So that's really all. He could have done a restraining order. He could have filed, his truck was stolen. Absolutely. So Aaron sent, before we go to the next body cam, Aaron found this great information, because we were wondering. Let me go back to here. So Alex Cox, a lot of people feel that Alex was kind of like, he was the avenging, angel, if you will. He was the angel of death. He was the Grim Reaper. He was basically, he shot Charles, right? Lori, I think, used Alex. He shot Charles. He, as we found out, we don't know for sure, but pretty confident that he deleted JJ, he deleted Tylee. So those are like three people. Well, we know one for sure. There's another one we know. So in 2007, brother Alex there, he attacked Joe Ryan, who was Lori's third husband, right? So Lori's third husband, Joe, was attacked by brother Alex with a stun gun during a custody-related dispute. At the time, Joe was trying to see his daughter Tylee, who's there on our left. They were involved in a contentious custody battle. So Lori and Joe were involved in custody battle over Tylee. Brother Alex comes in and attacks him with a stun gun. Alex waited for Joe in a parking lot outside a supervised visitation center in Austin, Texas, and tased him multiple times. After the attack, Alex was arrested and eventually convicted of aggravated assault. He served 90 days in jail. So This is the first or one of the earliest signs that show Lori's family and their connection of how far they're going to go to protect her. So Alex, I think, kind of becomes like this avenging angel, a grim reaper, angel of death, whatever you want to say. The hitman, yeah, absolutely, boss lady. He kind of becomes, Alex sort of becomes the hitman for Lori, right? Most likely they deleted Alex because he knew too much. Yeah, he dies of a heart attack and he was 51, so we're going to talk to Joe about that. Joe Schmoe, who is going to be our courtroom insider. He's going to be there every day, and we're going to talk to him. We're going to do recaps with him after every day, and he's going to talk about Alex. He was only 51 when he had a heart attack, so we're going to definitely we're going to have some really good conversations with Joe. So let's see. Oh, there's long-standing allegations from Lori that Joe Ryan abused Tylee, although these allegations were never substantiated. After Joe died suddenly in 2018 from what was ruled as a heart attack, some have speculated whether foul play was involved, but as of now, his death has not been officially reopened or ruled suspicious. So, Charles had the rights to JJ. It was official and with Tylee? I know he helped raise them. Was it official? Did he officially adopt them? That part I don't know. So if you could tell me, let me know for sure. If you guys know that for sure. So Tylee was 16, and in 2019, they got married in 2005. So that's 4. So she was only like 2. Yeah, so she was only like 2 or 3. So Charles, for all intents and purposes, raised. Therapist, was Lori with Chud when Joe passed? She got together with Chad basically now, right? 2019, they were kind of messing around, I believe. So let's see, Joe died in... Joe died in 2018. I don't know. I don't know that for sure. I would say no, but I don't know for sure. I'm not sure exactly when Lori and Chud got together. Charles did adopt them. Yeah, so Charles adopted the kids, meaning JJ and Tylee. So he did adopt them. Lori was not with Chud when he died. Okay. So Lori and Chud had not yet gotten together yet. But she just leaves this path of destruction, and she leaves a lot of death in her wake. Let's just put it that way. All right, so I hope that kind of gives you guys a little bit further clarification. If you guys have any questions, please let me know, and at the next break, we will get to them. So this is the next body cam. Again, Charles calling. So let's get to the next one here. First of all, so great questions, guys. Oh, Irish Amy, hey. Where's my Irish Amy? There you are. Good afternoon to you. Yes, Super Ball is resting peacefully over here. Thank you for joining us. Let's see, anything else? So Colleen says Charles did not adopt Tylee. Her name is Ryan and received Social Security. So I thought that he did adopt them. You're saying that he did not. All right, we need some more clarification on that. Some are saying he did, some are saying he's not. So let's... Tylee, Northwest says, Tylee got Social Security survivor benefits when her father Joe passed. Charles was not her legal father. Okay, so he didn't adopt them at all? He didn't adopt? There's no adopting of Charles and Tylee? He just raised her basically, but he didn't actually officially adopt her? Because it seems like she was like 2 or 3 when Lori and he got together. So he did not officially adopt? So JJ, he did adopt. Okay. Aaron is saying he did adopt, and so is Colleen. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for that. Hey, Donna, good morning to you. Justice confirms, okay, he did adopt, okay. Joni Ludlow, Chud is Chad Daybell. Chud, whenever we say Chud, we mean Chad. Hey, Trial Junkies United, so early to deal with Lori's craziness. I hear you. I hear you. No legal adoption on Tylee. Okay. All right. So we got that sorted out. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, chat. So he adopted JJ, but he did not adopt Tylee, but he raised Tylee. I think that's safe to say, right? Colleen says Lori would not give that up. Understood, the Social Security. All right. But it's safe to say that Charles raised Tylee because she was like 2 or 3 when they got together. Can we agree on that? All right. Oh, yep. And don't forget Joe Schmoe. Joe Schmoe is going to be our insider, our courtroom insider. And after every stream of Lori, we're going to collaborate with him. We're going to have him on, and we're going to talk about the goings on for the day. So make sure you give him some love too. All righty. Let us get to the next body cam. Again, this is Charles. This is Charles calling the police yet again. Well, actually, he only called him once. We did show 2 body cams. So this is him calling law enforcement for the second time. Okay. So this is a daytime. This is, all right. So this is also January 31st. So this must have been, okay, the other one was nighttime. So I guess this happened first. So my apologies for getting that out of order. But this is also January 31st.
So is she in there?
What's going on? Why is she here and you're not here, or are you staying here with her?
Long story. She's had kind of a break from reality. She thinks you're LDS?
Yes.
She thinks she's married to Moroni in the past. This is her
You think she's what?
married to Moroni at the top of the temple.
Angel, LDS. Angel.
They don't let me in there.
Probation, and she knows when the second coming is happening next year, so does a prophet.
Okay.
He knows it, she knows about it. She meets with Moroni, Jesus Christ, face to face in the temple every day. I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad lately. She's had a break. She says, I'm Nick Schneider. I've taken over Charles's body, and Charles has been killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow. I can do it. I'm not going to with my priesthood, with my power. She does priesthood blessings. She does.
So who's Nick Schneider? Okay.
That's who I'm supposed to do.
Okay. Right. Okay. So he's not at church. He's not.
She took my truck from here. So thanks. She took my truck from the airport last night when I flew in. She canceled my flights. I had to buy another ticket. To come back home. I've got a 6-year-old with special needs.
Right. And he's safe at school somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
For now. If she knows I'm here, she's going to go get it.
Okay. What car? What is she driving?
A black Infiniti QX80.
And you've looked all through the parking lots.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Do you have the license plate on that?
It's KDM 62 or 63 or 67. It's handicapped. Okay?
That's on the pin. There it is.
And I don't know where she put my truck. She took $35,000 in cash out of our account yesterday. Payroll. I mean, I just never thought she would do anything like this, but she's just lost touch with reality. I'm not me. She yells. She's unhinged. It's scared the crap out of me.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming you guys have phones. Is that an iPhone?
Yes.
Are you able to track to see where her phone is right now? I hear iPhones.
The phone's with me.
Oh, your phone. Now, how do you get her phone?
Because it was in the car this morning when she pulled up to school. I took the keys out of her purse out so she couldn't leave. That's when I called you guys.
Okay.
Somehow she has a pair of keys and left with my dog. And so I don't know where I saw this in her purse. Don't think she's here. They were going to give me a key to the room. I was going to go, if you guys will come with me, see if she's in the room.
We can't just go in. If you're not allowed to go in, we can't either. We can
on
just...
my credit card, she did the room.
Okay, that's going to be up to them if they allow you to go in. Now, we can't. Now, you guys are married, so there shouldn't be. No, we're waiting for right now. What we're doing is my sergeant wanted to get some information from you. I was about to call you, but then Gary said you were here. We are just going to wait a second. My sergeant, they're on their way because we have a sergeant training. So they're going to be here. They have the paperwork. So if she is here, we knock on the door. She's here. That's why we need the paperwork in hand. Okay, so we can take her.
Tell me again real quick.
That's why we're here. Right?
What's her first name?
Lori.
Lori.
Hello.
And tell me again about the vehicle. It's a black Infiniti.
Infiniti QX80.
QX80. And try that license plate again.
KDM 62. It's KDM something.
KDM 62, 63,
Something like this.
67.
Handicap plate.
Handicap.
Yes.
Is it registered to you?
Yes.
Spell your last name again.
V. Victor, A-L-L-O-W.
Vallow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's an SUV that you're describing, right? Okay, I know what it is.
I'm going to go check and see if I can go in there, and I'll be right back. Okay, sir?
Okay. Also find out if they'll give you permission to go into that room.
That's why Team 1 wasn't able to get a hold of her. So we're not sure if she's here or not. He's thinking that he would be able to get in the room. And I said, that's up to you and that's up to the hotel. That's not what we do. So I told him that we're waiting for you with the paperwork. And that's what we've got going on right now. He thinks she's still staying here just for the reason is that he was able to grab that key out of her purse in the car at that school in Central area, wherever that school was. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you just what she's saying and the reason the 909 came out. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. We're going to, how about we all meet back at the car? We are on the north side of that home 2, which is just west of this building. It's the building west. It's the other hotel. We'll all meet right there. All right, we'll see you in a minute. Bye. Okay, so if his truck is gone, how did he get here?
I have no idea. He didn't tell me that. By the way, I have that tour at 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll go. He wants a sidebar before we do it. Where did he go?
He went back in to find out whether or not they'll give him permission to enter into that room.
I don't want him going to that.
He's not going to the room. Let's go
back over to our cars. They'll be here in just a minute or two, and he wants we need to do a powwow. Okay. So.
Let me just, I'll meet you over there. I'm just going to tell him, because he's gone to the lobby. I just want him to know he needs to wait around here so we can find him.
The biggest thing, so she wants to marry Moroni, which is great, fantastic, fine and dandy. That's not as bad as the UFO thing. Yeah, I'm going to go off.
Me too.
All right, so that was also from January 31st, and that was in the daytime. All right, so this is another. Now here's another body cam. Let's get to this one. All right, so this is from the same. It's from the same day. This is going to be January 31st again. All right, so what we just heard was he talks about Nick Schneider, which I'm pretty sure it's Ned Schneider, but Charles calls it Nick. She took my truck. She canceled my flights. I have a 6-year-old with special needs. That's JJ. All right, so JJ is 6 years old at this time. So he's clearly taking care of JJ, which we knew, but he's clearly saying that. Law enforcement says if you can't go in there, then neither can we. And the one woman police officer, she was LDS, so she gets it. So she says, my sergeant is on his way. He has paperwork. So apparently Charles went to the school, found Lori's car, which is an Infiniti, grabbed the key to this hotel that was in her purse. So somehow, and then the law enforcement asked, they were talking to each other. It's like, if his truck is gone, how did he get here? And he's like, I have no idea. So maybe we'll find out in this clip. All right. So this is same day, January 31st, 2019. And let's see what this holds for us. And there's no audio for the first few seconds, so just hang tight.
So I'm going to let you take over.
Hey, just to remind you, I have that tour at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock?
No, I apologize. She's not in there for some reason. I checked out her. Maybe another hotel. She would be picking up JJ at 3:45 today at the same school.
Okay.
So she will be there. I don't know how you want to do that or what you want to do.
So did they tell you she's not in there?
Correct.
Okay.
I found that back to Florida. She may be. No telling where she's staying.
Okay.
There's a lot of gray area in these matters for us, so it's not real black and white like somebody commits a crime and we just arrest them. So, and I know we just showed up and we kind of came into this last minute, so we're kind of getting the story second and third hand. We need to be real careful following her around.
I'm not doing that.
Well, we're at a hotel.
School,
you know.
And then I saw this in her wallet, so I came to look at the school. I called the police. I came to do it. I'm not going to try. I'm not irrational or stupid or anything.
I don't get that impression at all.
I want her to get help.
Yeah.
She's my wife. I love her to death. Something's going on.
Okay.
And if she wants me gone, fine. I'll do all that stuff. I just don't want her hurt.
Okay.
You know, I just don't want to hurt anybody else. Worried about where
Child's at school now? Did you do a welfare check at school to see that it's he or she or? Okay. Yeah.
She took your car. What are you driving now?
A friend of mine's in Utah.
Oh,
I don't know where my truck is. Okay. She took it. I suspect she took it because she knows where I park it at the airport. I came back last night and it's gone.
What
all
led
my
up to
clothes
this?
are gone from the house.
What led up to this? Is there any correspondence that you've had over the last couple of days with her?
Her religious stuff has gone way off the deep end.
Okay.
Just way off.
Yeah.
And it's if you don't agree with her, you're the opposite.
Okay.
So she won't have to.
When did you last speak to her?
Yesterday when she texted me. She said, we're done. Get out of here.
Okay. When was this paperwork filled out with community?
Last night.
Okay. So what about, so these are handwritten, so sometimes they're hard for us to read. What about your correspondence yesterday precipitated filling this out?
When she was on the phone with me about Bishop, I had him on the phone with me.
Okay.
She threatened me physically. She made threats about the kids. She doesn't care about the kids to come get them. I don't care. We won't be here that much longer anyway. And I've got my God power to get my rent anytime I want. It's just irrational stuff.
Okay. Is the 6-year-old the only child in common?
Yes. We adopted him. We got you by that.
Okay. I think your priority should be there right now.
Yes.
And maybe if you don't feel comfortable with her state of mind, maybe figuring out a way to keep him safe, even if that means not being at school.
I'm going to go to my attorney's office, file paperwork for restraining order from her. If I can do that, I don't. My sister, his grandmother. They're safe. They safe there. Okay. For a few days, then I do my work. Got some stuff to do in Houston. I'll come back a week. Is she gonna have the house? I don't care.
Well,
have whatever she wants. She took $35,000. If you got enough money left for a while.
Yeah, I want to give you a little advice though. So consult with your attorney, but you don't necessarily want to remove the child from the state for too long. Because here's the deal. Ultimately, there's two sides to the story, and a lot of times.
It's not going to be long.
I know. Hang on. A lot of times when we contact the other half of one of these things, they're totally rational.
I'll tell her she's going. I'll tell her he's going to go.
You just want to be careful not to deny her access to her child. Turns into a thing.
Too hard on her.
Okay.
Too hard on her. This is about him, not us.
Okay.
Okay.
as a police department, we're definitely willing participants in helping out with situations like this. But these aren't criminal arrest warrants. These are it's kind of a sticky situation, and we have to be careful how much effort and force we put into these mental health petitions. So
thank you. I've got to get to the bank, see if I can stop this cashier's check. She didn't necessarily get my money back. I've got $200 in there.
Okay.
Payroll is $8 on this Friday, and I got to do it, so I can figure out something.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
If you see her, you can call us and we'll come out. But let's forego the.
If I go to the school, she picks him up at 3:45 today. It takes you guys 20 minutes to get there. She's in and out.
Yeah.
We'll let the North Unit.
If she says as irrational as you say, I think maybe you should get your son out of the school and prevent that from happening.
I may do that, but that's the only place I know where she needs help.
Yeah.
She needs some serious help. I want her to get help. I'm worried about her.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll survive this, but she needs help.
Yeah.
So that's the only way I think we can find where she will be.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to do a sting operation.
It's not a sting. I'm just going to say, I will call and say she should pick him up in a few minutes. So if they can get there, that'll be great.
Okay.
We'll let the guys know, swing shift guys know.
I will, man.
All right.
I really appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, so that was after the sergeant arrived, right? So he talks again about Nick Schneider. The sergeant arrives. Charles comes out to talk to them and says Lori has checked out of the hotel. The sergeant. So basically, this is the sergeant saying all of this. So this is gray area. Until somebody commits a crime, we can't do anything, which we've been talking about all morning with this. And then the sergeant saying you have to be real careful about following her around because she could flip this. She could totally flip this on him, saying that Charles is stalking her, get him thrown in jail. Charles says, I want her to get help. I'm rational. I just don't want her to hurt anyone else. Charles says, he's been driving around with a friend because the law enforcement asked him, where's your car? So he says he's been riding around with a friend. It might be the bishop. I'm not sure about that because later in the day, the next time, it's the bishop. Charles is asked what led up to this. He says her religious stuff has her gone off the deep end. If you don't agree with her, you're the opposite. He's asked, do you have children in common? He says, JJ is adopted. So there answers our question. He says, JJ is adopted. Law enforcement tells him to be careful because you don't want to deny access to her child. And Sergeant also says, we're willing participants, but, there's only so much we can do. However, if you do see her, call her out. Charles says she needs serious help. And, of course, law enforcement then says, we're not going to do a sting operation. So, all right, so that's that. Now, this last bit we have before we actually get to this is still Charles is alive still, and sadly we will get to when he is no longer alive. But Pammy, he was such a good, caring man. Yep. Widespread says cops are called upon to get involved with people's crazy messes, and then they're criticized for not knowing what we only find out years later. That's true. Can't blame the cops at all. It's tough. You're right, because what do they know? They just know that this guy is, they don't know him from Adam. They don't know Lori from anything. So they're, he's telling them one side of the story. They're only getting one side of the story. It's tough. It's a tough position to be in, for sure. Colleen K says, I'll never understand why she gave up Charles for Chad. Chad got into her head. Chad got into her head like Charles could never. I don't think Charles ever probably spoke to Lori about religion, Chad got into her head. So, Justice Obsessed. JJ's bio parent is Kay Woodcock's son. He and his girlfriend were on drugs, so Lori and Charles adopted him. That is correct. We are going to, today is all about Charles and Lori, but then over the course of the week, we're going to get into Kay's side of this as well, because she's the sister, brother. No, Charles is her brother. So Charles and Kay are brother and sister. So we are definitely going to bring Kay into this. I told you at the very beginning, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of players. for today, we're just focusing on Charles, and we're giving him his due rights. But then over the course of the next couple of days, we're going to bring in Zulema, we're going to bring in Kay, we're going to bring in Melanie, who is here as well. So we are definitely going to get to Kay. So thank you for bringing that up, Justice. We're definitely going to bring her in. Child Junkies United, JJ was the grandson of Charles' sister Kay. Yep, she was related JJ as an uncle. So he was related JJ as an uncle. Yes, that is true. That is true. Chud looks like a big toe, Baka says. Yes, so biologically, Charles was JJ's great uncle. Yes, awesome. You guys are on top of everything. Appreciate it. And yes, we'll bring in Kay either tomorrow, I think, or the next day. We're definitely going to bring Kay into this because she was related. She was brother and sister to Charles. She had JJ. So anyway, we'll get into all of that. So, all right, let's continue on. We are now going to go to Charles calling the insurance company. All right, so this is Charles calling the insurance company because he's losing all kinds of money. So here we go.
Thank you for calling Legal in General. My name is Kevin. Thank you for calling Legal in General. My name is Kevin. May I have your policy number?
Kevin, my name is Charles Vallow. I'm the insured and the agent. I don't have it. I'll give you my social. Can you please give me the policy numbers? I'm doing a beneficiary change.
Okay, what's your social, please?
Yes, as well.
Okay, what's your full name?
Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, or L. Charles Vallow.
Okay, hold on a second, please. Okay, verify your date of birth. Address. Your old address. Mm-hmm. Okay, wait a second. You said, what's the house number again?
3688.
No, that's not what I have. That's a previous address.
Okay, the J Place?
No.
I don't know what you have.
I have to authenticate the call.
We were in Hawaii. We were in Hawaii. Was the one in Hawaii?
Okay. This is in Texas, so all I can tell you.
78746.
Okay. Now, what is your password? Just I have a password.
I don't have a password.
Okay. It's telling me that I need to authenticate a password, sir.
I don't have a password. I'm just changing my beneficiary.
Okay. Hold on a second, please. It says that somebody you put in a password here, sir. So I can't proceed without the password being confirmed.
I had no idea.
No. No.
I don't know what I don't ever remember setting up a password ever.
Okay.
And I'm the agent and the insured.
Okay. Yeah, I would still need to verify that password no matter who you are because we have to go ahead and...
I don't have a password. How do I get a new password when I never set up one? Can you please tell me that? I know you're doing your job. This is just frustrating for me. I need to change the beneficiary. How do I do it when I don't have a password? I've never set up one. I don't know how else to do one. What do I do? All I need is my policy number.
Okay. I can't send you anything until I actually get that verified. So
you can. So I can't do anything with my policy. I could die today. You would give anybody the money because I don't have a password.
Well, no, that's not...
Tell me what to do to get this done.
Okay. Hold on 1 second for me, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Thanks a lot for holding. I do appreciate your time. So this is the best I can do. And I'm sorry because a lot of people are in a meeting. I was trying to get you to somebody. So I'm going to mail a beneficiary form out, okay? And then you'll get that. Is there anything else?
Which address are you mailing it to?
Well, we can't change anything right now because you know.
You have 3300 BK Road, Suite 650.
That's the address that we authenticated you partially with, right?
Okay. And when did I set up a password?
Well, that was recent. It looks like on my note here.
I mean, how recent?
It looks like
6 months, 2 years?
2/20. No, February 20th.
Okay, somebody else has called on my account. That's fraud.
I don't know, sir. I mean, that's the thing is that I don't know.
I do know. I haven't called in on this policy in a long time.
Yeah, if you have concerns about that, then, you know, you need to supply some form of proof or something. But yeah, that's, you know, I'll be able to do that. But you can request request in writing.
My wife left me 30 days ago. She's taken a ton of my money. I don't know what she's doing on this account. But it's fraud. I'm the guy. I'm Charles Vallow. I'm the insured and the owner of the policy. Correct? And I need to know what to do right now today to change my beneficiary to my sister.
So what you need to do, sir, is the following, okay? What I would recommend that you do is you send something in writing, letting us know in writing, and I'll give you a fax number or an email address, etc. You need to send something in writing and be as blatant as possible with your concerns, okay? I would be personal in saying that you feel like somebody is trying to take away your information and etc. And that you talk to me, my name's Kevin, and that I could not authenticate you or change your address because the password could not be changed. Now then what they'll do is they'll go back to the calls, okay, that were made recently. They'll go back to the calls that were made recently, and then they'll do an investigation on the trend to see if something like that was to happen. And
will they let you know?
Yeah, they'll let you know. You got to put your contact. You got to put your contact information in, etc., and then they'll let you know. Yes.
I'll put my new address. I'll put my new phone number.
Yeah.
And
email address.
I've not added a password.
Email address.
I've not added a password or anything to my account. Somebody else has been messing with my account. Please discontinue any use. And speak only with Charles Vallow or KF Kathleen Ethel Woodcock, the owner and beneficiary. Like that?
Yeah, right. And then you want to mention my name, that you spoke to Kevin and he could not authenticate me.
What's your last name, Kevin?
Della Rosa, DELAROSA.
Could not authenticate password?
I'm sorry?
Okay, I put on there that Kevin Della Rosa could not authenticate password.
Yeah, password. That was listed on the account. And you're requesting to have an investigation done because you feel like somebody is trying, if somebody, you have to be personal. You have to say, I think you just used the word your ex-wife or your wife is trying to take away. And you say a brief synopsis that, she's taking your money.
I need to have an investigation done.
Yeah, because you fear your wife is trying to.
Password was authorized in this account, and I did not do it.
Yeah, but don't just leave it like that because, you just told me that it was your wife. If you feel like that's something personal, then you need to say that so that we can go ahead and put this under investigation and review. People will go back and call and review calls that were made before to see what happened. But don't just leave it like that in the air. Because
and I'm going to email it. Can I fax it today, or can I email it?
Yeah, I can give you an email or a fax.
Give me an email. I'll do this right now.
Yeah, customer service at bannerlife.com. That's customer service at bannerlife.com.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for calling Legal in General, and enjoy your day, sir. I'm sorry about that.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Thank you for calling Legal in General. My name is Pam. Can I have your policy number?
Pam, I'm the agent and the owner of the policy insured. Name is Charles Vallow. V as in Victor. ALLOW. Social. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready. Okay, so you're calling. Whose social is that?
It's mine, the owner, and the agent.
Okay. Charles, can I have your mailing address, please? Let me just check. You've changed it with a customer service representative?
Yes, ma'am. This morning, about more than an hour ago.
Okay. So did you change it as an agent or as a policy owner? I'm not seeing...
Both.
Do you know who you spoke to?
I didn't write it down, ma'am. I realized I had to. Usually when I call, you guys take care of it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to see if that was passed. Let me just see. One moment.
Well, here's my question. We'll go back to that, the address.
Okay.
I got on my banking statement, it says stop payment reviewed, item paid, banner life, 50750. Why would a stop payment be put on that? Who did that?
Okay. No, stop payment on...
The premium payment, the automatic, the EFT.
It's set to draft. It just drafted on February 15th. It's going to draft again on March 15th.
But why does it say on the banking statement, stop payment reviewed?
I don't have an answer for you on that. Yeah, I don't have an answer for you because that one, there's nothing noted here to stop payment. Everything.
We're in good shape. We're good. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
All right, sir, but your address, do you want me to
Okay.
Because what we have here, let's see, the Bees Cove Road.
My business address is... Okay. My home address, I have two homes. My home address is in Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay, so all correspondence are going to go to the 3300 B Cove Road. If I change it, all yours as an agent will go to that address too.
That's fine. I still get mail to both places.
Okay, all right. You're all good then.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got. Is there any kind of identity lock or something I can put on my anybody that calls in on my policy so I can? I'm changing the insured to my sister for my special needs son as administrator. Can I put a lock or something, a code they have to give if anybody calls to ask about my policy? Is that possible? Will you guys do that?
Right, so I can put a special password, so you have to remember that because every time you call, you have to repeat that. All right? All right. Let me have your...
Can it be a 4-digit number? Or 5-digit?
Absolutely.
And you give no information to anyone that doesn't have that password.
Absolutely. That's what that's there for. So every time you call...
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, you have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you for calling Legal and General America. This is Lakshmi speaking. May I have your policy number, please?
I don't have a policy number. I'm the policy owner. I'm the agent and policy owner.
Okay.
But I give my socials for.
I'm speaking to Mr. Charles Vallow.
That's me. Just can you email me a beneficiary change form, please? Tell me who the beneficiaries are on the policy now.
Okay, let me pull the policy first. Hold on for a few seconds. So the primary beneficiary, can I also verify your address?
Pardon me?
Can I verify your address? What was your previous address?
Queen Creek, Arizona 85142.
We have your Austin address still.
Austin, Texas 78746. Can you change it to the Arizona address, please?
Okay, but since you are also an agent, you need to send that information to our licensing department, and you can email it to them or fax it to them. I can give you that information.
That's fine. Can you just email me a beneficiary change form? Is all I need on my policy.
Can I get your email
address? Policy number Charles.Vallow, first name dot last name at gmail.com.
Okay. Okay, I just emailed you the form. You should be receiving that in a few seconds.
Sure. Thank you very much. Can you notify? Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so there were 3 calls there. Charles making 3 calls to his insurance company. So the first one was they asked him, "What's your password?" Charles is like, "I don't have one." And we end up finding the guy's name was Kevin. Says it's telling me you have a password. Somebody put in a password and you can't proceed. Charles is like, "I have no idea. I don't even remember setting up a password. How do I get a new password when I've never set it up?" So Kevin says he's going to mail him out the beneficiary form. We can't change anything right now. Charles asks, "When did I set up the password?" He says it looks like it was recent. His notes show February 20th. So the body cams that we watched were January 31st. So literally 21 days later. So that's Lori did that in that time. I'm not sure when these phone calls were. I don't know if it was after February 20th. So not sure when that occurred, but Lori moved quickly within 2 to 3 weeks. Then Kevin tells him, write in, tell the insurance agency everything that's going on, what's happening, and they'll open up an investigation. Then he calls back and he gets a hold of Pam. He says, "I called this morning, spoke to another agent. He wants to change." Basically, he was getting a premium payment to his bank, and somebody put a stop payment on that. So he found that out. Let's see. Then he asked about an identity lock, and she said, "Yep, you can put a special password." So now this is where he finds out where he can put a password on. And then the last one he spoke to that she's going to email him some beneficiary information. So, all right. So that concludes pre-shooting, right? So that's Charles's body cam, his phone calls. So that's all before he was shot. Now we're going to get into the actual day of. So, you guys got any questions? Let's see. The last one sure didn't sound like Charles. Oh, you think that was Chud? You think maybe that was Chud? Could have been Chud, right? Justice Obsessed. If anyone has questions, I'm LDS and can answer if I see it. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Justice, for letting us know that. The last caller knew the new pin setup was set up by Charles, so I think it was Charles in the last call. He sounded deflated, right? Let's see. Bank account may have been cleaned out, so no money for payment. Just Shamrock says, "We still use wine, but hey, we're Irish." Listen to the third call again. Let's see. Didn't sound like Charles. Oops. Didn't sound like Charles. All right, let's listen to it again. Hold on a sec. Let's compare and contrast.
Thank you.
Okay, you have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you for calling Legal and General America. This is Lakshmi speaking. May I have your policy number, please?
I don't have a policy number. I'm the policy owner. I'm the agent and policy owner.
Okay.
But I give my socials for.
Yeah, that's definitely him. You can hear his accent. I'm going to go with 99% sure that's him.
I'm speaking to Mr. Charles Vallow.
That's just me. Just can you email me a beneficiary change form, please? And tell me who the beneficiaries are on the policy now.
Okay, let me pull the policy first. Hold on for a few seconds.
I think that's his accent. I'm going to go with that was Charles. He's more down and defeated, if you will.
For the primary beneficiary, can I also verify your address?
Pardon me?
Can I verify your address? What was your previous address?
They keep deleting.
Queen Creek, Arizona, 85142.
We have your Austin address still.
Austin, Texas, 78746. Can you change it to the Arizona?
Yeah, I'm hearing that accent. I'm hearing his accent.
I can't send you anything until I actually get that verified.
So you can. So I can't do anything with my policy. I could die today. You would give anybody the money because I don't have a password.
You hear that? You hear that accent? He's kind of got a southern accent. I think that's him. To me, it sounds like him. He's calmer. He's not as excited and animated. But to me, I hear that accent in both of them. So, all right. So let's move on. We can debate that all day. All right. So now we're going to get to the day of Charles's shooting. So we're going to start with Alex, who does the actual shooting, his 911 call.
911, where is your emergency? Where is your emergency?
It's at 5531 South Four Peaks. I think it's Four Peaks Lane, I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, you don't know the direction?
I don't know the street name, if it's a lane or court.
It's 5531 East, though?
Yeah, or South? South Four Peaks.
5531 South Four Peaks in Chandler, is that right?
Yes.
You need police or paramedics?
Both. I mean, police and an ambulance.
What's the emergency there?
I got in a fight with my brother-in-law and I shot him in self-defense.
Okay, let me get the medics on the phone. And is he hurt or is he alive or?
Yeah, there's blood. He's not moving.
How long ago did this happen?
A couple of minutes.
Fire department, what is the address of the emergency?
5531 South Four Peaks.
And is that a house in Chandler?
Yes.
And your phone number, please?
480-351-9120.
And just repeat the address to confirm it.
5531 South Four Peaks.
And what is the emergency?
I shot my brother-in-law.
Okay, what part of his body is injured?
In the chest.
I'm sorry, where?
In the chest.
Okay, is he awake and responsive or unconscious?
Unconscious.
Okay, is he breathing?
I can't tell.
Okay, are you willing to go over to him and check?
Sure.
Okay, do you just let me know if you see his chest going up and down? How old is he?
It's not moving. He's 60.
Okay, and are you wanting to start CPR?
No, I don't know how to do that.
I can walk you through it.
Okay.
And what I want you to do is you're going to put one hand in the center of his chest.
Yeah.
The other hand's going to go right on top of it.
Okay.
You're going to interlock your fingers, keeping your arms straight, and you're going to press down hard and fast into his chest. You're going to go 2 inches down and fairly quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Making sure his chest goes up between each compression. Where's the gun now?
It's in the other room.
Okay. PD, we're going to stage for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just keep going with those compressions. PD, did you have any other questions?
Yes, what's your name, sir?
My name is Alex. Last name is Cox, C-O-X.
And where are you in the house now?
In the living room.
And where is the gun?
It's in a bedroom.
Who else is there in the house with you?
Just me.
What gun is it? Was it a...
It's my gun. It's a .45.
A pistol? 45 caliber pistol?
Yeah. Yeah.
What's his name, your brother-in-law?
Charles Vallow.
His last name, I'm sorry?
V-A-L-L-O. Vallow.
V like Victor or G like George?
V like Victor.
Okay. Well, police and medics are on the way to help you.
Thank you.
Are you still doing chest compressions with him?
Yes.
Okay, just keep pushing down hard and fast in the center of his chest. How long ago did this occur? Did it just happen?
Yeah, maybe 5 minutes before I called.
Okay. Just make sure you're still pressing down at least 2 inches into his chest, and it comes up with each compression. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, were you guys arguing when this happened?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said there's nobody else there, just you and him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could you just let us know when it's secure?
Certainly, we'll do that.
Thank you.
And was he armed also, or just you, or what happened there?
Yeah, he came at me with a bat.
Anyone been drinking or doing drugs or anything today, or no?
I don't know, but I've never seen him that enraged before.
Does he live there with you, or where does he live?
No, he lives in Houston.
He's what, married to your sister? Is she? Where is she?
Correct. No, I think she's taking her son to school.
Okay. Questions? You still doing that? Is see anything? Any response from him? No?
He's not responding at all.
Some officers should be there. Let me know when they get inside to you. Is the front door open?
Yeah. It's unlocked.
Okay. Can you come out, walk outside with your hands empty? Sure. Are you able to do that with your hands up and empty?
Yeah. Yeah.
Your front door, right?
Yeah. No weapons on me. Yep. 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 No one else is in the house.
Have a seat right there.
Yep.
Get that seat in here. Yeah. Have a seat.
Yeah.
Get some ID on you, sir. What's going on? Oh. Not going on. What happened? Oh, you came in.
me with a fact? No. You came to pick up his son. No. Yes.
All right, so that is Charles's 911 call. Now we're going to get to the body cam, but let's just recap real quick. He calls, he needs law enforcement and ambulance. He had a fight with his brother-in-law. He shot him in self-defense. He says, yeah, there's blood and he's not moving. He shot him in the chest. He says he's unconscious. Are you willing to go over and check to see if he's breathing? He says, sure. Will you do CPR? He's like, I don't know how to do CPR. Operator tells him how to do compressions. Asks, where is the gun now? He says, in the other room. Tells him his name, which is Alex Cox. The gun used is a .45 caliber. When did it occur? He says, maybe 5 minutes before I called. Were you arguing when this happened? He said, yeah. No one else was in there. It was just the two of them. He says he came at me with a bat. He's asked, were they drinking or doing drugs? He's like, not that I know of, but I've never seen him that enraged before. Charles lives in Houston. And then he says he's not responding at all. So, yeah, widespread. Just pumping the chest of the dummy in the CPR class gets you more winded than this. I know. Yeah, Hellcat, he says that Charles was enraged. Northwest says he's not doing CPR based on firefighter testimony at other trials. Yep. Therapist says, hasn't said anything about being hit by the bat yet. Yep, just says he came at him with a bat, right? He came at me with a bat and he was enraged. That's those his words right now. Ed Gordon, slapdash CPR to say the least. Yeah, he's not even out of breath from performing CPR. Rachel B, this man is on the sofa. Yep. Yeah, he spelled his name. Yeah, Vallo. And then VGV. Yeah, I don't know. V would maybe more sound like B. B. Yeah, P. I don't know. I don't get the G either, but whatever. Oh, Gallo. Gallo. Right. All right. So let's move on. This next one is so this is the body cam of Charles in the house, and then we'll get to Alex walking out and what we just saw. So we'll get to that. So next up is going to be the officers going into the house. So we saw a little bit of it so far, but and there's no audio at the very beginning, as you know, so just hang tight. So this is the officer arriving at the house.
Coming out this way, man. You know, no weapons?
No weapons on me.
All right, come on out this way.
Yep.
I'm going to have you have a seat right here on the curb.
Yep. Who else is in the house? No one else is in the house. Okay, just have a seat right there. Let's get FD in here.
Yeah.
Have a seat.
18th seat secure. We got the gentleman out. Have fire rolling. Chandler Police Department, anybody inside, make yourself known.
Come on into the seat and secure.
We got one subject down, apparent gunshot wounds to the chest. He's right here in the living room. Firearm's going to be in the front door, in the front bedroom, laying on the ground next to a case. We didn't have any of that as of right now.
Here you go, Scott.
This happened right here, fellas?
I believe so. The firearm's in the other room here. What's up? I can't. What you said?
We just did a sweep for nobody else was there.
Yeah, I just did.
Fire over there?
Yep. I'm gonna go see if we can get this. You want to stay in here? I'll see if I get this guy's info.
Make sure nobody else is present. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots, something like that.
Did you get the guy inside's name?
No, I haven't got any.
Charles is the husband of the occupants here. But I guess he lives where? Houston.
You know his date of birth? He's from Houston.
Yeah. Is this vehicle here? How did he get here?
Is it here from Texas?
No, that's my sister's car. I think he came in a rental car. I think my sister's in it.
I think your sister's in a rental car?
One Paul 18. Subject that's been shot is. So the guy that got this.
Are you on scene?
Negative. About 2 minutes out.
Copy. Several gunshot wounds.
There's a couple of shell cases behind it. Probably.
He's shot him many times.
What's the cards?
I'm sorry.
And that's all we got because he's from Texas.
Okay.
So we don't really know much else about it.
So, sir, what I have is an entrance.
I'm gonna see if there's a wallet or something in here, bro.
If you see a car,
And I'll put it for that. Yeah.
I would imagine he was probably staying in this room over here. I would think.
anything of interest, just throw a card on it so we can remember to.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking for like a fucking wallet or something that's got this guy's. Yeah, something because we got nothing, man.
Yeah, we'll probably remember a little bit. I don't know if they're going to transport them.
Because it sounds like dude's like a friend of the family or something.
Oh, he's that brother-in-law.
I'm going off.
It's 8:40.
All right, that's really interesting. The last thing the law enforcement said, the officer said, seems like this dude was a friend of the family. He literally said he shot his brother-in-law, but I guess he didn't pick up on that. All right, so law enforcement comes in, scene is secured, firearm is in another room on the bed. So 4 shots were fired into his chest. And then they confirm, several gunshot wounds. He was shot many times, is what it sounds like. Fire department, maybe paramedic, or maybe that was the law enforcement. I'm not sure. All right. Now we're going to get to Alex's interview on the curb. Right. So that's next up. So we're just walking the path here, seeing where it all leads. So this is going to be Alex's interview right after he shot Charles on the sidewalk. There's going to be no audio for the first few seconds, so just hang in there.
He's advising the 54-hour narcs involved. The brother's here visiting, brother-in-law visiting from Houston.
I'm 97. Can you have the subject on the phone step out of the residence with his hands empty?
Yes, sir. That does mean he's going to have to talk to CPR.
That's fine. Fire's right up the street.
Who else is in the house?
No one else is in the house.
Okay, just have a seat right there.
Yeah.
Let's get FD in here. Yeah. Have a seat.
Yeah. 18th Street secure. We got the gentleman out.
You have some ID on you, sir?
Yeah.
What happened today? How did it get to this?
I don't know. He was enraged.
What's going on? What happened?
Oh, he was talking with my sister earlier.
No, what happened today, though? Like, just in the last 20 minutes?
He came at me with a bat.
Okay. Was he living here or
no.
visiting?
He came to pick up his son.
Okay, is his son inside?
No. My sister took him to school.
Okay, so it was just you at the house?
Yes.
And he came, how long, what time did he come to pick up the son?
I don't know, 20 minutes ago maybe.
Okay, so you know who he is, let him in?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think they were talking earlier, then she left, and then he got into it with me.
Like what? What do you mean?
I don't know, he was accusing me of...
Come on over here. That truck's going to be really loud. What was he accusing you of?
He was just yelling at me.
Okay, what was he yelling at you about?
About my sister because I've broken up the tussle with them earlier. And he told me not to interfere anymore with them or I'd pay. And he came at me with a bat.
Okay, so he showed up in the house with a bat in his hand?
No.
Okay, so...
There was a scuffle earlier with my sister and my niece. My niece got involved.
About earlier meaning earlier this week? Earlier this morning?
Just this morning, before they left.
Before your wife left?
My sister.
Before your sister left?
Yeah.
Okay. Who lives here with you?
Nobody. I don't live here. My sister lives here and my niece lives here.
And you're just visiting?
I was visiting for the night.
Okay, so you're over here visiting your sister and your niece?
Yes.
Okay, and there was a tussle between your sister and her husband?
Yes.
And does the husband live here or no?
No.
Okay.
He lives in Houston.
Okay, is he an ex-husband or just current husband?
They're working on that.
Gotcha. So at some point earlier today, they get into some type of domestic?
Yeah, just this morning, then they left, and then he came at me.
They left meaning who? Both of parties?
Yeah, my sister took my niece and my nephew.
Okay, so they left.
Create some space for him, and then he came at me.
Okay, but did he leave also?
No.
He stayed here?
He stayed.
So you guys are kind of talking in between, or what? Who are you? Who are you? No, just go back. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So it's just you and your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Okay. And kind of go through it. So, say something like, "Hey, don't touch my sister," or
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And then he picked up the bat.
Where was the bat at?
In the living room.
Okay.
The guy inside me?
No, I haven't got it. Charles is the husband of the occupants here, but I guess he lives where?
Houston.
You know his date of birth?
No.
From Houston?
Yeah.
Is this vehicle here? How did he get here?
Is it here from Texas?
No, that's my sister's car. I think he came in a rental car. I think his sister's in it.
You think your sister's in the rental car? Okay. So you get in an argument. What is it over?
Well, it was over my sister. He was getting physical with her, and so my niece came out with her bat, and then he took the bat away from her.
Wait a minute, I thought you said your niece left.
She did. This is before.
Okay, so before your sister and your niece left,
yeah.
At some point your sister and her husband are arguing.
Yes.
Verbal argument. And then your niece pulls out a bat?
Well, it wasn't verbal. He was getting close, and she came out to defend my sister with her bat.
Your niece?
Yes.
Okay.
And then she poked at him, and he took it away.
Okay.
And then I stepped in and told them they needed to separate.
Right.
So then my sister leaves with my niece.
And how long ago did they leave? It's been like an hour, 10 minutes?
20 minutes maybe, I don't know.
Okay. So not terribly long.
No.
Oh, okay.
And then he's coming back at me, and he's still got the bat in his hand. Like, what are you doing?
And where are you at? Where are you both
in the living room.
Okay.
And then I turned around, and he hit me in the back of the head with the bat. So I went to my room and got my gun. I always carry it.
You went to your room, meaning the room you're staying in?
Yeah.
Okay, and you brought a gun with you?
Yes.
Do you always bring a gun?
I have a concealed carry always.
Okay.
Just to be safe.
Hi, who are you? Hi. Okay, just stand over there for just a second, guys.
And then I told him to put the bat down, and he wouldn't, and he came at me again.
And the wife just showed up as well. So you told him to put the...
Yes.
So where are you at? Where are you at now? Or did you stay in your bedroom?
No.
Okay, why didn't you stay just in your bedroom, close the door? Is that something you didn't think about, or?
Didn't even occur to me.
Okay, so walk me through it. So you go back into your room.
So I just went back in the living room. Like, what is your problem?
With the gun in your
Yes. And I said, I want you to put that bat down. And he wouldn't do it. And he's like, and he came at me with the bat again after he'd already hit me in the head. So I shot him to stop him.
Okay, and then what happened?
That was it.
Okay. Is it Alex or Alexander? What do you go by? Do you go by Alex or Alexander?
Alexander.
Okay. Do you live at
I go by Alex.
Are you working now?
I'm on vacation this week.
Well, what do you do for a living?
Oh, I drive a truck.
Hey, I'm gonna get some tape.
Gotcha. The wife just showed up.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some tape to take this off real quick.
Just think that for a second. Where's the weapon at now?
It's in the bedroom.
So after you shot him, you put it back in the room, or?
Yeah, I went back to the bedroom to get my phone.
Okay. And what'd you do with your phone?
It's right here.
Okay. And then what'd you do once you put your gun back? Grabbed your phone?
I cleaned my head up.
After you, was he laying there in the living room?
Yeah, he was laying there still. And it just took me a minute to compose myself. I mean, I was just shaking, and then I called.
Gotcha. Okay. We'll call 17 log. Stand by. I don't have engine 2811, and then Chandler Rescue. I don't have any water, so give me a second.
No worries.
Guys, hang tight just for a second. Don't go in there. Partner, hang tight. Don't go in there just now, guys. It's now a crime scene, so hang tight. Okay, cool. Because there's no, like... roughly how tall are you? What do you think you weigh? You still about 6'1"?
About 230, 235.
Charles. Where's our third unit coming here?
I'm going to take it off right over here.
Let's do this inside first. Let's get that inside perimeter done. I'll just hold right here.
Okay.
You want to just grab that inside perimeter? All right, we got the 101 out front here. She's over there, right? As well as the top. Yeah, let's start with the garage, and we'll just go from the house, make an inner perimeter and an outer perimeter. Is that the rental vehicle? Is it your husband? Okay. Both these vehicles yours in the driveway and the garage? What? Both your vehicles in the driveway and the garage? Okay. Give me just a second. I'll touch base with you. Just out of curiosity, how long have you known him? Long?
Yeah, 15 years.
Is that how long they kind of been married, kind of thing? Do you normally have a good relationship with the guy?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. When's the last time you guys saw each other, interacted?
Last time I saw him was when he lived out here before he moved. Oh, actually, the last time I saw him was at my house. After my sister split up, he came to my house once.
This sister?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So did you sleep here last night?
Yeah.
So what time did you about wake up this morning?
About 6:30 or so.
Normal day this morning, wake up? It's just you, your sister, niece?
Gonna go do something fun today.
Anybody else in the house besides you three this morning?
My nephew's at school.
It was just you, your sister, and the kids.
Yeah.
And then he comes over. And that was about 20, 30 minutes ago, roughly?
Roughly.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
I couldn't understand what you were saying.
No, I just needed more units because the wife is out front. She doesn't know it's 901. I haven't told her that either. And the child is there too. So that's the wife and his child that's with them. Okay. So
what about, is this guy visiting?
Yes, he's the brother of the wife who was staying with his sister. Okay. There was I guess it was a domestic this morning, and they left. And it was just him and the brother-in-law, and the brother-in-law hit him in the head with a bat. His bedroom, he grabbed his gun to put the bat down. The guy didn't, so he shot him in the chest. Okay. All right. So he lives in Santan Valley, just over here visiting. On vacation. So husband, I guess, lives in Texas, but I haven't got all that information. But the husband, the deceased, doesn't live in the house. He lives out of state. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So haven't even talked to her yet. Okay.
Well, I'm waiting for CID to get here.
Yeah.
See what they want to do. So,
okay. So do you? So you only live in Santan Valley. So why is it just easier to just hang out here?
I was just here late last night. Sleep the night.
Gotcha. Okay. Are you and your sister pretty close?
Yeah, we're planning to go do something today.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. That gotta go that way. That car has to go that way.
They can't go out that way.
That's a problem. All right, then we got to get that tape to over here probably. Yeah. I can get you to come back out here and retape this outer perimeter. People are driving through it here. So that's a one way. So we got to be able to let people out onto that street, but so we got to move that south tape. Okay. All right, let me get your information. Does your husband live here or no?
No, he lives in Houston.
Gotcha. Okay. You guys
We're
got it.
separated.
Gotcha. Okay. Let me just get your. Do you have a driver's license with you? I can just grab. Thank you. Lori.
Not sure why there's no audio right now, guys, so just hang in there. Yeah, not sure why it's blurred and no audio. Maybe this was just raw. It had just been released, so they didn't know anything about Lori and her connection, so we're just going to stay here.
No one is Lockwood? Yes. Oh, okay. I haven't seen him yet.
I was at a coffee with a cop thing, so I'm...
Okay, hey, Kite, I'll tell you what's going on.
So, well, I don't know that I'm taking this.
Gotcha. I'll hold off on that.
So, that's why
I don't know where Lockwood is.
I got texted an address, so I'm trying to figure out...
Gotcha. I think so. I haven't looked at the map. Can they go north from here? Okay. You want to grab a piece of paper for scribe?
What's his name already started it?
Somebody in there?
Cohen, for everybody that's gone in the house.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Perfect. The suspect is her husband. The suspect is her brother. Okay, so brother, sister, niece, husband, estranged, doesn't live here, lives in Texas. She's visiting. Because there was a DV earlier this morning. Brother kind of broke him up. Said it was getting a little bit physical.
With the wife.
Yeah, because wife and husband are kind of separated. Again, he lives out of state. I don't know why he's here to visit. I don't have those details. Ultimately, he came over. They got into a verbal argument. Wife, husband got into a verbal argument. Brother steps in and says, just get the fuck out. At some point, the niece grabs the bat and is poking her dad. Dad takes the bat away. They decide to leave. Everyone leaves. There's a son, too, a younger son. Her son, he's not here either. So, wife who lives here, her daughter, her son, they all leave. Her brother staying here, visiting, and the husband. They get into it. He's like, he says they got into an argument. Husband hit him in the head with a bat. The bat's right next to the brother says, fuck that. Goes to his room, grabs his gun, his own gun, goes back out, doesn't stay in the room, doesn't lock the door, doesn't call us, but goes back out, confronts him, says, drop the bat. The guy doesn't drop the bat. He says he shoots him. Goes back into his room, puts his gun away, grabs his phone, cleans his head up, calls 911. And he's right there. So
we're going to take her over to the victim's assistant. Her name is what again?
Huh? I don't know. You guys want a quick briefing on the shooter's statement?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still rolling. I haven't even gone this close. Okay, so.
You can shut yours off.
Okay.
Okay, excuse me. So that concludes the body cam of them coming into the house and Alex on the curb. So next we're going to get into Lori Vallow and Lori Daybell, and Tylee's body cam. But first, let's just go over what Alex said. Law enforcement is asking him what happened. He's like, well, he was enraged. He was talking about my sister earlier. He came at me with a bat. He came to pick up his son. Sister took the son to school. They were talking earlier, and he got into it with me. He was accusing me, and then just kind of trailed off. What was he accusing you of? He was just yelling at me. Alex says he broke up a tussle between his sister and brother-in-law. We'll say Charles's name. There was a scuffle. Then he says there was a scuffle with his niece and the sister before they left. He says he's just visiting for the night. Charles doesn't live there. They're still married, but they're working on it. Alex says sister left with niece and nephew. And he continues to tell the story. He picked up a bat in the living room, meaning Charles picked up a bat in the living room. The niece poked at Charles with the bat, and he took it away. Before that, sorry. That's my sister's car, meaning the truck. She's in the rental car. The argument was over my sister's niece came out with a bat. The niece poked at Charles with the bat. Charles took it away. I stepped in and told them to leave. That was like 20 minutes ago, maybe, that this happened. Charles is coming back at me and still has the bat. We were in the living room. I went to my room and got my gun. So he doesn't say he hit him in the head. I don't know I didn't catch that he hit him in the head. Maybe he said that. I didn't hear that. Lori and Tylee show up and they're told to get back to the sidewalk, get back to the sidewalk. So Alex told Charles to put the bat down and back off. Alex went back into the living room and Charles came at him and he shot him. He says he's on vacation this week, but he drives a truck. Then after he shot Charles, he went to the bedroom to get his phone and he put down his gun. And we saw that. Saw the gun like on the side of the bed. He took a moment to compose himself and then he called. Then he's asked how tall you are and how much you weigh. And I heard the 6'1". I didn't catch how much he thinks he weighs. Law enforcement goes over and asks Lori about the rental, but then they come back. Alex says he woke up around 6:30. They were going to do something fun that day. Nephew was in school. Then the officer downloads to the sergeant. Then he says the brother-in-law hit him in the head with a bat. I didn't hear Alex once say he got hit in the head with a bat. I'm not sure where that came from. Obviously, it came from somewhere because that officer said a couple times he hit him in the head. I didn't hear that myself. Maybe you guys did. I did not hear that. Sister and he are pretty close. They were planning on doing something today. Then he talks to Lori. Lori's very calm, right? Lori and Tylee, very calm. Not like, oh, my ex just got deleted and this guy that I've known pretty much my entire life, I've known him since I was 2 and I'm, 16 years old. Very calm. I mean, they're not crying. They're not saying what's going on. I mean, nothing. Law enforcement, the officer asked, does your husband live here? And she's like, no, we're separated. And then they cut off all the audio for that whole thing, but we're going to pick it up because we have it. Then he goes back and he starts talking to SWAT, which I guess is like, the CID. And then again, he says Alex hit him in the head with a bat. Yeah, officer is talking to the sergeant. I didn't hear that he got hit in the head with a bat. Did you guys hear that? He did say it? Okay, thank you, Fala. I totally missed that. All right. I mean, I wouldn't expect the officer to make it up. I just did not hear that. Joanne, you think Alex said that while sitting on the curb? Okay, thank you. I didn't catch that. Maybe when I dipped out real quick. Northwest, no way the wound on his head was from Charles, former semi-pro baseball player, hitting Alex in head with bat. 0 swelling. Yeah, no doubt. Even if Charles was a pitcher, he still knows how to swing a bat for sure. Yeah, Alex would be dead. To be quite honest, probably. Yeah, Baca, something fun. Oh, Alex, was it in the, Alice. It was in the 911 call. Is that where he said? Had a fight, shot him in self-defense. He came at me with a bat. I didn't see it there either. I didn't hear it there either. All right, I'm sure it happened because the law enforcement said it, so I'm not going to. He only says it when he's sitting on the curb. Yeah, I don't have it. I didn't catch it then, and I certainly didn't catch it in the 911 call. But I heard it, and then he said he went to clean up before calling 911. Okay, so that's when it happened. All right, thanks, guys. All right, cool. All right, so now we're going to get to Lori's body cam. So this is about 4 minutes. So this is that part that they had, cut the audio on us. So now we're going to hear what Lori has to say. So this is her body cam. We saw it, but they blurred it out. So now this is her. So this is actually her body cam and Tylee. And they're so like calm and cool and like they're not like, I don't know, very strange, their behavior. But all right, so this is now Lori and Tylee. Yeah, Bach, I got that. He came at me with a bat, but I'm thinking specifically he got hit in the head. I didn't hear it. It certainly didn't say it on the 911 call. And I guess he said it to that officer because the officers said it twice. So Kathy says, someone alluded to this earlier, no blood on Alex, which he would have if he did CPR. Totally agree. Oh, Joanne, thank you for gifting a one Trial TV Live membership to, who gets it? Katie, I guess. Dob, even, laughing at points. I know, right? Just, yeah. Okay, so now here we go. This is Lori and Tylee. I don't know if Tylee actually speaks. Well, I think they get her name, but this is their body cam that we just kind of heard. We didn't hear it because they cut the audio, but here it actually is.
That gotta go that way. That car has to go that way.
It can't go out that way.
That's a problem. All right, then we got to get that tape to over here probably. Yeah. I can get you to come back out here and retape this outer perimeter. People are driving through it here. So that's a one-way. So we got to be able to let people out onto that street, but so we got to move that south tape. Okay. All right, let me get your information. Does your husband live here or no?
No, he's in Houston.
Gotcha. Okay, you guys got it.
Separated.
Gotcha. Okay. Let me just get your. Do you have a driver's license with you? I can just grab it. Thank you. L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for?
Norene.
Norene. N-O. V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori? You live here though, not in Santan. This is your home?
Right.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
We just moved in here.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here?
I'm sorry?
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working at all?
No.
Okay. And you're still about 5'6", 120? Thank you, ma'am. Hello, young lady. And let me just get your information. How old are you?
16.
16? Okay. And that's mom? Okay, what's your first name, hon? How old are you again?
16.
16. Do you have a driver's license?
I do, it's inside.
Nice. So you're a new driver, huh? How do you like that?
Well, almost 17.
Almost. Oh, so you're an old hat then.
Yeah, I drove here from Texas by myself, so I'm pretty used to it by now.
Okay. What's your birthday, hon? And you live here with Mom?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how tall you are? What do you think you weigh?
Probably like 5'1", maybe.
Mm-hmm. What do you think you weigh?
160, maybe.
Okay. Red or that's brown for sure. Blonde too. You guys, I'm gonna list you as a blonde young lady here. You got, and then blue eyes.
Yeah.
You have very blue eyes. That's not under debate. Do you have your own phone number?
I do.
Okay, hang tight, guys. No one. Is Lockwood?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen him yet.
I was at a coffee with a cop thing, so I'm.
Okay, hang tight. I'll tell you what's going on.
So, well, I don't know that I'm taking this.
Gotcha. I'll hold off on that.
So that's why
I don't know where Lockwood is.
I got texted an address, so I'm trying to figure out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's interesting, Northwest, when Tylee gives her weight, the officer actually turns his camera, turns his body so we can see Lori. You're right. She's like, she doesn't like that response. All right, so this was Lori and Tylee's body cam. They seem very calm, very like detached. Like, yeah, we're just here. Not that that's my husband who I'm maybe estranged from and in the process of separating from. Oh, and that's the gentleman who has raised me for the last 14 years. Yeah. So anyway, officer asked, does your husband live here? And she's like, yeah, no, we're separated. Yeah. He gets her driver's license. Yeah, we just moved here 3 weeks ago. Hi, neighbor. Sorry. Haha. Then she laughs at that. So she's only been there for 3 weeks. She says she's 5'6", 120. Tylee says she's 16, almost 17. She drove all the way from Houston or Texas, she says. I'm assuming it's Houston, but could be wrong on that. She lives here with her mom, and she says she's 5'1", maybe, 160 pounds, maybe. So now you guys have met Charles on the upper right. You've met Lori, who is the defendant. We've met Alex, who is on our right, her brother. We've met Tylee, who is on her left. I'm sorry, our left, her daughter. So we still have to meet Melanie Gibb, the friend, and Adam Cox, the older brother. So we still need to meet those guys. So now next up is the interview. Okay, so we have Lori's interview, and then we have Lori, Tylee, and Melanie's interview. All right, so we still have some good stuff, and then we still have to get into all the pretrial stuff. So we also have we have Lori calling the insurance company. We have Adam Cox. We're going to hear from him. We have Cheryl Wheeler, the ex-wife of Charles. We're still going to hear from her. We have a landlord and a possible pool party. So we have a lot still to cover. So let us continue on. What kind of questions? Any kind of questions? Chantal coming in. Good morning to you, or good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. There you are. Chantal O'Connor. Just Shamrock. A normal person would be hugging her child, having her stand close. I know. Lori was always critical of Tylee. Northwest, yeah, Lori's not happy about Tylee's weight. Yep. Just Shamrock, yeah, just detached from each other, right? Just no emotion. I mean, not even just like nothing, just nothing. Father, can we call Lori? Yeah, absolutely. You would think there would be some kind of emotion other than just like, oh, hi, neighbors, we just moved in here. I mean, that's the only emotion that she actually shows, that she's embarrassed. That she's embarrassed that this is happening, because she just moved in. All right, so this is Lori is pulled into the police station and is questioned. So this is what this is from.
And then I'll
Okay. So Brendan's going to monitor for him.
Okay, so just run out this way.
Okay.
If there's anything, but if, you know.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. You know what? It's such a struggle because you'll be in the hospital, you go back to school, I try to talk to the teachers, but in high school, they don't care. They're like, you're not here, do the work, or don't. Like, they don't care.
Well, and I think with high school, it's like they're just pumping.
But when she was in elementary and junior high, all the teachers worked with her. They were nice about it. But by high school, there's so many kids that just don't care. And I was like, just take it. You're so smart. Let's just take it and see if you pass it. She passed it. Like,
And got a really good score?
Yeah, she passed it with like college ready in every category the first time.
Well, and now she can do what she wants. So
Exactly.
She's better off that way. Okay. I know Lori's your first name, right?
Yeah.
Lauri?
Lori.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow. Vallow.
And your date of birth? And your phone number? And you live at the house, right? Okay. Okay, I know this sounds silly, but it's probably the easiest way to start is just to tell me what happened. And then, so you can start what makes the most sense to you, and we'll just work our way through, and I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions just to kind of clarify.
Sure.
So I know you talked to the initial patrol officer.
And he just got information. He
Oh,
didn't say
okay.
anything.
So yeah, if you can just kind of tell me kind of what happened. It sounds like some of this may have started last night or something along those lines.
Right.
So start where you think it makes the most sense.
Okay, so, I
told you, it's a crazy question.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me...
What kind of threats?
Just... You'd have to read them to see, but he's always mad at me, right? And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is. Like, so we married for 14 years, we dealt with it for 14 years, of him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her, a lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming Wednesday night, all of a sudden. I want to see JJ, and I told him, I said, I will never keep JJ from you. You can come see him whenever you want to, come take him to school, whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that.
So when you initially moved, he had said he was going to buy you a house. So you moved here with your...
Yeah, he was going to rent us a house.
And so you moved...
All my family lives here. So we lived here for a long time.
Okay.
And then he moved us to Houston.
Okay.
And we were there with my son. He was out of school. He didn't have any of his, like, services, his DDD, his anything. He, like, ripped him out of school and said, we're moving.
Okay.
And I didn't go with him at first. And he took him. And I let him take him, and I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing for the past 7 years, because men need to do that. You know, I have 5 kids, I have grown kids, I have grandkids. Like, okay, you're going to threaten me that you're not going to let me see my child without supervised visitation? Okay, do it for 30 days and see how long it lasts. You're begging me to come pick him up.
Yeah.
Which he did. She's like, come back, and whatever. So I moved in with them to Houston for the family, and Tylee went with me. We drove to Houston from here, and left all our family and all his support, all my son's support, like his cousins, everything. And we were there, and I enrolled him in school there. I tried to start all his services, and it takes forever. It takes so long to get that done.
There's no easy transferring.
There's no easy transferring.
You start from the beginning.
It's a total new thing. Yeah. And he didn't do any of it in those 30 days. So he just had gone without services, without even applying. And I'm like, do you even realize? Because he didn't ever do it in the first place. I did it. Long story. I'll keep it short. He hasn't been here in a couple weeks since we moved in. He came. He was very nasty when he was there, but he travels for business. So he went back to the Houston house, and he's like, I'm coming on Wednesday night, and I'm going to come pick up JJ and take him to school Thursday, pick him up Thursday, take him Friday, whatever. And I said, Casey wanted to come to the house, and I said, you can't come stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. And she's a minor. She has to live here.
Yeah.
So because he gets in huge fights up there. And she hates him. And so I'm like, you can't stay at the house, so I will book you a hotel, because he stays in hotels all the time because he travels for business, and the business pays for it, right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers in their retirement plans, but he goes to them at their school. He mostly works in California, no matter where we live. And we lived in Hawaii. He'd work in California. He'd work in Texas. He has like books of business in different areas. And so he just goes wherever. It kind of just gives him freedom that he doesn't have to stay home every day and take care of special needs child. It's like an excuse, right? So I've done that myself for the last 7 years anyway. And I was a single mom before I married him with my 2 kids. And he had 2 kids. We got married, tried to make a family. You know how it goes. Anyway. So he said he was coming last night. I said, well, you can't stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee, and I'll get you a hotel, and you can come play with JJ. But he goes to school all day. I got him back into his school. His services, I met with the DDD yesterday, and they finally are getting his services back. But we're paying $125 a day to have him back at school because he's so out of his routine. He's been a nightmare on the floor, kicking stuff, hitting stuff, walls. Like, he just ripped him out of his life. So, anyway, just how he is, because he only thinks about himself. So. He says, coming to get JJ, and JJ's like, I don't want Dad, because he knows Dad took him away, so he was freaking out, right? So I didn't tell him he was even coming, like Dad's going to come take you to school or anything. So he didn't bother me last night, which I was surprised. I was expecting kind of an ambush for him to kind of like come over or be just mean and say, it's my house, I'm on the lease, I'm going to stay here kind of thing, because that's kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ. And I was like, okay, that was good. I didn't hear from him. And then he came over in the morning, and he's like banging on the door. I'm like, oh great, here we go, And I was just gonna be nice. I'm just gonna be nice as possible. And I had JJ stuff all ready for school. And so,
do you remember about what time he got there?
He said he'd be there at 7:30, but it was more like 7:40ish or 7:35. I don't know. But I remember looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr.
Punctual.
Yes. So I was like, okay. And then JJ was like, oh, Dad. And then he was like, Mommy, and like ran to me and like holding me. He's like, you're not taking me to school. And I was like, it's okay, Dad, I can just drive you to school. It's not a big deal. Just trying to make it whatever. Calm. Yeah, calm. And then he was just being real smirky and real like jerky, to me. And I was like ignoring him, whatever. And so he was like,
your brother lives there with you?
No. He had stayed with me last night because I was worried he was going to come over and cause trouble with me. And just wanted someone else there, like my brother there, because I trust my brother. And it's been a long story. Like, I had to go live at my brother's when he took JJ, and, he's just been difficult. So, anyway. So I got JJ's stuff ready. And he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes because it's like 15 minutes to the school, and like you can't get there early. They don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and a Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him into school. Like, and he's big and he's heavy and it's hard for me to handle. But anyway, so I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like, acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for? You know, he's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night, and I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like, my other brother. And, you know, he's been telling me all these texts, like, you're going down, blah, 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 blah. He's blaming me for our marriage breaking up and my niece getting divorced and my friend getting divorced. He said, I'm a destroyer of families because I want everybody to get divorced. I'm like, what would my motivation be for people getting divorced? So I could babysit the kids more? Like, why would I have any control over what people do?
Yeah.
So it's just very odd. But anyway, he goes nuts. He's gone nuts on us a lot of times. Tylee and I have had to leave with JJ over the years probably 5 times and just stay in a hotel for 2 days because he goes nuts. Like, you don't know what's going to set him off. Like, whatever. And she's mad at me for always, like, going back. But we had JJ and he's special needs and it's really hard. Like, it's even hard to take care of it by yourself.
So when you say he goes nuts, that can mean a lot of different things.
Right.
So goes nuts like yelling and screaming.
Yeah,
goes
yelling
nuts
and screaming.
Like breaking
like,
things.
Yes.
Goes nuts like physical violence.
He's never really, besides like grabbing us and pushing us, but not like punching us or something. But with Tylee, he has gotten physical. Before, and with my grown son.
Like physical how?
Like got into a physical fist fight with my son when he was 16.
Okay.
And he came after Tylee 2 times in Hawaii.
Okay.
And like went like he was going to hit her, but then I got in between them. Right.
How old was she when that happened?
Probably 13 and 14.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and...
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone. He was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking around the house with it so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that. And so Tylee came out of her room upset and she had a bat. And she told him to leave her mother alone, like, right? So she was really, whatever, and he's screaming at her, don't you hit me with that bat, blah, 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 blah. And then my brother heard all the commotion because he was in there in bed, and so he came out into the main room, and I guess whatever.
What's your brother's name?
Alex.
Alex, okay.
And then he just started, he was screaming, and he was super upset, and whatever, and he's yelling at Tylee, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, blah, blah. And so Tylee, I guess, I don't know if she swung at him or what, but he, like, grabbed the bat from Tylee and then went to, like, hit Tylee with the bat. It was, and I was right there, they were right there, and my brother grabbed him from behind, like, just to stop him from hitting Tylee.
You go like this, like, he grabbed him, like...
Yeah, from behind, like, just kind of to pull him back. And then, they got into the thing, and he's hitting him with the bat, and they're on the ground, like, grappling around or whatever. And then, that was all quickly.
And he hit your brother with the bat while they were grappling and stuff?
Yeah, yes, he was hitting him with the bat, like, swinging the bat, back and forth, and they were kind of, like, on the ground, and I was, like, freaking out, trying to go around, knowing JJ was in the car, right? And so... Then he got up and he had the bat like this towards me, and I was going around the other side to try to just get out of his range where he couldn't hit me. And then I had told Tylee, because she was on the ground, because after he took the bat from her, she fell back. And so I told her, I was like, go get in the car with JJ. Like, I don't want JJ coming in to the house, and I wanted her out of the way. I wanted the kids out of the way of whatever this fight was going to be. And then,
do you remember what your husband or your brother were saying or yelling during all of this? If they were at all?
Just kind of, get off me, out, or whatever. They were like, don't talk to my niece about whatever. Like, it was, I don't remember specifics, but they were kind of in the heat of it. I don't think there was many words that I remember.
So Tylee goes outside.
Yeah, she was outside.
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back and yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly. And then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards, almost in one arm.
Like he was swinging it backwards. He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontwards.
Okay, yeah.
He was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Tylee to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro when he was young. Yeah. But, and then I was kind of turned around, and we were all right there in that room, except for the kids had been outside by that time, and I heard the gunshot. And
so you heard the shot? Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him, and so back around. So I don't know if you went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
And was freaking out. Yeah. And so I was just freaking out, and it just went into mom mode. I'm like, I've got to go to get JJ to school. I've got to get to the kids. I just felt like I got to get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in. And Tylee was looking at me with the crazy eyes, like, what just happened? And I told her to get in the car and we're going to take JJ to school. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
It all happened very quickly. I feel like I was there because I was right there, and a second later. I just went around the kitchen to get away from him.
Did your brother say anything to you at all? Do you remember?
No, we were both just in shock.
Okay.
It was just I didn't say anything. I went out with the kids just to check on them first, and I was going to come back in maybe, but I didn't. I was like, I just have to get him to school and call the police, come back, whatever.
Did anybody say did you or your brother say anything at some point about calling the police or calling 911? Do you remember?
Yeah, he called me.
Okay.
And he said, are you taking JJ to school? And I said, yeah, we need to call the police. And he said, okay.
Okay. So he called you when you didn't come back inside, basically?
Right.
Okay.
Because I was in the car for a minute, and then I was like, what do I do? And I didn't want JJ to go inside, and I didn't know what to do, and Tylee was freaking out. I was trying to get them away from the scene.
Understandable. Do you, and you may not know this, so, because I know you heard the shot, do you know at what point your brother had the gun? Do you know if he had it when they got in their first fight, or did he have to go get it, or do you know that at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And do you remember if you ever heard your brother?
I didn't see him ever leave the room.
Okay.
So it was so fast. All all that was so fast. Like him on the ground, rolling around, and I'm screaming. And
this probably happened in a couple seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it was like super fast.
And I don't know if you know this or not, does your brother normally carry a gun? Like, I carry a gun everywhere I go.
Right, like I know he's a gun person, like he has guns and things.
Okay.
He's good with guns.
Did you know that he had one with him?
No.
When he came over?
No, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did, because he's very, very professional with guns.
Proficient, professional. Responsible is usually a good word.
Responsible with guns.
And then, do you remember if at any time, so you were trying to get away from him, and you heard the shot. Prior to the shot, do you remember at any point hearing your husband or your brother saying anything to either of them?
No.
So my second very ridiculous question is there anything else that I didn't ask about or anything that we didn't cover that you think is important? I always ask that just because I wasn't there, and so we're going through something that happened a super small amount of time.
Yes. Can I step like this?
Yeah, go for it.
Just thinking. Just that he was just so angry, like super scary.
Did you
know how you take your phone away from like a 16-year-old and they freak out? Like their world disintegrates. Like I've taken my phone away from a 16-year-old boy before, and he like he's like wanted to kill himself because like they kidnapped him. That's how it was. It was like if something on his phone that he does not want me to see, that he was like freaking out, like to the point where I thought he would hit me in the back of the head to get the phone.
Okay. So you thought, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you thought it was possible that he was going to hurt you.
Absolutely, he was going to hurt me and Tylee.
Okay.
Not JJ. He would never hurt JJ.
Okay.
And he hurt my brother. Like he was going like ballistic about. It was bad.
Okay. I'm going to go talk to her real quick.
Okay.
And then if, obviously, we'll be here for a little bit, hopefully not too much longer. But if you think of anything or there's anything that kind of pops in your head or something else that we didn't cover, obviously. So I'm going to go talk to her for just a little bit, and then I'll kind of come back and check with you. And then we'll kind of go from there. So I know my partner's talking to your brother over in one of the other interview rooms. So we're going to just try to get, as much done as we can and go from there.
Okay.
Okay. And then, is there anybody that you need to call or anything, or you want to wait a little bit?
I don't know what I would say.
No. And wait a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't know what I would say.
And if you want to, you can think about it. So we do have victim services that work within the police department. They're right over here. They're not cops. They're civilians. And they do, Jessica, who's out there with the fire department, so they're kind of our crisis response. They come right away. Mm-hmm. So our victim services that work in the department are kind of more long-term type support systems. So they're just a really good resource because they do a lot of stuff with our families and things like that, and can help with support services and questions you might have.
She's been through so much.
So it might be a good idea.
I just can't stand for her to have to go through all this.
Yeah, it might be a good idea maybe before I take you guys back today that I get one of them to come in and maybe sit and talk with you guys and see. And it's not something there's a bunch of stuff they can offer, but it's good to have a contact and like a name and a face and a phone number.
That'd be good.
That way maybe a couple days from now, a week from now, or if there's something going on or you think you need help with something, it may not be something that's necessarily like me and my partner's alley, but it very much may be up theirs. So I'd like for you to meet one of them before we leave. That way, hopefully if there's something that they can help you and your daughter with, they can, or even JJ or whatever else.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I even thought about him.
Yeah. So.
I mean, he's used to him not being there, but he wouldn't understand even if you told him.
Right.
Like, that somebody passed away, he doesn't understand what that means.
Well, I mean, it's hard at 7 to understand that anyways.
Right, that's true, but with him he just doesn't, which is probably better because he doesn't comprehend things, but I don't know, it's just, that's a lot to think about.
Yeah. So let me go find one of them, and then we'll make sure that you guys get to meet with them before you leave, because that might be something very helpful for you guys. And I'm going to go speak with your daughter for just a little bit, and we'll kind of go from there.
Okay.
Okay? And if you need anything, let me know, okay? Okay. So one. I like your daughter a lot.
She's fun.
Yeah. So one of the victim services, Denise, is here. So I kind of told her just a little bit of what happened.
Yeah.
So if you're good with it, I'm going to have her come over and I'm going to introduce her to you guys so you guys can talk for a little bit, which kind of works well too because I need to run over to where my partner's at and just talk to him a little bit. That way you guys will have a little bit, hopefully, extra support if you need it. So I'm going to go grab Denise real fast and then introduce you guys.
Okay.
Okay?
Great.
So this is Denise.
Hi. Hi. Sorry. That's funny.
So she's gonna take you over to like a conference room so you guys can sit and talk and stuff. And then you can just, once you guys talk and kind of, you can decide if you're comfortable with Tylee coming in or whatever.
Okay, sure.
And then we'll
I just don't want her to be left alone and by herself.
Yeah.
She's freaking out. Like,
So we keep kind of popping in and checking on her and
I
stuff.
just don't want her to be alone too long.
Yeah.
We'll be as brief for as long as you want, okay? I'm here to try to, you got lots of choices when you talk, so we'll just get started and then then we'll go from there. Does that sound okay? All right, thanks.
They handed me this, but that was just out of his rental car.
We tend to do strange things sometimes.
All right, so that ends Lori's. Let me get back here. That ends Lori's interview. So let's go over what we just heard there, which we heard a lot. So Charles offered to rent the house, and they moved in 3 weeks ago. He's all about JJ. He was never about Tylee. JJ is Charles' great nephew. They adopted JJ together, and they were raising JJ. Charles is always threatening her on the phone. Law enforcement asks what kind, and she says you'll have to read them. They were married for 14 years, and he's horrible to Tylee. They lived in Arizona. Charles ripped them out of the area and moved them to Houston. I only get supervised visits because I'm crazy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I moved to Houston. I left all of our family here and JJ's support group here. Charles never did anything to help with JJ and enrolling him into the support because he's special needs. He needs some help. Charles apparently never took, even though it's his blood, right? It's his blood relative. He never took any role in that, which I'm sure is a load of crap. Charles wanted to visit, and Lori says, you can't stay with us because Tylee hates you. Lori wanted to book him a hotel room. I always wondered this. He works for teachers and retirement plans. So I didn't know what exactly he did. Lori says he was coming over that night. And of course, JJ's been a nightmare. He's kicking and screaming, all this stuff. JJ's always been terrible. And yet, anyway, he's coming to get JJ, and JJ says he didn't want to see his dad, or his adopted dad, Charles. She was expecting an ambush from Charles last night to come over and do his macho thing. He came over in the morning, banging on the door, and I was being all nice. He said 7:30, but of course he shows up at 7:40. He was being real smirky and jerky, and I was ignoring it. So right now, Lori is just, innocent as all. Charles is the monster here. Alex stayed with her in case Charles came over that night, so that's why Alex was there. He didn't say that. Alex didn't say that. Lori says that. And Charles is very strict about his timing. It's 15 minutes to go to school, so we got to leave. Why don't you take JJ to Burger King? Lori suggests. Charles always leaves, his MO is he always leaves something and then he always comes back. So he'll leave something and then, so he always comes back into the house. So in this case, he left his phone on the counter and he came back in. And he apparently comes in screaming and yelling, "Give me my phone." And now he's acting really weird, like he's plotting something. Show me your, so Lori says, show me the text about my other brother who's coming into town. Why are you texting my brother? And we're going to get to that. We're going to get to Adam's phone call. So we'll get to that in a little bit. That's coming up. He goes nuts, meaning Charles goes nuts, and you don't know what's going to set him off. So she's like walking on eggshells, basically. He yells and screams and he breaks things. He's gotten physical with Tylee, but she got in between the two of them when she was like 14 or 15. So go back to the day of, he was screaming at me to give me his phone. Tylee heard this and she came out of her room with a bat and told Charles to leave my mother alone. Charles is yelling back at Tylee. Alex heard that and came into the living room. So Tylee swings at Charles. Lori says, I don't know. He grabbed the bat and went to swing at Tylee. So Alex grabs the bat while he's, grabs him from behind. Alex and Charles are on the ground grappling. Charles hit Alex swinging it back and forth when they were on the ground. Not sure how you're on the ground swinging a bat back and forth, but sure. Tylee fell back, so when the bat's pulled out of her arms, she falls back. Generally, you would fall forward, but she falls back. Charles hit Alex. Okay, Lori told her to get out of the house and go to the car with JJ. So Tylee goes out. I'm getting attacked here. Alex had stepped back. Charles was coming at Lori and screaming, "Give me my phone." So they were grappling on the floor. Somehow Charles gets up and then he's coming at Lori, "Give me my phone," and he's like swinging it. Lori was going around to get away from Charles, and Charles was holding the bat and swinging it backwards at her. He was a professional baseball player, and she he was only semi-pro. She's just terrible. I left, so she said she left and heard the gunshot. And then she's asked, did you actually see the shot or just hear it? I had gone around the kitchen to get away and didn't see the shot. I heard it and saw him on the ground. I was freaking out and went into mom mode and wanted to get the kids to school. So instead of calling 911, she's just like, I got to get the kids to school. I got to get them. JJ was trying to come into the home, so she told the kids to get into the car, and off they drove. I have to get JJ to school, and then so Alex calls her and asked if she was taking JJ to school, and Lori says, yeah, I'm taking him to school. You have to call 911. So when did your brother get the gun? She says she didn't know. I didn't see him ever leave the room. It happens so fast, happens super fast. Does your brother carry his gun all the time? She says he's professional with guns. And then the detective says, responsibility is usually a good word. Lori's like, oh yeah, right, responsible with yeah. So then she took a long pause to think. She's like, I'm just thinking. It took her, I don't know, a minute or two, maybe longer. And then she comes back. It was he was just angry. You know, it's like when you take a phone away from a 16-year-old, he just freaks out. He's just freaking out. There was something on his phone and he was freaking out to the point he might hit me with the bat. Then she's like, absolutely thought that he would hurt me and Tylee, but he would never hurt JJ, but he would hurt me and Tylee. Then the detective says, you know, my partner is talking to your brother in another interview room. And then she brings in victim services. So Lori's talking about Tylee, you know, well, she's been through so much. She's been through so much. So. All right, so that concludes that. Hey, Victoria George, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you. Northwest, I thought 2 shots in Charles, but 4 was said in the body cam. That's what they said. Yep, they said 4. He said 1, 2, 3, 4. The guy counted. He said 1, 2, 3, 4. So Lori only said 1 shot. Yeah. 4 casings. Yeah, you can tell it's all over the map. OnlyFan, pow, I got to get those kids to school. Totally normal reaction. I know. Even if you hate the person that just got deleted, you're still not going to be like, oh, I got to get my kids to school. I mean, such a bizarre, so many lies being told in there. Dillinger Arms. Hey, Dillinger. Gosh, I haven't seen you in a long time. School is more important than life-saving. Thank you for that comment. Good to see you again. Afton for it. I can't say enough how glad I am she can't use Tylee statements. Yep. There you are. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so we will now go on to, now we're going to hear Lori, Tylee, and Melanie Gibbs. So now we have Melanie entering this into the mix here, right? So we know who Charles is, we know who Lori is, we know who Alex is, we know who Tylee is. Now we're going to meet Melanie. So Melanie Gibb is Lori's friend and co-podcaster. They had a podcast together. So Lori's like all down with this whole thing with Chad and Chud and Lori and 144,000 and the end of times and doomsday and all that stuff. So next up is going to be the 3 of them. So this is from January 31st. Okay, this is from January 31st. So it's not the day of. So we're a little out of order, sync, or whatever, but we're just trying to put these things together and sort of give you guys a overview of everything that we can. But this is from January 31st. All right, so let's check this out.
Lori? Hey, Officer Tylee, I'm back with us. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
There's the interview room.
Hello.
Good.
Hello.
We got enough chairs for everybody? Yeah, I think so.
You want this one?
No, I won't fit with those handles.
No? I wasn't going to file a
It
report.
makes my hips rather wide.
The officer told me to file a report.
Okay.
So. He's like, it's just good to have it on record, so.
Yeah, okay, I got a little bit of info from dispatch.
Yeah.
Said he stole your phone.
What happened? Why don't you tell us what happened?
So yesterday, I got in an argument with my husband on the phone, and he was in Texas working, and I found some stuff that he'd been doing, so he was really defensive. And so I took the kids. We spent the night in a hotel because I knew he was coming home. And so this morning when I took my son to school, which he goes I went into the school to
take him into school. He was waiting somewhere and like stole my purse out of the car, my whole purse. So my phone, my wallet, my money, my everything was in there. So I had the door locked, but the sunroof was open because we have a service dog and he was in the car and I didn't want to, my son was kind of throwing a fit. I didn't want to get them both out of the car because it was a mess this morning. And we didn't have any of our stuff because we spent the night in a hotel and he was out of his element. And so I didn't lock the door for like the first time ever, and he like, whatever, either got it out, I don't remember if the door was locked, he got it out, or he reached through the sunroof and just got it. But then he started texting all my family and all my friends and impersonating me and got my friend lured over to the house to meet him, where he had like kicked in the door to get into the house and stuff. So
he did that this morning?
Last night.
Okay.
So I'm glad we weren't there. So.
Right. And so when I got there, I'm like, Lori? Where's Lori?
But he
Oh,
texted her from my phone because he was pretending to be me, saying, "Oh, come meet me at the house," and whatever.
Yeah. So it's like, what?
How did he? What did he say to you?
He said, "Can you come to the house now?" And I said, "Sure." Yeah, and he, proceeded to act like he was himself.
You have the text messages on your phone?
I have it on my phone. But when I got there, I said, "You've been using Lori's phone to connect with me." He goes, "Sorry, I've deceived you." I said, "Oh, okay, yeah, you did." And luckily, there were some other people there that were. He
was changing the locks and probably
the locksmiths were there.
Where he kicked it in, so that
the locksmiths were there. So I'm glad that they were there. But there was a white Suburban, which I don't know. It was up in there. I don't know where he got that car, but anyway, there was a few vehicles, so I didn't know. Who I suspected it would be her. I should have noticed that your car wasn't there, but I didn't notice that. So.
What kind of car do you drive?
An Infinity Kia 80 black.
So you got to the house, and then you got there. He said, "Yeah, I deceived you," and then.
Yeah, so I said, "Where's Lori?" He wanted me to come over there and get some information about her, pretty much.
Oh, okay. What did he ask you?
He was asking, like, what's got into her, like,
where is she?
Where is she? Of course, I didn't say where she was. I didn't know where she was. She didn't actually tell me.
I didn't tell anybody.
She didn't tell me.
I just thought it was safer for everybody.
Yeah, he just basically wanted me to take his side, I think, and just say,
told her how crazy I was and stuff like that. So.
What was your name?
Melanie.
Your last name?
Gibb.
Gibb.
Okay, just because it's for documentation later, what's your date of birth?
Easy to remember.
So he had you come there, I was asking you questions, so, like, is this something that's happened before, or is this
unfortunately, yeah. We've had to leave and go to hotels just while he calms down or something, So we've done that before.
What is it, like, that motivates him doing this kind of stuff? Did he say why?
He just goes nuts sometimes. This time I caught him cheating and I had evidence and I told him about it, and he travels a lot for business, so I told him about it and told him not to come home and that his stuff would be gone and that his car would be gone, and I was so he's a little mad.
She's just trying to protect herself, yeah.
But I just left with the kids because I didn't want them in all the drama.
Yeah.
So then you took your phone and purse, and has he tried to make contact with you since?
He's trying to contact me through her. He has my phone. I don't have a way to be contacted.
Yeah, and I didn't know her. I didn't know what her. I couldn't contact her.
Nobody could contact me. I just went and bought a phone so I could have a phone, little throwaway phone.
Have you called him to ask him if he'd bring your stuff back?
Well, he talked to her about it. So.
And what was?
Yeah, I said, would you be willing to give me the purse for Lori? And he goes, no, unless she does this, and all these.
Don't speak in generalities. I want specifics. What did he say?
Therapy today.
So he wanted me to meet him at therapy.
He wasn't going to give you the purse. He just was saying he'd give it to me if I meet him there.
Okay.
Right. But I don't really want to talk to him today if I don't have to. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we have him bring the purse back, are we all good? You're not willing to meet with him with a therapist or anything to try to get it back?
I don't want to meet with him because I don't know. He's very sneaky. So what he'll do is meet me in the parking lot and mess around with me, you know,
Okay.
whatever. Like, he's not going to just.
What if we called him
walk
and
into there
see if he'll
and
come here and we can facilitate him giving your purse back? Texting her.
Texting all my,
Yeah.
all my family and the kids too.
Yeah, he definitely has her phone. So we know it was him that took the purse because he.
What's he texting you?
I have the text. He was basically just texting me.
He's acting like that my son was in danger. I'm really worried about JJ's safety and things, and texting her like he's gonna.
So he at first texted me, "You doing okay today? Hey." I may not be home for a bit. Love you. Sent me a strange link to a website about our church.
About crazy people.
Yeah. Said this is what's happening, and then he texted me at almost midnight. I'm sorry, but I have no choice. I'm just sick. I had no choice. He didn't file a police report or anything as far as we know, so I'm just assuming he was trying to get a response, and then I love you. He was.
Police report about what?
Or I don't know, but he was acting like he did something.
And then those text messages came from, do you have it entered as mom's phone or?
No, that was from him.
That's before
That was from his phone.
He didn't take the purse until 8:30
This was last
when I was
night.
at school.
So that was from his
Okay.
phone.
And he was sending word for word the same text to my cousin, like
What's his name?
Charles.
What's his phone number?
Yeah, the same last name as you. So.
Yeah, Vallow. Charles Vallow. So my friend that's a police officer, he said, go file a report, file a restraining order, all that stuff. I don't want to do all that stuff. I just wanted to be on record, and if you can get the purse back, that would be lovely, because all my stuff is in there. I'm really mad about my lip gloss.
What about credit cards?
Well, he has all the cards of all the
Yeah.
stuff. So he's mad because I took the money out of our account, but it's a joint account, so he wants me to give him money.
Okay, well, that's all a civil issue.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Purse, there's no reason why he's walking around with your purse, your ID, that he doesn't have a right to.
right.
Married or
That's what I'm
not
saying.
married.
All
I
the
mean,
rest of the stuff is our joint stuff together.
Yeah.
So.
All right. We're going to leave the room temporarily. We're going to try to give him a call, see if we can't get this rectified.
That'd be great. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
How are you?
All right, we'll go back here. Get cell phone. Do you want to try calling or you want me to call?
I don't know. This one's a little confusing for me, honestly.
I'll call. I love these calls.
Oh yeah, I would actually love to hear how you did it.
All right, I think that was Tylee sitting at the table, and then it's Melanie sitting when they walk out. Yeah, that's Melanie in the green, so that was Tylee at the table.
Hey Charles, the reason why I'm calling right now is your wife's at the police department claiming you stole her purse and her cell phone. Okay, you realize they don't belong to you, correct? Okay, so that's a civil issue, and she's responsible for every penny when if you guys end up going through divorce proceedings. Okay, and you also texted a friend to meet you at the house last night? Under the guise that you were her? What was that for? So you texted a friend of hers to meet you at the house last night using her cell phone. What was that all about? Oh, this morning? Okay. Yeah, we read the report from earlier today regarding you not being able to get into the house and everything, so I do not have the order in front of me, so I cannot do that. It's got to be approved, and I know I cannot I cannot get her, well, it's got to go to our sergeant, who's got to call, verify that it's good, and then we get dispatched. So, So that's just how the process works. And I can't keep somebody against their will without a warrant or the valid. Well, I'm telling you right now, we have a process. You come here, you turn it in, it goes to a sergeant. Sergeant calls the doctor. Okay, well, I don't have that, and for all we know, it's not valid anymore. I do not know. What I'm concerned about.
Say what?
Yeah, well, that's not what I'm discussing a whole separate issue right now, and that's her getting her belongings back. Okay, you're saying it's at the house, which you changed the locks on, correct? And so she doesn't have access to. Yes. So unless you want to be charged with theft, we need to get that purse back to her. If you want to come here with the purse and that order, we can get this all try to figure it out. And the purse and her cell phone. Okay. So how soon can you be here? We're at the police department, 75 East Civic Center Drive, Gilbert and Warner. Thank you. All right, how long? All right, but he says he's coming with the order. So that should get interesting. It's going to get real interesting.
I didn't know, so all right. This is good, yeah.
Hey, take care.
All right.
All right. So now I thought that was Melanie talking, but I think when they walk out, that was Melanie sitting. So I guess that was Tylee sitting at the table there. So we'll go through this. So this was from January 31st. So this was, remember, we probably should have played this a little bit more in chronological order. So didn't quite realize this was from the 31st. Sorry about that. But so this was after we saw at the very beginning of this broadcast, we saw Charles saying that he was locked out of his house. He had just gotten back from Houston. His truck had been stolen. All his belongings are stolen. So he breaks into their house, right? So then now we hear from Lori and Tylee, and I thought it was Melanie that was talking, but I'm pretty sure that was Tylee because as they walk out, that's Melanie with the short blonde hair. I'm almost positive that was Melanie. So anyway, they're talking about Charles stole items out of her purse. Of course, Lori's saying JJ was throwing a fit. She spent the night in a hotel. JJ was out of his element. It always goes back to blaming poor JJ, right? Charles started texting friends and family, and Charles kicked the door in. Don't forget that law enforcement was with Charles when he kicked the door in. It's not like he just kicked the door in. Officers were there, and he said, "This is how they basically told him, yeah, go ahead and do it." So Charles was texting. I guess he was texting Melanie saying he was going to save her, or was that Tylee? I'm getting confused. All right. So anyway, they go. Lori says she caught Charles cheating and told him not to come home and his car would be gone and his belongings would be gone. Then she's like, ha ha. She starts laughing at that. Don't come home. Your car's going to be gone. Your belongings are going to be gone. And she starts like laughing. Just cruel and evil. Charles would have given the purse to Melanie, but she would have to come and meet him. And the law enforcement officer says, if we get him to give the purse back, are we good? Lori says, well, he's very sneaky. He'll meet me in the parking lot, and then he'll start to mess around with me. So then they actually called Charles. Law enforcement called Charles and says, hey, Lori's here at the station. She's saying that you have her cell phone, her purse, and he just kind of chuckles. And then I don't really hear much. Can't really hear. Unless you want to be charged with theft, we need the purse and cell phone back. All right, so here, now we're going to kind of bounce around a little bit, and I apologize for that. We're going to hear from a landlord. Apparently, right after Charles was shot, Lori threw a pool party. So we're going to hear from the landlord now. All right, so let's check this out. I'm not sure what we're going to hear from this, but let's check this out.
2020 at 12:06 hours. Detective Moffat calling case number 19-83744.
Hello, this is Joe.
Hey, Joe, Detective Moffat with the Chandler Police Department. How are you, sir?
I'm fantastic. How are you today?
I'm well. Sorry, I called you, left a couple messages. I think it was actually Christmas Eve, but and then never heard back from you. And it's been on my list to call you back again.
Sir, I completely understand. The 23rd, I disconnected. I think I was the vacation, and then we went up to the mountains for 10, 14 days, and I had no Wi-Fi calling and bad reception. So who knows what happened? So
that's a great 10 to 14 days.
Yeah. There's been a lot of activity in the case the last, since even December, all through December.
Oh, yeah.
But just getting hounded by social media and the Fox News reports guys, and I'm just not interested. I'm not interested in being on that social side of there were a few comments that I had made about how great of a guy Charles was, and that I didn't think any of this happened because I knew him before, during, and I knew events about what was happening at the house after. You might remember, I'm of course the owner of the house on Four Peaks, right? Yeah. You know that, right? Okay. I think I spoke with you the morning of the shooting.
You probably did, yeah, because I think we spoke that day.
Okay. Because I called the Chandler Police Department. They said, yes, our police officers are on site. There's a situation. I will have them call you. I identified myself as the owner. You called me, verified who lives there, and you had just said Charles sustained injuries that were not survivable, and that you were on the scene trying to figure out what had happened. So I thought that I would be hearing from you within, a few days or something like that. I just let it, I think it's just been the process of then letting the news reports, or at least the police officers do their work. My best friend in, since he's in high school, his name, he lives across the street from me down in Chandler.
Gotcha.
And he's been talking me through understanding that this stuff doesn't happen overnight. You don't solve this case overnight. It's going to take a long time, so just let the police do their work. Don't be part of social things. Don't go on news reports, because that just creates problems for people that do that.
Yeah.
They're questioned, they're ridiculed, they're this, they're that. Early on, I wrote down on a piece of paper detailed events that were happening before the weekend. I spoke with Charles the weekend before. I think he was murdered. I think it was on a Wednesday or Thursday morning. Thursday morning. Okay. I was speaking with Charles on the phone, a live conversation during the weekend before, and he was on his business trip. He said he was coming into town. I think he was coming from Texas. He said he's coming back into town, and he said, Joe, you didn't know Charles, but he had a Texas, Louisiana swing accent. So every time I talk in Charles's voice, I always have to add that hey, Joe, I can't stay at the house. Lori and I just are getting along. And he didn't tell me he was scared for his life, but he says, it's best that Lori and JJ have the house, and I'll just come and go because I've got business in so many different places in Texas, and I think it was in Nevada and California. He was an investment guy, so his partnership, and they would buy books of investment business, and then he would go and start setting up working the books of business. Well, he was really busy during this time. He was just at 3 cities that he was bringing on new books of business. So he's like, I'm going to tell you, I'm probably going to be there a week, a month. So, it's good that Lori and JJ are here because her family's here, and I want her to be safe, and I want them to be taken care of. And, with Lori's family here, it's a good thing. Now, I also might tell you that going back to January, when Lori disappeared, in the first conversations, Charles came to my house. crying his eyes out. He was a 60-year-old stud, good friend of mine for 10 years, crying his eyes out to me that Lori's abandoned the family. And here's JJ asking every day where Mommy is. Where's Mommy? Where's Mommy? Tell me a little bit about the stuff that she was getting into with just being mentally unstable, has also been supported by a lot of the divorce decree the attorneys brought up the last week as well. Like with all these things that Charles was saying about Lori, he was fearful of his life even back in February. Well, he was doing the same thing to me. I support that. I know that that's exactly how he was feeling. February-ish, he came and he was looking to rent, the studio above my garage on my house in Chandler. I said, "Gosh, Charles, I was just kind of like, and he's like, but I don't know if I'm going to need it. But we were talking about it, but then all of a sudden he disappeared. And I think that was maybe the time frame. Of course, March, April, May, maybe Lori returned. Lori returned sometime in his life, right? They started trying to work out.
They reunited back in Texas.
Yeah, back to Texas. So, and then June was another call from him to say, we're moving back to Phoenix. Do you have anything? And I said, gosh, Charles, I just cleared out the end of May. I just had a tenant move out of that Four Peaks house. Yeah, Four Peaks is open. So they arrived the middle of June. I think the 20th was when Lori texted me that she had the utilities turned on and she wanted to move stuff in. And I know that I had some cleaning to do. I went over there a few times and met with Lori about a punch list to clean the house up and, fix the sink that, the door handle that, pull this, pull that. And they moved in, she moved in, then Charles would come and go because he was, of course, on these business trips. One time I was at the house and I met with Charles and Lori, do a punch list on what needed to be done. And then Charles would go on his trip again. But then, so that you have some history, at least from last year. But then on that Sunday or Monday, before he came back into town, the Thursday before he was shot, Charles and I were communicating, and he was telling me, I can't be at the house. Do you have another place that I can live? Well, by that time, I had someone that was living in my studio apartment at my house. Because Charles was like, I only need it for like a week, a month, maybe a few days, because I'll be coming and going. But I want to be close to Lori and JJ because I want to see JJ. And he goes, but Joe, I can't stay at the house. I can't stay at the house. Lori and I, we've got several things to work through still, and it's not good, and I just don't want to crowd that space if she's going to be there. I want her and JJ to be comfortable at the house. So I have a neighbor that lives right across our walls connect. Big house in right near my house off of Lindsay and Riggs. So I went over there. I called him. I said, hey, you've got a casita. I've got a business guy that's going to be here once a month or 1 week a month. And I took pictures. And this guy, he lived in Hawaii at the time, and he said, yeah, here's the access code to my house. I went over there, took pictures of the casita. I sent them to Charles, say, hey, Charles, my neighbor here has this place. He'd be willing to let you stay there. And Charles was like, fantastic. I'll take it. So he was already planning to not be at the house with Lori because it just wasn't good.
When was he planning that? The condo or the thing from your neighbor's house?
Well, it was that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I had gone over to my neighbor's house to take pictures.
Killed?
The week he was killed.
Okay, gotcha.
I texted him those pictures Monday or Tuesday. It's in my phone. And then, of course, he was telling me the day before on Wednesday, okay, I'll be there. But in the morning, let's go see the house tomorrow morning. And that was Thursday. He goes, I think I knew that he was going to be dropping off JJ or getting JJ, and then he wanted to go see the house right after that.
Gotcha.
Of course, we didn't meet. So I'm at work Thursday morning, and my neighbors, I'm good friends with neighbors both to the north and to the south of that house on Four Peaks. Okay, they both have my phone number. I'm in communication with both of them. Well, one of them starts to text me immediately. There's yellow police tape around the house. It's a crime scene. Something's not good. They start sending me videos of the Fox News reports that there's a situation, and there's police all over. And so I immediately text Charles, are you okay? And I then another text message to Lori, same text message, are you okay? ? Where Charles doesn't respond. Later that morning, I would say 11 o'clock-ish, I get a text, and this is all on my phone, I get a text back from Lori that says, we are all okay, I'll call and explain later. And I'm like, okay, well, like, I don't even know that I spoke to you at that point, because I remember when you called me, you told me that Charles sustained injuries that were not survivable. Like he was shot and he didn't survive his injuries.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I knew that yet, or if I just, Lori was telling me we're all okay, I'll explain later. Like, I don't know that a text message that we're all okay is, like, I just don't understand. Like, but regardless, the day's events, like, so then, like, that afternoon, I think the next day I went to my neighbor's house, this neighbor's to the south, and they're, like, telling me, Joe, like, we don't even get what's going on there, because this guy, the shooter, because they've seen him come and go, had the same gray truck that Charles had, the Ford F-150.
Yeah, his was white, but yes.
Yeah, well, it was sitting in the driveway for, like, the next 3, 4, 5 days, and the neighbors were just up in arms, like, there is a killer living in the house next to us that's not supposed to be there. Joe, you got to get this guy out of here. Like, our whole neighborhood is on eggshells. So, and he's telling me, I don't know what's going on at the house, but Thursday afternoon, the day of the murder, they're having a pool party at the house, at Lori's house. There's loud music, there's lots of people, there's kids making noise, there's swimming. It's a pool party. And they're like, wait a second, like someone was just murdered there this morning. So, I don't know how you guys puzzle these pieces together, but just how crazy the events are that had happened before, supporting all the stuff that's coming out in the last several months about the fact that, yeah, from February, Charles was fearful, and then the day before, showing him an apartment and another place to live because he knew he couldn't stay at the house. Alex had been at the house for several days before and after the shooter, Alex, her brother.
Yeah.
And the reasons I had, part of this right at the beginning was like, oh, Lori, maybe Charles had a rough side. Maybe Charles was beating up Lori and her brother was there to defend her or whatever. And maybe I was like, gosh, I've known the guy for 10 years, but I've never known that he was like that ever in my life. People sometimes have a separate personality, So early on, I think people were like, oh, poor Lori, like she had to deal with this for so long. And, Alex was just happened to be there and, shot Charles or whatever. But I think all the events that just kept going, like every time I talked to Lori, never cried, never remorseful, never like, Lori, what's the plan for the burial? Well, I've got all these family members to deal with, so I've got to go to Texas and Louisiana and plan something there. And Charles wants to be buried he wanted his ashes to be spread in Kauai, so I've got to plan a trip to take all the family members to Kauai. And this is what she was doing. She's like, so I've got 2 or 3 things to plan. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll give you a month at the end of August. You're going to have to vacate the house. I can't have this continue to be a memory for me. Charles is my friend, you're my friend, but I just need to close my doors on this house and just get it out of, I have a lot of rental properties in Chandler, so I'm like, this house just needs to be off my list.
Yeah.
So that's why she was able to stay there through the end of August. But, I think that, she kept asking, well, come over, I want to ask you about a few things. I'm like, no, I am not going over to that house. My friend Jeff, who's the police officer, don't go there alone. Don't go anywhere. Go somewhere public if she wants to talk about the situation. So I just think, and I don't know what pieces of any of this. I mean, I've been called by the Vallow family because they knew some of the relatives of Charles's that were able to access his calendar and his appointment scheduler. for the last several years. Charles was very, very meticulous and precise about his appointments, and my name was on those appointments several times. So one of the family members was even telling me, yeah, Joe, like we saw your name. You're the only person, like, we're talking to FBI and law enforcement, and, we'll talk to Charles's friends that we can identify because we know who they are in his calendar and his scheduler and his notes.
Yeah.
But they were just telling me about how deep this cult is. How deep this cult is, and that they've been getting threats in Louisiana, and that they've just been off any social communication or providing any comments about all the social crap that's going on, because there's so much speculation out there. I just also, my wife and I, of course, we own the house. We have plans to do things with the house, but we have some we're religious. We have certain things that we want to kind of ask if there's an opportunity to have any information about the events that happened in our house.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just, if do you have any questions for me about Lori? Do you have any questions about the neighbors, the comments, the pictures, the text message threads from Charles?
I actually have text message threads with you and Charles because I have Charles's phone.
Okay,
so
got
I
it.
downloaded it, so I have that. The pool party was something that was new to me. I didn't know that, and Kay, Charles's sister, hadn't told me that. So you got that information from the neighbors on either side of them that there was a pool party, or did you go to the house that day?
Yes, no. The neighbors on the south side of me, of course, the neighbors were in communication with me the whole time during the day and afterwards because they were scared. There's a murderer at the house. The house is there. I see the guy come and go driving his car. So I had gone over there, and they had said, why was there a pool party there? And I'm like, what do you mean? Loud music? Swimming? Lots of people swimming in the backyard? You could hear kids playing, swimming. I'm like, I don't know. And all I could think was, maybe she was trying to return the normalcy for JJ, the autistic kid. If you keep these autistic kids on a schedule and a routine, that they have some normalcy, maybe.
Yeah.
And maybe the fact that he was used to swimming every day in the afternoon with Lori's sister, who would drive up from wherever she lived in Gilbert, Santana Mesa. She didn't live too far away, but she drove to the house. I saw her there with her family and her kids several times. And I'm like, well, maybe Lori just had the family over to try to give JJ some normalcy because it was a crazy day for him,
Yeah.
But I don't know. But, I hear things like, the shooting happened, and Lori then left the house to take the kids to school or different places, and then she came back, and then they called 911, right? Like planning all the events, you just got...
That's not actually what happened. Lori left, according to her, to take JJ to school, and then Alex called 911 while she was gone, and we were already on scene by the time Lori got back.
Got it. Yeah.
So I do believe there was some delay on Alex's part of calling 911. I don't think he called right away. But 911 had been called, and we were already on scene by the time Lori got back.
Yeah. And, I'm not the person to say the speculation of they were planning the crime scene, they were doing this. You guys, that's your how the story unfolds, how everything. I mean, you hear things. You'll get Lori back for more questioning. Alex's murder is another whole twist in the complete circus of a story. But here's so here's my thing about it. I was crazy about the fact that here's my friend Charles, which was a sweet, generous family man. We were so good friends. Charles and Lori had rented a house from me years when they first moved here from Texas. They lived in Shadow Ridge, which is like at Lindsay and Riggs. It's another home where I have a rental house. Charles and Lori rented a house for me from there for 5 years. When they both moved here from Texas, years and years ago. So for 5 years, Charles and I were across the street from each other. He'd come over, I'd go over, and even when they left to move to Hawaii, he left all his furniture, all his TVs, almost like was going to give me a car and just say, Joe, here, just take it because we were moving and you can, you keep it at the house, use it as a rental or whatever. That's how generous, like, Charles was, like, with things. It wasn't like he was like, pay me $5,000 and you can have this stuff. He's like, here, just have it, right? Well, years later, Charles and I are maintaining friendships while they're in Hawaii, and we're here, and we're talking about doing a house swap. Hey, Charles, you come here with your family, stay in Chandler, so you can visit your Chandler family with Lori, and I'll go to Hawaii and stay in your house in Princeville. And we were, for 2 summers, we were trying to set that up. Then finally, one year, we went there. Yeah. We went to Princeville, and we had a barbecue with the Vallows, JJ, Tylee, Lori, Charles, at their house in the golf course. Charles, just carrying my dog, like they live on the top of this house, and the beach was on this really steep hill to go down a hill, and he would carry my kids down the hill. Just like this guy that has everything about family and just being generous and everything. So of course, when they came back, I was the first person that he was looking to get a house to rent, So that was the communication that you were seeing with Charles and I, where even 7:49 the night before he was shot, his last text message to me, okay, I'll see you tomorrow morning. I'll call you when I'm done. And I guess my assumption was that was like after I dropped JJ off at school, I'll be back and we'll go look at that house to rent. Not too many people knew about the fact that, of course, I went to my neighbor's house and they're telling me these things, and the pool party and the things that were happening, and then Alex still being at the house several days before and several days after this happened. I'm in the house, I don't want to do any. I don't want to. If a homeowner has the right to, there's no police report out on what happened other than what you guys released to the news, and I think that's what's out, right? I don't know if there's more. I don't know if I have the ability to go to records at Chandler and say, hey, it's my house. Do I have the ability to receive any additional information so I can either clean the house where it needs to be cleaned, or if I can, do some type of closing so that I can be able to go into the house. I don't know where the things happened. I don't know where his body was. I don't know, where the gunshots were, if I need to look for, other gunshot damage anywhere.
Since we finished up in July?
I've been there several times. Okay. I've been there several times because I have the house for sale.
Gotcha.
And it's just taken me a while I wanted to paint the house, I wanted to paint the outside, I wanted to redo the backyard just because I've been getting the house ready for sale. I have a contract on the house. We're due to close the end of literally like 2 or 3 weeks. So, but, of course, that was the reason that I didn't want the house in the first place, because I don't want to go there. It's just a terrible feeling even being in the neighborhood. So, but, I think the most important thing that I wanted to communicate with you is that, I had communicated with the Vallow family, and they had told me some things about what they were privileged to because, their brother, father, uncle, person died. Charles died in the house, and they were, looking for some answers. I kind of don't want to know about any more things that happen in the house, but I just want to know that if there's any more information that you might have or need from me, like even the text message threads from Lori that we were talking about through the days before and after, like the days after where I'm like, whose red SUV is that? Whose gray truck is that? She's like, oh, the red SUV was Charles's rental car, and the truck is her brother's, and it's still out front, still sitting there. The neighbors were sending me pictures of it, like, why is this truck still here? So, but I don't know if that's anything as useful information other than, just connecting with you and just saying, I'm selling the house. Someone else will be in there. I don't know that you would need any more information there, but
did you guys
certainly...
Because you clearly saw the piece of flooring that we cut out in the living room? Or did Lori already have it fixed?
flooring that you cut out?
Yeah, we cut out a piece of flooring in the living room. We actually
No idea.
Sawzall, and so Lori must have already had that fixed.
Oh, geez. No idea, sir. No idea where that was or when that... Because there was extra flooring in the garage.
Okay, so she must have fixed that. And then we cut out a piece of the trim board also. That was so on the east wall of the living room. We cut that out also. So she must.
You say the living room. There was a family room where the TV was by the kitchen.
The front door, the
Yes.
big wood floor that was open. I think she had some mirrors on the wall. If you were like when you walk in the front door to the right, and then when you walk in the front door straight ahead of you, you're looking at the windows that go out to the pool area and the backyard.
Yes.
So right there, kind of as you walked in the front door, on that far wall underneath the windows, we cut out a piece of trim board too. So I'm guessing she probably had fixed that also. So that isn't something that you even.
Okay, there was a very grotesque repair there, like almost like she put some wood there and then took caulking and just made it. And I was like, "What the heck is that?" I had no idea that happened.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was from Lori replacing things that you guys took out.
That we took out, yeah. So she must have replaced. It was only it was like a single plank that we cut out, and it was probably, I'm going to guess, if my memory serves me correctly, 14 to 16 inches long. So
I was going to say 12, 15 inches. Yes, exactly.
So she probably replaced that plank. Obviously, the incident happened in the living room there. So. We were everybody's statements when we investigated this added up. There was 3 people in the house, obviously, according to everybody in the house at the time of the shooting. So their statements all kind of matched, but it just didn't sit right with us. So we've been investigating it ever since and had a case open, and we were waiting for DNA and fingerprints on the bat that was inside the house and a bunch of other stuff. And then clearly everything kind of goes wacky as soon as all these other events start unfolding, and the shooting in Gilbert, and then her new husband's wife dying in Idaho, and then the kids being missing, and so everything goes just wacky. Basically, after she leaves your house in August, did she move out right at the end of August?
Text message from her says that they're out August 31st. They're all done and they're gone. And I had done some emails like, well, good luck to you. And like, where are you going? I asked her because are you going to Texas? And then she never replied after that. So, August 31st was the last day that she was here in our house.
Joe, what's your email address? I'm sending you an email real quick.
Okay.
It has my desk number and stuff on it. And then if you could, from like the day of the incident on, do you know how to screenshot and email the screenshots?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
If not, let me know and we could have somebody do it. But if you know how to screenshot and email the screenshots, I'd be interested for your text communication with Lori, basically on the day of the incident until you kind of cut off tell your last communication.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and that's just kind of more the historical and kind of what's going on in her world type thing that I'd be interested in.
Sure. Did you guys, the gun that was used, was that Lori's, Charles's, was it Alex's?
It was Alex's.
See, why the hell did he have a gun at the house? He wasn't even supposed to be at the house. We have a crime-free addendum lease, too. Like, I didn't know that someone with a record, like, that was completely out of...
The media has some of this screwed up. He was legally and lawfully able to carry a firearm. His rights were the exact same as yours and mine. So, and we've actually gone through, we did that, when this first happened, and confirmed that his rights, he had that assault case in Texas, but his rights had been restored and he was able to carry a firearm. So,
well, we all have a history, like whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just...
Is there any questions that you want me to answer for you if I can?
I think my wife, she was just kind of curious about if we were going to have the house blessed or do something with a priest at the house to kind of like just get the demons out of the house. She was like, "Where do we go? What do we do?" And if I told her it's the front room, that makes sense. That the board and when you say the flooring was removed right by that area, because I remember seeing the baseboard.
Yep. Yeah. Well, the flooring was removed. So when you walk in the door and you were to make a right down the first hallway that walks into the side of the kitchen, it was kind of right in that area is where the flooring would have been removed at, and then obviously the trim piece was across that room.
Okay. Now, is that where the body and there was blood there? Is that why it was removed, or was there damage?
Where the flooring was removed, and if you pay close attention, you might be able to see where it was. But it was kind of, when you go in the front door and you make a right along that wall, it was right down right there.
Okay. Well, again, I've been, during my Christmas break, I was like reading, trying to find information because it was really heavy, lots of information and updates every day. You just get, like, as an outside person, you guys do this for a daily and a living. And for me, it was like, gosh, I just want to find out anything I can. But then I'm like, you just get so infatuated. Your life gets consumed by this. And I'm like, no, I'm done with it. I want to communicate to authorities, anything that they might need to know. And then I think the stuff is going to come to a head pretty soon. There's so much activity going on right now. There's so much, but I think just the fact that I knew that the Vallow family knew and they had more information about what happened in that house, and they were complete. They had a celebration of life for Charles, which I didn't know about. I didn't know that there was something in Louisiana for Charles. And, I've been communicating with some of the family members because they appreciated the fact that I was defending Charles's person when those first reports about, this guy comes to a gunfight with a bat beating up his wife and her brother. And I'm like, no, that's not how it happened. That's not Charles. No one would ever support the fact that he is a violent person. So that bothered me for a long time. And what I could do, I was closer to Charles than I was to Lori. I liked Lori. I thought she was a great mom, like a lot of people are saying. She was a great mom for a long time, and they did. I have 8 kids, and 5 of them are adopted. And Charles and I were always having those conversations about adopting kids, because he did. JJ was adopted. Yep. So we would always have those conversations about how it's going, like what's the challenges, what are you doing? But and Lori was right in line with those as well. When we went to California or to Hawaii to see them, she was just very hospitable, So I can't say that it's a long history. It's just been a couple of years, like everyone else said. She's gone off the wagon. So
but, as far as the religious views and stuff, it's just kind of way out there. I mean, without a doubt.
Yeah. Well, let me see how I can figure out if I can send the thread of the text messages of Lori and just, get anything to you so that you have that for your record. But, and then, I don't know, the neighbors that are at the house, man, they had their eyes and ears peeled of events that were happening. And, some of those comments are directly from them that, Joe, why was there a pool party at the house? I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah. So
I sent you an email, and it has my name, my desk phone number, and then and my email address. So now you have my direct contact information in case you happen to have any questions, or if anything comes out, you can just call me directly.
Got it. I did. I received your email here. Okay. All right. And as a homeowner, are we able to receive any other additional information on the report of the house, or is that all closed until this is all figured out and done? And
so I'll share with you, it is my opinion, and obviously with Alex's death it's going to be harder to prove, but it's my opinion that they set Charles up for some sort of encounter. So I don't think, and I haven't thought that it was exactly as they say since this started. But it's a matter of us trying to prove it, and that's what we've been working on.
Understood.
So we are keeping this open, and if and when more information gets developed. I mean, I've been actively working this case with the FBI, with Gilbert PD, with the Pocatello FBI out of Idaho. The Idaho. The two different agencies in Idaho. There's a sheriff's department, and then there's Rexburg, Idaho. So, I mean, on a daily basis, we're doing stuff with this case. So I'm keeping it open for now, in case I'm able to come up with criminal charges on Lori. So, but once that's closed, then you can request a copy of the report and get that. 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 The report and get.
January 9th.
Sorry, guys, that kind of threw me for a loop. All right, so this happened. Let me just kind of wrap my head around this because I had to dip out for a little while. So let me just get my bearings again. This happened January. So when did this happen? Hold on a sec. Just give me a moment. This was January 9th, 2020. January 9th, 2020 was that interview, was that phone call. All right, so let's see. Let's go over. So that was the landlord talking to one of the investigators. So this happened, it was January 9th, 2020, right? So he says he talked to Charles the weekend before. So Charles was shot on a Wednesday, so he talked to him that weekend before. Charles was saying, Lori disappeared. JJ's, asking where's his mom? Where's mommy? Where's mommy? The neighbors were scared. Here's this guy who shot somebody coming, walking in and out. I guess Alex wasn't arrested straight away. Then there was a pool party. He said they heard that there was loud music. There was lots of swimming. And he thought maybe it was for JJ to give him kind of a normal day. So at 7:49 the night before he was shot, these two are texting, and Charles is saying, okay, I'll see you tomorrow, right? So Charles was at the house several days before and several days after. And the landlord's just trying to get the house ready to be sold. He didn't even want to go into the neighborhood. And then there was a piece of flooring that was cut out, and the landlord's like, what? He's like, he had no idea that had happened. And I guess Lori had replaced the section that was cut out. Then Lori finally moved out August 31st. She texted saying, I've moved out. And then he texted her back, where are you going? And never heard back from her. So the detective said that Alex was allowed to carry a gun, even though, this event happened in Texas with Lori's third husband. We talked about that earlier. He was allowed to carry a gun. And then the detective is like, no one would ever support the fact that, no, I'm sorry. The landlord said no one would ever support the fact that Charles was a violent person. And the officer said, or the detective said, feels like it was set up. It's not exactly how they said it happened. So Nate is going to be in, poor Nate. Nate's going to be at court today. He had to go to Walmart to buy a tie, possibly speak in court at the motion this afternoon. Poor Nate. We'll watch that. We'll watch that later. We're not going to watch it here. We'll watch it separately. But and Northwest, thank you for sending that video that you sent. Thank you. We'll think about playing that because that's getting dicey, showing somebody else's content. But thank you for that. We'll if we play it, we'll think about it. Tanika's 2 cents. The pool party. She had no decency, none. Yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with her. Kathy Smith, that was hard to hear, all of that. She caused so much pain to so many people. Yeah. Therapist, kind of scared me. I'd step out of my car to check the mail and thought I Thought I was near a medical emergency. Oh. The 33, yeah. Sorry, guys. Kick it. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Going back and reading your yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that came out of nowhere too. I heard it like 2 or 3 times. I'm like, wait, what's going on? So, all right. All right, let's move on. Okay, so next up is Lori calling the insurance company. All right, so let me get rid of this pinned. This is no longer, we're going to unpin that. So this next bit is Lori calling the insurance company. Oh, Mallory, thank you so much for the $3.99. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate your support. All right. All right, so this, let's see. This was uploaded. We know, well, this was uploaded 2 years ago, but I don't think this happened 2 years ago. Anyway, all right, let's go check this out. This is Lori calling the Dizzy. Oh, wait a minute. Fala, you always have the best. You got Mallory, you got Dizzy, you got Dizzy gifted. Fantastic. Mika, Erica, and Wayne, you also got gifted. Fantastic. Oh, therapist, you know. Who did you get? Therapist, you know, thank you. Graham, Denise, Paul, Shelly, Kate. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Fala and therapist, you know. Oh, Capri Law. Thank you for joining us. I've been so focused, I didn't even see you come in. I love that he changed the beneficiary of his insurance. Yeah. I just love that he changed the beneficiary. Yes. All right, Mallory. Woohoo. Yes. Shelly Stone saying thank you for the membership. Awesome. Mods are on a roll. Whoop, whoop. It's officially a party in here. Oh, I know, Gord, it sucks. We'll get you someday, hopefully. Someday soon. All right, let's move on to... And those that are asking, Monica Simontilli won't be in trial until tomorrow. She's coming back tomorrow. So we will pick up on Monica tomorrow. But for now, we are full on Lori Daybell as we get ready for her trial next week. So let's see here. I do like myself over here. I'm going to put myself back here. Okay. All right. So this is Lori calling the insurance company. All right, this is Lori calling the insurance company.
Have the policy number? Sure. Claims department, this is Robin. May I have the policy number? Sure. It is... Are you calling in reference to a death claim? Yes. Okay, one moment, please. May I have the name of the insured? L. Charles Vallow. And who am I speaking with? This is Lori Vallow. And your relationship to the insured? He's my husband. Okay, one moment. Okay, ma'am, I'm just going to need to ask you a few questions so that I can open the claim, and then I can go over the claim procedure with you and answer any questions that you may have afterwards. That would be great. Okay, first of all, may I have your daytime phone number, please? Sure, it's 2.
And what was the date of Mr. Vallow's passing?
July 11th.
And what was the cause of his passing?
Well, he was shot.
Okay.
So I don't know how I want to put that.
Okay. All right. And I hate to ask, but is it?
Yeah,
you can just say yes or no. Was it a homicide?
No, it was an accident.
An accident. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what state did he pass away in?
Arizona.
Okay. All right, just bear with me for one moment. I just need to pull up a few other things.
Okay.
Okay. Are you aware of who the primary beneficiary of the policy is?
It's me.
Okay, and may I have your, I'm sorry, one moment, my computer just went away for a second. Okay, and may I have your current mailing address?
Sure, it's 5531 South 4 FOUR Peaks, PEAKS Place.
Okay.
In Chandler, Arizona. And it's 85249.
Okay, ma'am. That is all the information I need to open the claim. What we will do now is review the policy and the file to confirm the beneficiary information and determine the claim requirements that we will need to settle this particular claim. Once we have completed our review, we will prepare a claim packet to send to the named beneficiary once that has been confirmed. And the claim packet can either be mailed or emailed or faxed. How would you like to receive a correspondence?
Email would be great.
Okay, and what is your email address? .com. Okay. All right, so you should receive an email from our office within the next 3 to 5 business days or sooner. It will have the instructions listed. Once you receive the information, if you have any questions whatsoever, please don't hesitate to give our office a call, and then we can go from there. Okay, is there anything I can help you with at this time?
That's it, I think.
Okay, ma'am. Well, I'm very sorry for your loss. You take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Is there anything else we can help you with at this time? Yes, give me my money, is what she's probably saying internally. All right, so that was Lori calling in the insurance company. So she was asked what's the policy number. She's calling in regards to a death claim. She says, then she's asked, what is your name? She says, Lori Vallow. And then what's your relationship? He's my husband. So she says I'm sorry to laugh. The day of death, the day of the shooting was July 11th, and the cause. She pauses. Well, he was shot. Was it a homicide? No, it was an accident. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. First it was self-defense. Then she's saying it was an accident. Ugh. All right. Let's see. Tanika, wish there was audio when she was found she was not the beneficiary. Yeah, that would be good. Gerviol, how you doing? Charles Vallow, the report says that the cause of Vallow's death was gunshot wounds and the manner of death was homicide. So they did not actually say it was self-defense. I mean, obviously, because I do Lori's voice perfect. Well, funny. OnlyFans says they classify it as justifiable or excusable homicide in the self-defense case. Okay. Sinbad, he was my husband. I had him taken out. Oh, you didn't want the truth? Right. Yeah, you gotta laugh sometimes, Mallory. I hear you. Dizzy, thanks for the membership. Lurking while working and a little behind. Yes, you got a membership. Nope, don't want that one. All right, let's get to. Oh, okay. So we've heard from everybody, right? Except the one person we haven't heard from is older brother Adam. So we know who Charles is, obviously, by this time now. We absolutely know who Lori is. We know who Alex is. We know who Tylee is. We know a little bit about Melanie, but now we're going to get to Adam. All right. So this is Adam. This is the older brother. So now let's get to his phone call. All right.
A lot of
All right. And a big shout out to East Idaho News for providing a lot of this. So thank you, East Idaho News. All right. Here we go.
So I understand that Lori's your sister, and obviously I was assigned the death investigation. I'm just trying to get, I guess, any type of insight that you might have.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot there. About maybe a year or two ago, Lori started reading some books and near-death experience books, and started saying some weird things. Yeah, I don't know if you know a lot about the LDS religion, but we're LDS, okay. And so she started, I think, listening to podcasts and some people who were LDS and now have been excommunicated from our church.
Okay.
And so she started following them, and then she started saying some really weird things. And my son moved there and was living with her and Charles.
Okay.
And he heard some of the same weird things that I did. And so some of those things were that she, talks to Jesus in the temple, and she's married to Moroni, and she's not married to Charles anymore, and that she has a higher priesthood than the rest of us, and just some things that were alarming to me. And because I told her that I thought those were alarming, and she goes, "You think I'm crazy, don't you?" And I was like, "I don't know if you're crazy, but none of that makes any sense to me." And after I told her that, she cut me off, and me and her were closer than anybody in the family.
Okay.
And she just stopped talking to me altogether. I haven't talked to her in over a year and a half.
Okay.
And then she cut off some of my family from communication as well when they thought that she was saying some things, and she just went off into some other tangent. And so she's with another group that is called Preparing for the End or something like that. But the things that caught me that were shocking was her telling Charles that Charles is dead, and she knows that there was another guy named Ned that was living in Charles's body, and he was an inch shorter, and that Charles couldn't fool her anymore because he was an inch shorter. It was really alarming to me that she said Charles was dead and that some guy named Ned was living in her body. She talks about people having dark spirits that she can see, and she knows who has dark spirits and when there's dark spirits around, and just a lot of crazy stuff. And so when I told my family, I was like, "Look, I'm really concerned about Lori. I think she needs to go to a psychiatrist, or something needs to be had." And my mom and dad had told me, they said, "Well, she's disconnected from reality because that's the only reality that she feels she can live in, and she's not hurting anybody." And when they told me that, I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll just stay away. I won't try to confront her, because Charles, for about a year, or after they got divorced or were going to get divorced, called me and saying, "I'm telling you, your sister has gone off the deep end." And I said, "What?" So he told me all the things that she had told him. And he would just call me sobbing, crying because he didn't have the same wife anymore, didn't have the same Lori. And my whole family cut him off because Lori told them, do not talk to Charles.
Okay.
And I was the only one that took Charles's phone calls, and I live in Kansas.
Gotcha.
And I felt bad for Charles. And so I said, Charles, I'll do what I can to help, and Lori won't talk to me because she thinks I think she's crazy. So, anyways, through all this, Charles said, well, something has to be done because she thinks that she talked Melanie, who's our niece, and she's part of this group now where they go and they're preparing for the end of the world or something. And so she's got her on this, and then she said that her husband was gay, that she went to the temple and prayed about it, that he's gay, and Brandon is not gay. So Melanie left Brandon and just divorced him, and Lori said, oh, yeah, I prayed about it, he's gay. So Brandon was upset that Lori's interfering with their lives. So Charles had told me Lori is ruining people's lives by just, saying stupid, crazy things. And so he goes, something's got to be done. So he wanted me to fly out there and meet with the stake president because I know their stake president in our church. And I said, all right, I'll go out there and meet. And he says, I'll just put you on my miles and I'll fly you out there, but don't tell Lori or tell your family that I'm flying you out there, or Lori will run. She won't talk to you. And I was like, okay. So I flew out to Arizona, and I stayed with my mom and dad, and I told them that I got the airline tickets from my wife, Nicole, that she put it on her points, right? So while I'm there in Arizona, I'm at my mom and dad's house, and Charles was supposed to go pick up JJ on Thursday morning. Well, he texts me like at 7:30 in the morning, and he said, Alex is here. And back up a little bit, on Tuesday, I called Alex and I said, hey, because me and Charles was getting my ticket. I said, hey, I'm coming to Arizona. Him and I used to spend time together, and he comes out here. He's a truck driver, and he's also sucked into Lori's whatever she tells him he believes, and so he's listening to all these podcasts, and he's fallen into whatever she says. He's all about it. And so I said, look, I'd like to spend some time with you. How about if I spend the night at your house instead of mom and dad's house? He said, yeah, I'll go buy a mattress and a blow-up mattress so you can stay in my room, in one of his bedrooms. And I said, oh, that'd be great. So I get in on Wednesday, and I called Alex, and he never answers the phone or returns any of my calls. And I thought, that's really weird. So I spent the night at my mom and dad's that night, and I asked him, I said, well, what are you doing home? He goes, I took this week off. I said, well, why'd you take the week off? He goes, I don't know, I'm just working around the house, and usually when my brother takes a week off of vacation, he goes to Colombia to be with women. Okay. So I thought it was very strange that he took a whole week off just to hang out at his house. I said, that doesn't make any sense. So when Charles texts me, Alex is here, I said, that sounds weird. Why is he at Lori's house? I said, be on the lookout or something. They could be up to something. And Charles texts me back, absolutely. So next thing I know, Charles would call me and text me all the time, like during the week, and I was the only one that would talk to him, and I felt, he just was distraught over this whole thing with Lori. So Thursday, after he texted all that, I drove my mom and dad to the temple and dropped them off in car, and I went and got my son, and we hang out, and I didn't hear from him all day Thursday. And I thought, well, that's really weird. So I called. I think I either texted him or called him, and he didn't answer. And then on Friday, same thing. I called him, texted him, and I said, it's just so weird that I haven't heard from Charles. I wonder what's wrong with Charles. And where is he? What's he doing? I haven't heard from him. And that whole day went by. Well, Saturday, me and my son went to Tucson to hang out with my friend Eric. So as we drove to Tucson, I thought, I have a really bad feeling in my stomach. Like, what would happen if Charles went in? And I literally told this to my son, and then when I got to Tucson, I told this to my friend. I said, what if Alex and Lori did something to Charles? And because he doesn't have his phone, and he's always on his phone. And I just said, I have a sick feeling. So when I went to Tucson, I told my friend Eric, I was like, I don't know, there's something really weird going on, because I told him the whole situation, and Charles had not called. And I said, this is really weird. And so Eric, on a whim, Googles Charles's name. He goes, well, what's his name? I said, Charles Vallow. And he says, it says here that he got shot and killed by his brother-in-law in Chandler. I said, what? And I read the article. I broke down and started crying because I said, I felt like something was wrong. And Eric was like, oh, my. I mean, we were literally in shock. Nobody called me. Not my mom and dad, not my brother, not my sister. My sister Summer was in New York at the time. So, and my son Zach was watching my sister Summer's dog. We were in charge of her house. So I drove home, and I was talking to my mom and dad when I was driving home. I was like, we got to talk. And my mom got all mad at me, and she goes, we sure do. And so when I got to my mom and dad's house, Tylee was there. And Tylee was standing at the edge of the counter, and she was quiet. And Tylee's always hugging me and saying hi to me. She looked like she did not want to say a word to me and was just talking to my mom. And me and Zach, my son, came in and sat down, and they had a conversation between the two of them without me being able to hear what they were saying. And then my mom, Tylee and my mom.
Okay.
And so Tylee and my mom then, my mom walked Tylee to the end of the hallway, and Tylee left, got in her Jeep and left. And my mom came in, and she goes, how dare you not, say anything to her after what she's been through? And then I snapped and I screamed, and I said, Charles is dead, and nobody in the family has said a word about it, and it's been 3 days. And then my mom snapped on me and said, get your stuff and get out. And so my mom and my mom and my dad have a great relationship. We have never fought. We've never cursed at each other. We've never had any problems. That, for like 30 minutes in their house, we screamed at each other. It just all came out. I was so mad that nobody told me that Alex shot Charles and what happened. And nobody told me anything about what happened. And so when that went down, me and Zach got our stuff, and we went over to Summer's house, and I called Summer. And I told Summer what happened. I said, you don't know that Charles is dead? And she goes, no. But I knew that she did because the way that she reacted. So my mom told me on Friday when I was at their house, she said, I know that you and Charles were texting and emailing. I saw every text and every email that you were trying to get Lori in trouble at the church. And that shocked me because I said, well, how could you have, if Charles got shot and the phone is there and the police got the phone, how did you have time to go through every text and every email that me and Charles had? Which makes me believe that, in my opinion, my theory is that Lori and Alex got together, and Lori convinced Alex that Charles is not Charles anymore, that he's this guy named Ned, and that they shot him. I don't even think there was a fight or anything. I just think that because Charles texted me at 7:33 and went into the house. And then from what I read on the reports or whatever, it says that the police were called at 8 or something about him getting shot. And I thought, why would Alex be at Lori's anyways? And why would he have a gun in the house? And why wouldn't he call 911? Charles is not going to hurt anybody. He's not going to go crazy on anybody. And Alex is an expert shooter. He's got tons of guns. He goes shooting all the time. He knows how to kill somebody. And he shot 2 shots to his chest to make sure he wasn't dead. And then, or to make sure he was dead. And this was my theory.
Yeah.
And then try to cover it up by trying to do mouth-to-mouth. Who does mouth-to-mouth after someone tries to kill you and then you shoot them? I mean, there's so many things that don't, there's so many red flags that, and I don't know if you can, there's proof of anything, but did Alex get hit with a baseball bat?
He had an injury to the back of his head. Now, he alleges it was from the baseball bat. You know, I can't prove one way or another right now whether or not it was, but he alleges that Charles hit him in the back of the head with a baseball bat.
And So did he get a concussion, or did he go to the hospital? Was there stitches?
There was a cut to the back of the head. He did not go to the hospital. So we brought him back here and interviewed him, and then, not having any reason, at least at the time, to hold him, released him from there. The reason that I'm positive they were able to see all of your texts and emails is because Lori had Charles's phone, and we had to get it back from her, shoot, a couple hours after she was released, so she had time to go through his phone.
But my mom knew about this on Friday.
Yeah, but they had Charles's phone when she left. Basically, she left her house. And then it came back. She dropped JJ off at school sometime around this incident. She says right after the incident happened, she was in a panic and left and took JJ to school and then came back. We brought her down and interviewed her, Tylee, and Alex, and then released them from here. And then as we were processing the scene, we're like, well, where's Charles's phone? So we called Lori, and she's like, oh, I have it, and brought it back to us a couple hours later. So she had his phone on Thursday right after the incident for, 4 hours.
Just to let you know, Charles never leaves his phone anywhere. He's always has it with him. Yeah. So for her to say that he left it there and she got his phone, that did not happen.
Yeah.
That did not happen. Charles has his phone on him all the time. So, which then believes that they had planned something and Charles walked in. So, how is Tylee? What did she? I don't even know what happened. Like, none of my family has talked to me because supposedly I was on Charles's side to try to get Lori help. My whole family has not told me one thing about this incident.
So what the report was is that Al basically stayed the night there the night before and they were planning on going and doing something for the day, him, Lori, and Tylee. That Charles came and got JJ and basically got into a screaming match and was yelling and screaming at Lori. And then they say that Tylee basically brought a baseball bat out from her room and was kind of standing next to Lori, and had it kind of holding it in defense of Lori as Charles was yelling at her. They say that Charles yanked the baseball bat out of her hand, that Alex got involved and basically intervened during that altercation. Alex got hit with the bat. He went back to his room, got the gun, and then came back and basically challenged Charles. Charles came after him with the bat again, and that's when he shot and killed him.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. That just is like... And did Tylee see the whole thing?
They say that she was... they said that she was just outside of the house at the time the shooting happened, is where she puts herself.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. None. Zero. That is like... And this is my brother and sister, and I love them with all my heart. But I'm telling you, there's something wrong about Lori and Alex and this belief that they have. And, Lori thinks that death is nothing. And it's odd that Joe, her ex-husband, supposedly died of a heart attack when they were desperate for money, and he left her $50,000 and Tylee gets $2,000, and then Charles has a $2 million. There's a lot of red flags for me, and that story does not make sense. Charles does not leave his phone anywhere.
Yeah.
Which makes me believe that is there cameras at the houses around there that could see the street or anything?
I found one Ring doorbell, but I think the fence was outside of it, so I haven't been able to find a single camera in the neighborhood that would help me walk through a timeline of any of this.
Yeah.
So I have the same just the what if they brought him there to set him up type thing, and I just don't.
Yeah.
It's a matter of making our way through it. So.
Yeah, to me, it's just I don't. You don't have to shoot and kill Charles. You call 911. He's not going to. It's just all of it sounds way too crazy to me.
Yeah.
And set up and staged. Al, he lives so close to them. He doesn't have to spend the night at Lori's house. he could drive over there and they can go somewhere during the day. That's definitely a lie.
Yeah.
And just, I don't know how you can prove it or what the proof can be. That's the whole problem, is I'm sure they plan. I don't know if you can, if they've ever emailed each other or text each other, or they just plan this out by just talking. I don't know, but there's got to be somewhere where they've talked this through, because Lori and Alex planned Joe's death, and Lori found out that Joe molested her kids supposedly, and Alex got upset, and Al said, "I'll take care of him," and then they planned out how they were going to kill Joe, and Al was going to taser him, throw him in the trunk, and take him out to a field and shoot him, and then bury him. Well, Al went to taser him, and it didn't work, and Joe called the cops, and Al went to jail for 12 months. Yeah. So there's something with Lori and Alex that neither one of them are. Well, Alex is excommunicated from the church, and so he believes Lori, because Lori's like, it doesn't matter what you do in this world, all you have to do is have a body, and you can be saved. You're just here to get a body. And Al loves that, because then he can go sin and do whatever he wants. So he loves to hear what Lori has to tell him. And so I'm just telling you, man to man, and I love my family, but justice, poor Charles, he didn't deserve to die at all. He was so upset about the way Lori was doing that, and so the way that she changed, the things that she said, and the odd behavior, and just. I was the only one that would sit and listen to him cry and be upset about it, and everybody listened to Lori and my family, and just they shut him off. He couldn't talk to anybody, and he paid for everybody in the family. He paid for everybody's phone. He bought cars. I mean, even my mom and dad. And it's just odd that my mom sent my wife a text on Friday. She didn't tell us that Charles was dead. She didn't tell us anything was happening. She knew that I flew out there on Charles's points, and she sent a message to my wife going, "Thank you so much for sending Adam out here using your points to fly out." Why would she say that?
Right.
I think my mom knows something, and she's trying to cover up for those two. And Tylee definitely has to know something. And it doesn't make any sense that JJ's in the car when this whole thing happened, and after you shoot somebody, you get in the car and you drive to take him to school.
Yeah.
And you probably know all this.
I share them with you.
Yeah.
I share them with you. So.
And I don't know if you've seen the emails that Charles sent, but he talks about all the crazy things that Lori has said. To him.
He got a copy of an order of protection petition that he got that outlined some of those allegations. And he went to our stake president, and there's a lot of stuff. And then I guess they had $10,000 in cash somewhere for an emergency, and Lori took $7,100 out and tried to blame Charles, and said that he took it. And I don't know. I just feel like they're trying to get Charles's, and I don't know, Charles tried to get a divorce from Lori, and she disappeared for 58 days. Nobody knew where she was. Not her family. She didn't tell anybody in her family. She didn't tell anybody because she didn't want Charles to actually divorce her. And I think it's because she wanted to keep that policy alive. Yeah.
And so all the behavior is so strange that nobody in the family, not even her daughter, knew where she was, and she was in Hawaii apparently this whole time.
Yeah, and Tylee was staying with Alex at the time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those three are thicker than thieves, but I bet you Tylee could break if you got to her. I don't know what she would say, but gosh, it's just there's something that's really wrong about that.
Yeah, I like I said, I have a lot of concerns, and it's been going through. Like, I have Charles's phone now, so I've been going through the phones because he said that he was going to record his interaction with her, but there isn't a recording. So I don't know if they deleted it or if he didn't actually run the recorder. I don't know.
Is there a way to get deleted messages or deleted things or no?
We're able to restore some of them, but His phone, like you said, he was on it all the time. His phone's 80 gigabytes worth of data.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, there's just so much in there that it's mind-numbing to sit and try to go through it. And
yeah.
And I actually met with one of our computer forensic guys on Friday, and then ended up getting called away for something different. But me to see if he could find like something that I might be missing in the download of the phone and stuff. So
yeah, well, I know that was the thing because people weren't believing him, and Lori said that he had an affair, and so some girl called him, and I said, I want to believe Lori. And I said, well, I didn't get to talk to her, but this is what she told my mom. And I was like, well, I would like to see the receipt that supposedly he had, sex with prostitutes. And I also would like to hear from the girl that called Lori. And my mom was like, well, that's not none of your business. I said, yeah, but if you want me to believe that Charles had an affair, because Charles cried to me and swore to me that he didn't. And I believe him. And maybe he's lying, I don't know, but the way that Lori has been telling fibs and crazy things out of her mouth, I don't believe one thing that comes out of her mouth.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a situation. And so, I mean, I literally lost my family over this. My mom and dad will not talk to me. They told me to get out of their house, me and my son both, who we were like the most loved in our family by everybody. And because I have logic, normal logic, you want to be on your family's side, but when right is right, right's right, and wrong is wrong.
Yeah.
And for them to believe that, oh, Al's a hero, he saved Tylee. Charles would never hurt anybody like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, looking into it, it doesn't seem like Charles has ever had any type of violent past whatsoever.
No, none. It's to me, Lori and Alex planned this out. They knew Charles was coming to get JJ. Somehow, Tylee was in her room or somewhere, or outside or whatever. They shot him. They killed him. And I don't know if it was for money or if they thought he was that evil spirit named Ned. And Lori can't deny any of that. She said that to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I don't know, that's what I know, and that's, I know there's a lot of red flags, and I know in court you probably can't prove things on red flags, but there's got to be something about that baseball bat. I even think that Lori hit Alex with the baseball bat after they killed Charles.
Yeah, well, yeah, that possibility is definitely there. I mean, Charles, even for his age, was in great shape, and, you could tell it didn't appear to be that type of injury of a grown man swinging a bat. Like I said, when they got back to drop off the phone, Al hadn't even gone to the hospital. He had some medical tape basically around the cut on the back of his head, and that's that. So
yeah, there's a lot. I just want to make sure that you got my side, my wife's side, because she also, all my friend Eric that knows everybody that lives in Tucson, everybody's gut feeling is that, this was not self-protection from Al.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have spent the night. He shouldn't have taken that week off of work. I mean, when you think about it, it was literally planned out for this whole thing to happen. In my opinion.
Yeah. No, like I said, I have the same concerns. So we're still actively investigating it and going through it all. And have you heard? I guess you haven't really talked to your mom and them. I don't know if Lori has moved from that house, if she's staying at Al's house, if she's even still in the Phoenix area. I don't have any idea where she is right now.
From what I heard from my mom, who talks to my uncle and aunt, that she's changed her story 3 times. And my uncle, my 2 uncles, both say they know that's not the right story.
Gotcha.
And so my mom, and she was so distraught when I got back. Because I literally yelled, I said, Alex and Lori murdered Charles. And she looked at me and her eyes got all big, like I said something that, but that could be anything, but still, I couldn't believe it. And so the family, the cousins and the uncles and everybody, they understand the history with Lori and Alex and Lori's ex-husbands.
Yeah.
And so there's a whole pattern of things there. So nobody in my family believes what's happened. And I think even my dad didn't even know. My mom didn't tell my dad. Apparently Lori had a family meeting at her house on Saturday and told my mom and dad, or told my dad, because my mom already knew on Friday.
Huh.
And so then my dad found out about it, and then my sister Summer's like, yeah, Al's a hero, because the story that Al and Lori tell the family is one thing, but I'm sure that they got that phone immediately and started, going through his phone after they shot and killed him. He didn't leave his phone.
Yeah.
So, and the timeline is 7:30. I think the last text I got from him, it was right around 7:30 in the morning. And then I think the phone, from what I read on the newspaper, was like at 8 o'clock or somewhere after 8.
Yeah.
He was caught. Yeah. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but that's what I know.
Yeah. Huh. Well, I have all your information, and I'm trying to figure out the best way. Do you think Al would ever take a call from you?
No.
He's going to just avoid you?
Yeah, my whole family will avoid me. Nobody will talk to me because there's an investigation going on, and so they don't want to say a word to me. I guarantee that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just be curious to see what Al's side of the story is to a third. You know what I mean? To
another party.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering. For none of them to tell me anything that happened, like I just heard it from you for the first time because Kay had told me a little bit about what was said because I talked to Charles' sister Kay, and I feel bad for her too.
Yeah, because JJ's grandma, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, and she told me that. So I think my Uncle Rex said that Al, after that happened, went to Columbia, or my mom told somebody that Al went to Columbia. And then he came back. Because then Brandon, the one that Melanie's divorcing, said that Al was at Melanie's house on Saturday putting her fans in, ceiling fans in.
Okay.
He goes, Al's out in Columbia. He's here. So maybe he went for a couple days, or maybe he didn't go at all. And then my uncle said that my mom said that Kay wanted to go fly JJ down for Charles's funeral. And nobody the weird thing about it is that when I was at my house on Saturday morning and me and my mom and dad had a sit down and it was a yelling match and then it got calm and we tried to talk through things and then it got to be yelling again, while we were sitting there, not one time did my mom or dad say anything about how terrible it is or sorry that Charles was shot. They were all like, what a piece of crap trying to hurt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that's another red flag that nobody, like my sister, nobody wants to go to the funeral. I had planned a vacation in Los Angeles with my son, so we were in there when we told Kay that she said she was having a thing for Charles, but then when Kay called Lori, Lori's like, no, we're busy. We're getting ready to move to Hawaii, so we don't have time to have JJ go down there and back. And then, so that was something that Kay had told my wife, Nicole, and so she didn't let JJ go to her own, Lori didn't let JJ go to Charles's funeral in Louisiana.
Yeah.
And then my mom said, or told Lori or Kay, I can't remember where it was, but that they were going to move to Hawaii, but then now Lori has a job at a gym, and she's working at a gym. So, I mean, I've heard a lot of different things. So I literally am in the dark because nobody, they cut me and my son off from all social media. And my son is their favorite. Everybody, the greatest kid in the world. And he is distraught because he moved to Phoenix and worked there for Brandon and would stay at my mom and dad's house and be at Summer's house and Melanie's house. And for them to cut him off because Charles reached out to him and he felt sorry for Charles like I did.
Yeah.
And so just because we had conversations with Charles, they cut us off. None of that makes any sense to me.
So are your parents actively still involved in the LDS Church?
Yes.
Okay, so they haven't bit off on the crazy nonsense or whatever you want to call it that Lori's kind of got going on.
They're called People Prepared. And Lori's on a podcast. It's called Preparing the People. And ever since Lori's been on this 2-year deal of reading these books and being part of these podcasts, the people who are doing the podcast have been excommunicated from the church.
Gotcha.
And Alex said, the guy who got excommunicated from the church, he said, I've heard more light and truth out of his podcast in the last 2 weeks than I have the whole time I grew up going to church. So they're bought hook, line, and sinker into this thing. But for Lori to say that she goes to the temple and talks to Jesus Christ, and that she's on a special mission here to gather 144,000 people, and that she's married to Moroni, and that she has to do whatever it is to make sure her mission gets completed, which could mean killing Charles or anybody that's getting in her way of her mission. There's a lot of just, and it's literally nonsense. And Lori is one that loves attention. And I get it, because I love attention too. I'm on the radio. But she wants attention to a point like, if you did see Jesus Christ in the temple, you wouldn't tell anybody. And she goes around and tells everybody because she wants that attention.
Yeah.
That she's better than everybody else. That Jesus Christ gave her a higher priesthood than the rest of us. And like she gave Tylee blessings. You're not allowed to get blessings in our church unless you hold the priesthood. And so she's given Tylee a bunch of blessings. And so she's doing, and she's supposed to, and you're supposed to follow the prophet, and she's not. And my mom and dad are like, well, she's doing, she's not doing anything wrong, and it's just too much for me to. And I was only going there to see if I could actually have a conversation with her after a year and a half, and she wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
She wants, and so there was nothing I can do. I was going to go talk to the stake president, but he wasn't there when I was going to go play basketball. I never went to play basketball, so and I was going to record, and then I thought, you know what, I don't have to record. I just want to hear it with my own ears. So my mom and dad are very upset that I said I was going to record her and record them, and they think I'm a traitor and all this other stuff. And I was only doing it to help Lori. I still want to help her. She's my sister. I think she needs some mental help.
Yeah. So this, and I figured it was, but all this preparing of people and all this other stuff is way outside of the LDS faith. And it seems almost cult-like. I mean, it's just bizarre.
Yeah, it's very, yes. There's a lot of bizarre behavior, the things that they say. They try to mix it in so it doesn't seem like it's that crazy, but it is.
So which stake were they at? Which church were they going to?
They were going to, let's see, they lived up, where's that road, off of Riggs Road.
Okay.
So the stake center is on Riggs Road.
Okay.
And the stake president's name is President Holmes.
Okay.
And he has interviewed Charles and Lori. And Lori, I think, lied to him to keep her temple recommend. Charles wanted her temple recommend to be taken away because if her temple recommend gets taken away, then he thinks that she would snap out of whatever she's in.
Gotcha.
And that was it. And so that was the reasoning that I agreed to do anything with Charles, was to let's see what we can do. Because Lori thinks that you can shoot her, nothing will happen. She told me she doesn't have to eat anymore because she's a translated being. If she didn't want to eat, she didn't have to. And if somebody tried to shoot her, the bullet wouldn't go through her. She actually said those words to me and to my son.
Huh.
So I know that, that's not, there's, I don't know what the word, I don't know what crazy or delusional or whatever it is, But if you're living like that, as my mom and dad said, she's not hurting anybody. They said that on Thursday before we knew Charles was dead. Yeah, she hurt somebody, all right.
So has her temple recommend been taken away?
No. Okay. She went back. So Charles told the president all that. So then she had to go in with an interview with the president, and the president asked her the questions that you're supposed to do to get a temple recommend, and she lied because she says, "Oh, I follow the prophet. I do what he says." The prophet doesn't give you permission to give blessings to your kids unless you have the priesthood.
Yeah.
And she's bragging that gave Tylee a blessing one time in the room. She goes, and Al was in there too. This was way before when this really started happening, when I went down and visited him and I realized there's something wrong with Lori. She goes, "Come in here, let's give Tylee a blessing." And then Al's, who's excommunicated, she's like, "It doesn't matter, he has a priesthood. They don't know what they're talking about, and he could put his hands on her. And if I want to give her a blessing, she'd be healed even faster because my priesthood is higher than all of yours." And, that's the kind of talk that I said, "Lori, there's something wrong here." And then after that day, she never talked to me again.
Okay.
So if you don't believe what she's saying, she gets rid of you. I guess she's got another friend named Melanie that buys into everything she's saying, too. So they're two peas in a pod as well, apparently. I've never met her before, but that's what I heard.
Who's Brandon? Who was Brandon married to?
He was married to my niece, Melanie, but Lori also has another friend named
Melanie. Then.
Yes, two Melanies, yep.
Gotcha.
Yep. Yeah.
Because I've heard the name Mel, but I wasn't sure. What's your niece Melanie's last name?
Boudreaux.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Brandon's wife.
Okay. And then there is another Melanie. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's where the two Melanies are. But, for Lori to have that, to say that you could shoot her and a bullet wouldn't hurt her or she never has to eat again, I mean, that's alarming. And I told that to my mom and dad. And they're like, "Oh, my mom and dad admitted to me she's detached from reality, so she's living in a world that she can actually live in." And so I said, "Well, there's something wrong with that. She needs to go to therapy or something." She goes, "You think Lori's going to go to therapy?" And so I think with the church is that she went in and got her temple recommend because she answered the questions right about whatever she was supposed to answer so she got her temple recommend, and so she goes to the temple all the time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Huh. All right. Well, you have my direct number.
Yeah.
I will be in touch with you. I'm still actively working on this.
Okay.
But if there's anything that I could think of that I need to, try to find out, I'll definitely reach out to you. I have not reached out to your parents and everything else because I'm not sure what the family dynamic, was and is.
Yeah.
I knew you had, from the message, I knew you'd been talking to Charles that day.
Yeah.
The text message back and forth and on his phone and him saying everything's there and stuff. Did you call Al? Because you had sent him a text saying, "Hey, I'm going to call Al right now and press him to come get me." Did you call Al?
No.
Okay, I wasn't sure because he...
Oh, wait, maybe I did call. I think I did call him, but he never answered.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And I was just doing that to be able to get Al away from Lori so then we could actually talk to Lori because, and also to pressure Al, I wanted to ask Al what Lori's been saying because Al's told me things that Lori says because they're thicker than thieves too. And so since Lori doesn't talk to me, I wanted to find out what Lori has been saying lately because I know what she said when I was there.
Yeah.
And so, but then Al shut me off. I think Lori said, "Do not talk to Adam." Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult situation all the way around on this one, huh?
Yeah, it's literally like something out of like one of those 2020s.
Right. Yeah. Well, Adam, I really appreciate you calling me. And
sure, yeah. Let me know if I can help any other way. Give me a call. I was being able to help any way I can.
Definitely, I appreciate it, and we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, so we have finally heard from Adam, the older brother, Adam Cox. We just heard from him. So what do you guys think? He seems like he's got his stuff together, right? So this was a conversation that he had with law enforcement. So he starts off with LDS. Lori got involved with, well, she was in LDS, but then she started doing some really weird things. She talks to Jesus in the temple and other alarming things. He says that often. You think I'm crazy? None of it makes sense to me. So Lori cuts him off. They haven't talked in a year and a half. She talks about where he says that Ned was living in Charles' body and he was an inch shorter. That's how she knows that Ned was living in Charles's body. He says she can see dark spirits and told her family he told his family she needs to go to therapy. Parents say she's disconnected from reality and she's not hurting anyone. Well, that came back to bite them in the butt. Charles called and told him, your sister has gone off the deep end. So Charles has called Alex and saying, dude, your sister is like going crazy. Lori told the whole family not to talk to Charles. Charles said something has to be done, and niece and also Melanie Boudreau is preparing for the end of the world. Now, there was a gunshot taken at Brandon Boudreau, and that's the other trial that Lori is going to be on trial for after this trial for Charles. So she's on two trials here in Arizona. First is Charles, and then the second one is going to be Brandon. Brandon survived, and then that's when you hear Melanie and Brandon. Brandon actually survived. Melanie, who is the niece, was saying that Brandon is gay, and Alex is like, Brandon is not gay. So they separated because of Melanie fell in with Lori and what she was saying. Charles would tell him, don't tell Lori you're coming out because Lori will run. So he flies out to Arizona, stays at his parents' house. He gets a text from Charles at like 7:30, 7:33, and Charles texts, hey, Alex is here. So he immediately knows something is really, really off, right? And he's like, why, Alex, what are you doing there? So he's like, well, I took the week off. He said normally he would go to Columbus to be with women. He found it odd that Alex took the whole week off just to hang out at his house. He didn't hear from Charles all day Thursday, didn't hear from him on Friday. Finally, Saturday, because he says he flew out there specifically to see him, right? So he doesn't hear from him. So Saturday, he takes his son to go to Tucson. Says he has a bad feeling in his stomach, and he gets there, and his friend said the same thing to his friend Eric. What happens if Alex and Lori did something to Charles? So Eric Googles Charles's name, and that's when he found out that he was shot and deleted by brother-in-law. So then he goes to his parents' house, and his mom's like yelling at him, and everybody apparently is on Lori's side and saying Charles was so mean and terrible. And he says his parents and he have a really great relationship, but they screamed for about 30 minutes because mom knew that Charles and he were texting, and Charles was trying to get Lori in trouble with the church. Lori convinced Alex that Charles was Ned. He says, I don't think it was a fight. I think he says Alex is a really good shooter. He shoots all the time, and he says Alex got shot twice. So Alex either got shot twice or 4 times. We're not sure. Anyway, he got shot enough that took him out. Then they talk about this baseball bat injury to the back of the head. And law enforcement's like, yeah, that just didn't make sense. Then they think that maybe Lori hit Alex afterwards just to make it look like he got hit in the back of the head. So then they talk about Joe Ryan. He passed away from a heart attack, and there was $50,000 that went to Lori and $2,000 went to Tylee. So Adam is saying there's a lot of red flags around Lori and her ex-husbands. So the story was Alex was going to taser Joe and take him out back and then shoot him, but that didn't go so well. And we talked about that earlier, that he tased him and then he got put in jail, I think for 90 days, I believe. Alex was excommunicated, and Lori says you just need a body and then you can do whatever you want. So Adam says Alex loves that because then he can do anything he wants, basically do any kind of sin and just know that, oh, well, I'm going to get redeemed. Who cares? This is just a body. Adam says that they had $10,000 for emergency, $10,000 in cash, but Lori took $7,100 of that and blamed Charles. Lori left he said, split for 58 days. No one knew where she was. Maybe she went to Hawaii. He says, I bet Tylee, I bet you Tylee would break if you talk to her, which is sad. It says Charles would never hurt anyone like that. Adam says he feels that they planned this out. He says, I love my brother and sister, but he feels that they planned this out. They shot him, but he's not sure was it for money? Was it because she thought Charles was Ned? Who knows? Family understood the history of Lori and Alex and the connection between her and her exes and what Alex does for her, I should say. Adam says Dad didn't even know. Lori had a family meeting on Saturday, but Mom knew about that on Friday. Remember, this happened Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. It happened on a Wednesday. Let's see. Parents never said how sorry they were that Charles was dead. They just, they were anti-Charles from the get-go. Lori says she doesn't have to eat because she's a translated being. She says you could shoot her and the bullet would go right through her. If you don't believe in what she says, she'll get rid of you. So. Hey, Norene. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Remy Nas. Yes, Alex has passed away as well. Alex. Okay, so no, yeah. Adam, you think Adam is on the list? We have that list too. We'll go over it. I was going to go over it next week or later this week. We do have the list, and we hear that Nate is going to be in. Nate Eaton from East Idaho News is going to be in court, and so they're saying that that's at 1:30. I guess Pacific time. I guess Arizona is on West Coast time. So at 4:30, right? At 4:30, we'll cut over to that. We're going to try and find that. So we will show that at 4:30. All right. So next up is going to be Cheryl Wheeler. This is the wife of Charles. This is the mother of Charles's 2 kids. And this was at Lori's first trial up in Idaho. So let's check this out.
I was surprised to see Chandler PD come.
All right, so this is Cheryl Wheeler. We'll put this up here so you guys, this is Cheryl Wheeler. All right. This is an interview with Charles's first wife. Let me see. Oops, you met Adam. Okay, no worries. It's a lot to keep. Lots to keep. Okay. He said Mountain. Well, it's weird because Arizona doesn't change their time zones, or they don't fall back or spring forward. So I checked. They are 3 hours behind me, which is I'm on the East Coast. So when I hear 1:30, I checked. It's 4:30 our time. They're 3 hours behind us. Because right now, if you go, what time is it in Arizona? It is 11:30 a.m. in Arizona. It's 2:30 here, so it's a 3 hour difference. So he's saying whatever he's saying, Mountain, which is fine. All I know is it's a 3 hour difference. So we will cut out to that when that does go live. If there's a feed, we will cut over to it. So for now, we're going to listen to Cheryl Wheeler, who was Charles Vallow's first wife.
I was surprised to see Chandler PD come and testify. What were your thoughts on that and bringing up, Charles Vallow?
I was surprised as well. We didn't know that was going to be even allowed into this case. So it's interesting to hear that that's a factor, which we always knew it was, but that they're introducing it in the court.
Yeah, the prosecution cited the Idaho law 404B, crimes that could, set a motive. What stood out to you with what Chandler PD was talking about with how the crime scene unfolded and what they found with Charles, in the home?
I wish they would have acted sooner. It sounds like they didn't engage until January. We were not aware of the multiple shots taken at Charles. The stories have changed, and I think that is definitely a motive. Melanie Gibb, in her testimony, was incorrect about the life insurance timing. Lori didn't know until after Charles had been killed. So
that has, provided inconsistencies, because from what we know, Lori didn't find out until after. She made a claim, and she found out the hard way, and she definitely let Kay know that she was upset about that. Now, back to the detective. Having to sit there with your son, your family, and hear this phone call that Chad made to the mortuary, first off, just what was that like?
I had heard the call before. It was almost funny. It was very odd. I think that I didn't know Chad was involved at that point until we had heard that call and how involved he was. So that was news to us when we originally heard it, probably late 2019.
And does it anger you at all that's what he was manipulating the situation and lying?
Oh yes, because the people to decide that should have been his sons, not Chad and Lori, and certainly not Lori, and definitely not Chad.
Cheryl, it's been over 3 years. It seems like this trial was never going to happen to so many people. What are your thoughts as you've sat here this week with your family?
We're glad it's finally here. I'm impressed with the prosecution. They seem they've got it together. Maybe it's a very difficult, complicated case. So I can see the time spent on this, and lawyers changing and venues changing, and it's just, we're glad we're here and able to see what's going on and how it goes.
What's it like to see Lori?
It's interesting. It's not pleasant. I haven't seen her in years. I have probably spent more time with her in that courtroom than I ever have in my life. So, but I don't like her demeanor. I don't like the smiling, the laughing, the chit-chatting. This is very serious, and she's not taking it seriously. Doesn't appear to me.
Would you say her demeanor has been very inconsistent, unpredictable throughout this week?
I think it's consistent other than the day with the pictures. I think, but I don't, with her, I think it was an act. It's the thinking in her brain that she doesn't have to look at those pictures, but everyone else sitting in that courtroom has to, and she's the cause. So I was glad the judge ruled that she needed to stay in the courtroom.
And how do you absorb listening to this patriarchal blessing done by Chad Daybell for Alex Cox, the person who killed the father of your sons, and then Alex, we know, dies just weeks later, and it was very eerie to hear his voice and the crying on this audio.
It was, and when Chad said, "You've helped us in so many ways," that just stood out to me. It seems almost like
there's been no suspicious circumstances, they say, but do you think there's something more?
Absolutely. Same with Joe Ryan. I think that's why all these bodies are getting cremated, and Lori's in charge of each one of them, and she takes advantage of it.
Are you concerned that they won't be able to prove a conspiracy with Lori, because it doesn't seem like she gets her hands dirty even with this blessing and the phone call? Chad is doing, the deed.
I think it was Chad and Alex, but the behavior of Lori when her kids were gone since September, she didn't tell anyone. She covered it up saying they're happy, I know exactly where they are. That tells me a lot.
All right, that we heard from Cheryl Wheeler. She seemed really cool, right? I really liked her. She that's the first time I've ever heard anything from her, and she was really, really calm. So that was at Lori's trial in Idaho, right? So she was asked a lot of questions. Nate was one of the people that was asked. Nate was asking questions. So she wished Chandler Police Department had acted earlier. She says Melanie Gibb was incorrect about the life insurance. Lori found out about the life insurance after Charles had been shot. She was asked about Chad's call to the mortuary. What was it like to see Lori? She says it's interesting and not pleasant. She spent more time with her in the courtroom than in real life. She doesn't like the chit-chatting, And then she talked about Joe Ryan's body was cremated. So yeah, so Joe dies. Let's go back to Joe Ryan. So in 2007, Alex Cox attacked Joe Ryan with a stun gun during a custody-related dispute. At the time, Joe was trying to see his daughter Tylee and was involved in a contentious custody battle with Lori. Alex waited for Joe in the parking lot outside a supervised visitation center in Austin, Texas, and tased him multiple times. After the attack, Alex was arrested and eventually convicted of aggravated assault, and he served 90 days in jail. And then Joe died suddenly in 2018 from what was ruled as a heart attack. So, yeah, they were not together for sure. They had well separated because Lori said that Charles and her had been married like 14 years. So interesting. So why would she still have control over Joe's body? Don't know about that. But then to hear Adam talk about it, the plan to get rid of Joe was for Alex to taser him, take him out back, and shoot him. So there's that. All right, that concludes what we have for pre-trial Lori, if you will. So this was all we just finished showing Charles, his calls to his body cam footage of him talking to the police, Lori's body cam, her interviews. So we've gone through all of that. Now, next up we have Lori's pretrial. So all of her pretrial stuff. And Nate is going to go on. We got a link from him. It's going to, because I guess it's going to be a 30-minute delay. So his hearing, Nate is going to be in the court today. His hearing is going to be at 5. They're going to air it at 5. All right. So this is from Fox 10. So we're going to go check that out. So hopefully you guys will be with us. We're going to go check that out at 5 o'clock Eastern. All right. So stick around. We've got a lot more to go. We've got, so this is Lori's extradition. Okay, so she was found guilty for conspiring and or deleting Tylee and JJ, right? And she was on trial and she was found guilty and she's spending the rest of her life up there. So Arizona wanted to extradite her back down to Arizona to stand trial for Charles deletion and then also conspiring to shoot and theoretically delete Brandon Boudreaux, who was married to her niece. Excuse me. All right, so this is her extradition, and this is one of the things that she's, I think she was fighting, or she is fighting in her pretrial, is that she thought that this extradition was considered false or something. I'm not sure what she thought. But here we go. So this is her extradition to Maricopa County, Arizona from Idaho. And there is no audio, so this is visual only, no audio. All right. Excuse me. So that was pretty quick. Now we have body cam of the same event. So I'm thinking maybe this will have some. We'll actually have some audio. Let's see. So this is body cam.
Lori? So, remember I kind of went over this with you. This is regarding your electronic items for your court documents. If you don't mind, we're going to be placing this into property as safekeeping, so you can release it to whoever you want to, legal, whatever. If you don't mind opening that, just so we can document what's inside.
Okay. I just need my glasses so I can see the
Nothing in the lid other than the foam. We have, looks like headphones, charging cable for the laptop. We have 2 hard drives with a connecting cable. Another connecting cable for, looks like, for the hard drives, is that correct? 2 flash drives. HP laptop.
That was thrown away. I think it's just that was on the box on the outside and it fell off.
I'll just leave it in. It's no big deal. Okay. Okay. And then you have some documents in here. These are notebooks. So you have another loose piece of paper. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing else in there, correct? Okay. Yeah, right? Alright. I'll go ahead and have you reseal that for me. Okay. This here is going to be your document. You can have your signature there. This is going to have the date, today's date, 11:30, because it's now after midnight. That's going to be the report number, your name, your booking number, incident number, and then who I am. Okay? I'll just go ahead and have you sign right there for me. So whoever this gets released to, they'll have to reference your name in this here. All right? So yellow says inmate copy. Okay. And then this here is all the legal paperwork that you had. All right. And then snack for tonight. The broken glasses, they want me to put those in the property, so those are going to go in there. Okay.
I need those. They're different.
They
just bring them right here.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions? All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
You roll back to you.
All right, we're going to go on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Vallow, CR 2021-001704, CR 2022-001242.
Attorney Kay, on behalf of the state, for the record, the next of kin and victim are appearing virtually.
Good morning, Keith Terry and Denise Suki on behalf of Ms. Vallow, who's present appearing in custody.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you tell me your name and date of birth?
Lori Vallow Daybell, 6/26/1973.
All right, this is the time set for a complex case scheduling conference. I've received the complex case joint case management report that indicates discovery is ongoing and a large amount of discovery is about to be disclosed, to approximately 80,000 pages of discovery. I imagine it's going to take some time for the defense to get through. Mr. Terry, do you have any specific discovery issues that you need to bring to my attention today?
Judge, we have yet to receive the bulk of the discovery that's listed in there, so we don't know whether we have issues at this time. So it's going, as your Honor said, it's going to take some time to get through all the discovery. We have yet to receive, I guess, 20 terabytes of discovery, so we will make the court aware if there are any issues.
All right. My intention today was to set another complex case management conference in approximately 60 days. Prior to doing that, though, is there anything from the state that we need to discuss?
Nothing at this time, Your Honor.
Judge, given that we're going to be going through discovery for the next foreseeable months, and we would ask if we could waive Ms. Vallow's presence at the next CCMC.
State have a position on it?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll waive your appearance for the next complex case management conference. We're going to set that for April 24 at 8:30 a.m. You'll note that her presence is waived and not to be transported. At that time, we'll talk about where you're at in going through all that discovery. I imagine trial date may not be realistic based on the amount of discovery, but we'll discuss it at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be at recess at that matter. Thank you.
All rise.
So that was attached to the extradition. I really have no idea. Well, I don't know if that was the first one, because I think I have no idea where they and why they snuck that in. Yeah, so I'm not sure what that was. Kind of bonus there. All right. So our next, now we're getting into her pretrial. All right. So now we're going to start to get into her pretrial, her pretrials. So this first one is a no-show. So this was where she fails to appear for her Rule 11 hearing.
Fairness, respect, and dignity to a speedy trial.
So this is not Judge Boreski. This is another judge. Okay. All right, so this one is she's a no-show. This was 4 months ago. Let's check this out.
Fairness, respect, and dignity to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. We're going to go on the record now in calendars number 1 and 2. This is CR 2021-001-704-001 and CR 2022-001-242-001 in the matters of the State of Arizona versus Lori Vallow. May I have appearances?
Katie Staub appearing for the state, and I would note that next of kin are present online.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pamela Hicks, Robert Abernathy, Megan Swart, on behalf of Ms. Lori Vallow, who's not present. It's my understanding she refused.
All right. The court will waive the defendant's appearance for purposes of today's hearing only. For the parties' purposes, the court is familiar with the record from your prior hearing, so I understand the context in that a Rule 11 motion was filed by prior counsel. You're now stepping into that motion, and so that presents a different circumstance than usual here in these competency proceedings. The court has reviewed Dr. Hernandez's letter and Dr. McGady's report. How do the parties wish to proceed this morning?
I think what we were, before we realized she needed to be present to stipulate, we were contemplating asking the court if they would be willing to just stipulate with Dr. McGady's report. But I think at this point we would just ask to reaffirm our, November 20th court date in front of Judge Boreski. We did send him those reports as well under seal with the hopes of, essentially he just wants some confirmation of competency in order to proceed with the pro se motion.
My general policy is that I require the defendant to be in person, present for a finding of competency, but in some circumstances I have allowed counsel to file a notice with the court indicating that the defendant's been informed of that they've been found competent and of their next court date. And so I'll propose that if the parties are wishing to stipulate this morning. I know you want to move the case along. Is the state in a position to stipulate to competency based on Dr. McGady's report?
A wrinkle in that is that the state is unwilling to stipulate to competency based on one report. At the time that we met with, or that we appeared in front of Judge Boreski, there was not an indication from defense that they had advised the defendant to not cooperate with the Rule 11 evaluations. Since the state received that information yesterday, I think we just need to note for the record that any delay in coming to that, well, we were hoping that the defendant would be present today so that she could be admonished by the court that the most expedient way to get out of Rule 11 is to cooperate with the Rule 11 doctors. I'm not sure that it's appropriate for defense counsel to advise the defendant to not cooperate, but that's where we are. And I just want it to be clear for the record that the state is not employing a delay tactic in not stipulating to one report. We just need we need Dr. Hernandez to be able to offer an opinion for the purposes of the record, especially if the defendant is trying to represent herself.
Okay. So obviously we don't have Dr. Hernandez's report. According to her letter, she's going to make another attempt to meet with the defendant next week. So based on the fact that the state's unwilling to stipulate at this time, how do you want to proceed?
I think we'll just stick to the original plan of going back to Judge Boreski. He can review the reports. As far as having Ms. Vallow not speak, that was a decision based on the fact that we wanted to withdraw the Rule 11 motion. We did not want to be in Rule 11 court because we just didn't think it was appropriate at that time. Right. Otherwise, I think this is just a completely unique case. So I think at this point, we have a court hearing with Judge Boreski. He can make a decision on what he wants to do. And if we could maybe just ask Dr. Hernandez to just do a records review as Dr. McGady did. Since
I think that's something that she considered, but she's not able to do. And so because I thought that as well, but I think she's indicating just from an ethical standpoint, she doesn't have enough information to just render an opinion. And so I don't want to force her to make an opinion when she's not in a position to do that, and she needs more information, which she hopes to get in attempting to meet with the defendant next week. Unfortunately, Ms. Vallow not speaking with the mental health experts is causing some delay, as we're seeing here. But I'm okay with affirming your next hearing with Judge Boreski with the understanding that the matter remains in Rule 11 proceedings. So simply affirming that next court hearing doesn't change the status of the case being in Rule 11 for timing purposes. And then if another hearing needs to be set in this division, we can do that from your next hearing, which is currently set for November 20th at 10 a.m. I'm going to keep Dr. Hernandez in place, though, so I'm going to affirm her appointment, and I will give her a new deadline for another report in the event that you're going to proceed in competency proceedings. So I will, if she's going to meet next week, let's see what we can do. I'm going to order that she submit well, it's not a supplemental report because we don't have her initial report. So I'm going to extend her deadline for her report to December 2nd. That needs to be redacted and disclosed within 3 days by defense, pending the hearing next week with Judge Boreski. Did we cover everything? Is there anything else we need to cover this morning?
I think, sorry. So her report's due December 2nd? December
2nd, correct.
And then did we set another hearing date in here?
Let's do that. You know what? Let's do that, and Judge Boreski can vacate if he needs to. So let's return on December 5th. Let's do 8:30 again.
Okay. Can you do 8:30?
All right. Does that work? Anything further?
That works. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Right. Thank you. We're adjourned.
All right, so that was a Rule 11 competency hearing. Lori was a no-show. She waived her right to be in the court. Rule 11 was filed by previous counsel, who we saw there briefly. Not this film or file video, but the other one. Then they talk about Dr. Hernandez and Dr. McGady. We're going to have to find out who those people are. And Judge Boreski just wanted confirmation of competency before we continued because Lori wishes to go pro se. So this was right about the time that she wanted to go pro se, and the defense wanted to withdraw the Rule 11. All right, so we've got, we've got Lori's going to be in all these other videos that we're going to show is Lori is going to be in court. So let's get to it. And then we have Nate. We have Nate to look forward to in about 2 hours. So let's continue on.
Watched movies about this prior.
Sorry. Boy, the audio just comes in so hot. All right, so this is Lori representing herself.
All right, I set the status conference pending a hearing at the Rule 11 court
last week. So what's the status, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, and just to briefly put on the record, what we didn't put on the record was we had requested to seal this hearing because it does discuss sensitive information. I understand the prior court's ruling, but just to have on the record that we did request that it be sealed. So where we're at with, we had a hearing, an initial Rule 11 hearing with Commissioner Mortarosian. He had received the reports. One of those reports is competent. The other doctor indicated she wasn't able to make. Commissioner Mortarosian, from my understanding, was willing to stipulate to competency based on the one report. Even though Ms. Vallow wasn't present, it's outside their normal process to stipulate to competency if a defendant's not there. But given the unique circumstances, he was, at least it was my understanding, he was willing to do that. However, the state objected, wanting Dr. Hernandez's report. So what I would like to do is go back over the LeCount case because I think it's completely on point with case law and where we're at with this case. So when we started with you, I believe it was on November 6th, you had indicated that you were willing, at least inclined, to withdraw prior counsel's Rule 11 motion until Ms. Vallow indicated that she wanted to represent herself. We brought up the LeCount case. I went back through that case pretty thoroughly, and I'm just going to kind of walk through it. That case starts off with that Ms. Vallow has an absolute right to represent herself, and then it goes into what has to be established before she can represent herself. She has to show a sufficient mental capacity to understand the nature of the dispute, formulate a defense, and engage with court, counsel, all of the people in the cases. The court can look at, the court has to look at some evidence in order to make that finding of putting her in Rule 11 before allowing her to represent herself, but there has to be a history of irrational behavior, some medical opinion documenting incompetency or something else, and the defendant's demeanor. So the court has to find reasonable grounds, and that doesn't include an uncooperative attitude. You have to have a reasonable doubt as to her competency before we can place her in Rule 11, and the last part of LeCount talks about potentially just doing a preliminary evaluation and maybe getting one report before moving into a full Rule 11 evaluation. So I'm going to walk through what we have in this case. Again, she has an absolute right to represent herself. She has the sufficient mental capacity to understand the nature of the dispute, formulate a defense. We've now had a couple of conversations. We believe that she's able to do that, so we are avowing to the court that she's able to do that. So far, there's been no history. The state and Your Honors had this case for almost a year. You've had chances to see Ms. Vallow in court. To my understanding, there's been no history of irrational behavior. We now have a medical opinion from Dr. McGady who says that she's competent. There's been nothing else in her demeanor.
Did that doctor meet with her?
He spoke with her briefly. He didn't do a full evaluation, but he did speak with her. He did do a records review. I will point out his records review, his report, he kind of summarized what all of us have been saying was that maybe the Rule 11, and I don't want to get into previous counsel's thoughts, but Your Honor told us last court that you weren't really sure that you should have put her in Rule 11. We then showed up and said, we don't think this should be here. Dr. McGady's report, he did a review of CHS records and basically said maybe this stemmed from a disagreement. So again, uncooperative behavior doesn't equal incompetency. Again, she hasn't displayed any irrational behavior. You have Dr. McGady's report. As far as waiting around for Dr. Hernandez to do a report, we have concerns about that. She's already wrote a letter to the court indicating she's watched movies about this prior to being appointed. She's gone outside of what my understanding of typical Rule 11. If you have a client in Rule 11, they refuse to talk to the doctor. The defense attorney shows up at that initial 11 hearing, says, I've now gone and spoke to my client. They didn't really fully understand. Now they're going to cooperate with the doctor. Then the doctor goes back out a second time. We've spoke to lots of attorneys in our office. We've spoke with our attorney who's in Rule 11 regularly. It's very rare that a doctor attempts to go back out to speak with a client a second time. Normally, I would never advise a client to not speak in Rule 11. However, we are defense attorneys. That is Rule 101. Your client shouldn't talk. And in this particular circumstance, we are saying we don't think she needs to be in Rule 11. So I don't think waiting around for Dr. Hernandez is going to get us anywhere. And we certainly don't need it to meet all of the evidence that is required in the count. And I think I had one other. The last thing is we don't see this with the state. How often do we see the state trying to keep a client into Rule 11 proceedings? So we now have Your Honor, who was concerned about the Rule 11 and didn't necessarily think it was appropriate. We have said that. Dr. McGady has now said that. Commissioner Motorosian, who was willing to stipulate to her competency. All of these people who are saying we believe she's competent, you should withdraw Rule 11, withdraw previous counsel's Rule 11, allow Ms. Vallow to be pro per. If at some point you or the state see something that is concerning, we can certainly put her in Rule 11 again. Competency is fluid. Again, we've never seen the state fight to keep someone in competency proceedings. It's usually the complete opposite. That's all I have.
Okay. Well, is a big distinction from the LeCount case in this defendant's case, because according to prior counsel's motion for Rule 11, she was previously found incompetent in another jurisdiction and put into some sort of restoration process.
And then found competent and tried.
Correct.
All we're saying is that where we're at right now, you asked us to come back and give you some evidence of competency. I think we have more than provided that at this point. And at this point, we're just delaying any speedy trial rights, any fundamental right to represent herself.
All right. Well, if she were allowed to represent herself prior to that, I'd have to go through a colloquy with her and get some information, and based on that information, could still refer her for a Rule 11, depending on her answers to those questions.
Sure, and that was supposed to be my last point. Was we haven't even done that colloquy with her, so let's do that and see where we end up.
All right. Well, ma'am, I am going to ask you a series of questions, and that could inform what happens next. Have you previously in any other criminal proceeding been referred for a competency determination?
Just say yes.
Yes, previously.
All right. And were you ever previously determined to be incompetent at any point?
Not to my understanding. So my understanding was that the judge did the same thing that you did, in abundance of caution. Let's go ahead and put her in and see, and I came out competent.
Well, when you say you came out competent, was there a period of time where you were ruled as incompetent?
I would say technically they did do that. That's how they put you into the program in that state. Correct.
How long were you in that program?
I was in that program for about 10 months.
Okay. And what types of things did they give you classes? What types of things did they speak to you about where you went through some process where you were later deemed competent?
I did go through a process of several things, several classes, competency class, and meeting with doctors and evaluators, many evaluators.
Are you aware of any diagnosis that you were given?
Yes.
And what is that?
We're going to object to that, especially with this being public and not sealed.
It's not relevant to this determination.
Okay, well then...
This was almost 2 years ago.
Then I'm going to keep her in the Rule 11 process to determine that. And
approach and discuss with you without it being on the without public, on the record, but not public.
You mean as far as the diagnosis?
Yes.
Sure.
You want me to go?
Or I don't know how.
right, we're going to fast forward through the boops.
All that was on the record. The court reporter took it down despite the white noise.
But it was sealed for the public.
What was that?
That part was sealed.
I haven't sealed anything yet, but I can.
Did you tell him or you didn't tell him? You said it the way you said it, that it was a split decision.
All right. I'm inclined to keep Ms. Vallow in the Rule 11 process based on the prior attorneys. I understand these attorneys today disagree with the prior attorney's assessment. But because of that conflicting viewpoint, I think I need to let the Rule 11 process play out. So do you want anything additional you want to put on the record regarding that?
There's a couple of, can I just have a moment to?
Sure.
I know.
They're hearing on December 3rd. So the next year, 11. Yeah, isn't that when the next? I see the thing. Wait a minute. 12:05. Okay. 3, 5, whatever. Oh, okay.
I think last part is we haven't finished the colloquy, so we can just finish that, just so that's on the record, and then we don't have anything to add after that.
Okay. I don't see why this would produce a significant delay. If your client comes back competent, I want to, last time you were here, you mentioned needing a lot of time to be ready. But I just want you to think about this, and maybe you want to brief it, is if she represents herself, I don't think she should be forced to waive time in order for advisory counsel to be ready. I think she can go to trial as soon as she's ready if she's representing herself. And I don't know if you disagree with that. And you don't have to address it today.
We don't have to brief her at all. We agree with the court's conclusion, and that's if she were going to proceed to trial under her speedy trial rights, that's the chance she takes going forward. We would always prepare ourselves the best as possible under the circumstances, but that shouldn't factor into the decision as to whether someone represents themselves.
I agree.
The court's respecting its bounds on that, if that's what the court's thinking. I'm not saying it is.
No, you had thrown it out last time that you would need a significant amount of time to be ready, even if she represented herself. And when I was reflecting on that, I was thinking that I didn't know the case. So I'm glad that we're on the same page on that.
Just before the court goes forward with what I believe it's going to do, I would like the court to make a factual finding and a legal conclusion as to why the court feels it has the authority to do what it's doing and the facts that support that.
All right. I think I already have, repeatedly.
I would ask the court to do that again, so it make this perfectly clear for the record.
All right. Her prior attorneys requested a Rule 11 based on their observations. In their motion, they cite that she's, in their opinion, suffering from some form of delusions. Next, she's been previously, in their motion, found incompetent in another jurisdiction and went through a restoration process. By her own account here today, she was in that for approximately 10 months, which seems, I know it's a different jurisdiction and it's a different standard, but it seems that anyone that's in that process for 10 months is a significant period of time before they're determined to be competent to stand trial. So based on those factors, I think there's definitely enough to continue with the Rule 11 process. All right.
So the state has one concern.
Go ahead.
Defense counsel has pointed out that they are not happy with the appointment of Dr. Hernandez. Dr. Hernandez did not go outside of the record to review anything. She indicated she had seen something on TV regarding the defendant, and it did not affect anything she was going to do in this case. However, if defense counsel is not comfortable with Dr. Hernandez being appointed, perhaps the court could appoint a different doctor. Most importantly, Judge, specifically due to the basis of the finding of incompetency in Idaho that we just found out today, I think it's incredibly important that the doctors actually speak to the defendant, because the records from the jail may not bring up the issues unless they're specifically discussed. So the doctors would, of course, inquire into those areas, knowing that that is of possible concern. So it is incredibly important that the defendant cooperate and speak to the doctors. Defense counsel did indicate that it's common to stipulate to one doctor. That is not the case. I have been doing this for 20 years. It's not what we do. We are protecting the record, Judge, so that we don't come back on appeal for ineffective assistance of counsel when they say it should have been evaluated and it wasn't.
Can I add one last point? And again, this is going to go on for a little bit longer. Even if she does go to trial in February, this case is going to go on for some time. Everybody in this courtroom is going to have an opportunity to see Ms. Vallow, to talk with her. And if there are any issues about protecting the record, it can also be done then. I understand this might be a little bit more convenient, but what we are saying is at this point, it's not necessary.
Okay. Are you requesting a different evaluator?
Yeah, we were going to, yes.
All right.
We were going to do the Rule 11.
We thought the Rule 11 doctor had to do it, so we weren't going to bring it up.
I think I can do it. What was the name of the one?
Dr. Camille Hernandez is the doctor, and we would request that Dr. McGady be ordered to visit the defendant again because of this unique circumstances. He did indicate in his report that his opinion was not as sure as it could be had he been able to interview the defendant. So the state would request that Dr. McGady reevaluate the defendant with an interview, and that this court order the defendant to cooperate to the best of her ability.
Do you want to be heard?
We're clearly going down the rabbit hole at this point. We're getting far afield from what the court's concerns are, that she's able to represent herself. Now we're discussing all of the things that are relevant to Rule 11, which I'm indicating to the court aren't necessarily probative of what you need to understand in order to make a determination whether she can represent herself. If she doesn't want to talk to the doctor, she doesn't have to talk to the doctors. That's pretty straightforward and clear.
You're not requesting a specific doctor be appointed in place of Hernandez. You're talking about McGady. McGady was the one that found her competent.
Correct, but was not secure in his findings. So we would just request that. And then if you just notified the Forensic Services Unit, they will appoint another doctor that does in-custody evaluations, and she can be evaluated pretty quickly.
Okay.
One last thing, Judge, we never asked, did the court read the, basically, file a motion to reconsider, including the both reports? Did the court read those?
Read what?
The reports.
I haven't seen any reports. No.
File a motion to reconsider with the reports attached. I think the court probably should have reviewed those before we had.
You filed a motion to reconsider what?
You filed it under seal.
When was it filed? Are you talking about the motion to reconsider your motion to withdraw Rule 11?
Yes, that we hand delivered last week, I guess it was.
Okay, I issued a ruling that said there was nothing to reconsider because I had neither granted nor
We weren't sure what
denied the motion to reconsider, or the motion to withdraw.
When we left court last time, the court indicated that it would like additional information to make a determination. That's what we provided to the court via those reports that the court asked for. You asked for those reports. We objected to going back to Rule 11, but it was determined at some point that there may be some outstanding reports. That's why we set this hearing. That's why we sent you the reports so you could review them before this hearing.
Not withdrawing. He's not withdrawing. He just
Okay, I've reviewed both reports. All right, the court will appoint a new evaluator through Forensic Services Unit and replace or withdraw Camille Hernandez. I'm not going to order McGrady to go re-interview her. He gave his opinion. If he didn't feel like he had enough to make his opinion, he shouldn't have made his opinion. The state often relies on these opinions as is, so I don't see why this case should be treated differently than is normally treated. So he made his opinion based on the records review and his brief interaction with Ms. Vallow or Daybell. So I don't know how, once I make that appointment, how quickly they schedule those.
Within a few days, I believe.
Okay. So if is found competent on the second evaluation or opinion, we should be set back here in short order, and we'll talk about where we're going to go next. Is there anything else?
No, I think we just wanted to make sure on the record, so you're denying our motion to withdraw and then ordering that she complete the Rule 11 process.
Yeah, I think that's the safest course of action for the purpose of appeal issues, and once we started it, I think we just need to finish it.
Oh, yeah. Say what?
Anything else from the defense?
Court date then after this. That's what I'm, because we have a court date with Rule 11, December, I think, 5th. December 5th. So I think that would be enough time for this.
Well, next week, is it next week that's a short week?
Yeah, it's a short week.
I agree with you. I think that date should still work, and if she is deemed competent and the parties stipulate to competency, you can contact my judicial assistant and we can set it in short order on this calendar.
And just, is the state, just so we're clear, is the state going to be willing at that point then to agree to that she's competent? Because assuming that the state will stipulate to that, I
don't know. I guess it depends on what the report says. I mean, I agree with you that sometimes the state does stipulate on one report, but there's not a requirement that they have to, so I can't force that stipulation. But I guess we'll see what happens on the next report.
I think the absurd end result here is if the state doesn't want to stipulate, then we're going to have a hearing where the defense is basically saying she's competent and then the state's insisting that she's not competent?
I don't know. I guess you're going to have to wait to see what the next report says.
Oh, your water bottle.
All right. Anything from the state?
No, Judge.
All right. We'll be at recess on this matter.
Well.
Oh, wait. Prior counsel, since we're here, prior counsel filed a motion to compel.
Yeah.
The state just filed a response.
Well, since we're in Rule 11, isn't everything suspended?
Well, were you urging that motion the prior defense counsel filed, and are you going to file a reply? That's all I really want to know.
We're still reviewing it, Judge. Obviously, we still have to catch up on all the stuff.
Okay.
And also determine if Ms. Daybell's going to represent herself. That would be something she might want to respond to instead of us. All the deadlines should be stayed because of Rule 11. I realize the state had a deadline that they'd asked for an extension, and that's why they filed it. But the reply, obviously, will come after the Rule 11 process.
All right, that's fair.
Yes, I think maybe if we could ask for the 3-day reply deadline to start when we figure out where we're at in this process.
That's fair. That's fine. Okay, we'll be at recess.
All right, so that says it was uploaded November 20th, 2024. So I think that makes sense. I think that happened November 20th. So I'm going to make that a note. November 20th, 2024. And I just want to thank Elaine. Thank you so much, Elaine, for your generous contribution there. 20 pounds. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. And for those that are new to our channel, I got to show you my little sidekick over here. This is Super Ball for those that are new to the channel. This wonderful little contraption that she's sleeping in was sent to us by a therapist you know. So this is Super Ball. Just so you guys know, she is one of 3 feral cats that we have. So we have 3 feral cats. She's one of them, and that's Super Ball. All right. So that was, I believe that was from November 20th. Did I say the 20th? November 20th. Yep, that was from November 20th. At least that's when it was uploaded. I'm pretty sure that was probably, I'm going to go with November 20th. So they were talking about the status of the last week's hearing, which we heard right before that, or we watched. They requested the seal. To seal this hearing because there was, I guess, a lot of personal stuff that was going on because it talked about Lori's competency. The state wanted this competency report. There's no history of irrational behavior. Being uncooperative doesn't equate to competency. Then they talk about a program that Lori was in before, which, if you guys know, she was on trial, found guilty back in Idaho, and she had to go through 10 months of evaluation and what did she say? She went through competency classes. She had many evaluators. So it took her 10 months to go through Idaho's competency version, if you will. The judge asks what was the diagnosis, and the defense objects, immediately objects, because it's not public. She doesn't want that public. Judge says he's going to keep Rule 11, and defense then wants to talk outside of the public, wants to keep it on the record, but talk outside of public, basically us watching on YouTube. The judge says he hasn't sealed anything yet. Let's see. Did you tell him or didn't tell him? I know him. Let's see. I told him what you said. That was so that was the hot mic moment. Did you tell him or didn't tell him? Lori asks to her standby counsel. She says, I told him what you said, that it was split. So I guess they're talking about her diagnosis. The judge, let's see. Oh, yeah. I don't know who the guy that was standing talking. He's like, yeah, he wants this all to be put on the record. And the judge says, I have put it on the record repeatedly. Judge Boreski seemed a little annoyed. Previously, Lori was found incompetent and went through 10 months. And based on those factors, we will continue Rule 11. That's what the judge says. State says it's incredibly important for Lori to speak to the doctors. And Lori shouts out, it happens. So apparently, she's not really being cooperative speaking to the doctors. So ultimately, at the very end, the standby counsel for Lori, defense, gets up and says, so you're basically denying our motion to withdraw and ordering Lori to complete a Rule 11 process. So that's basically where that ended up. So let's see. Hey, Valeria, how are you? Good evening to you. Thank you for joining us. Dillinger, yeah, split. I think that's what you said, split personality. Hola, hello to you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see, Tammy has 2 cats. Penny is 14. She is an angry old lady. Then there's my 8-month-old crackhead, Mr. Bogart. That's funny. Hey, Gina, you can be competent, but not sure, you had a spell check issue there. We'll figure, darn spell check, not quite sure what you meant there. Do we know Lori's diagnosis? Was it split personality? I'm not sure. Who knows? Northwest, is that something you know? You seem to have a lot of really great info for us. Competency is not the same as mentally ill. Hey, Ola. So glad to see you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. So what was Lori ultimately, Idaho sentencing judge mentioned delusional disorder. Okay. Thank you, Northwest. Hey, Joe. Okay, time for a brief water break. Dizzy kept hearing, was there hot mic moments? There was a lot. There was actually quite a few. I wasn't sure if it was being picked up from the microphone because she had her finger on the mic at one point, standby counsel, or it was coming from the camera. So just so you guys know, Joe is going to be at the trial. He is there. He has his own channel, so please give Joe some love as well. Joe is going to be kind enough to be coming on. We're going to do a dual stream at the end of every court, end of every court day. I'll be here watching. Joe will be in the court, and he'll be giving us his insider take, and we'll be talking about the trial. So please join us once trial kicks in. As of right now, today was jury questionnaire. They were going over the jury questionnaire, what they were actually going to ask the jury. Then tomorrow, it starts in earnest. Jury selection starts in earnest tomorrow. They're thinking 3 days, 4 days. Generally, there is no trial on Friday in Arizona, or at least in Maricopa. So they may go into Friday for jury selection, but once trial starts, there is going to be no trial on Friday. So it's only Monday through Thursday. So all that being said, please go check out Joe's channel, Joe Schmoe. I think we've got, do we have a, I know we have a prompt going for you, Joe. Here it is. Thank you, Aaron, for popping that up. Definitely check out Joe Schmoe 88 on YouTube. He is a great channel to check out. He knows a lot, a lot more than I do about Lori and the LDS. So definitely check out Joe. But I'm really happy that we are going to be collaborating together. Joe will be in the court. We will be watching. So at the end of the day, of every day, we will be talking, we'll be streaming together. So yes, Irish Amy, so cool. Can't wait for Joe and Squeegee collabs. Absolutely. So, oh, awesome. Thank you, Sinbad, for subbing to Joe. Appreciate that. Valeria, how is Super Ball doing? She's fine. She's chilling. Did you see earlier? Here, I'll show her again. She's chilling. She's being all chilly kitty. Chilly kitty. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So, okay. Justin Lum live tweeted, Chris would be interested to go through now. I'm not sure what does that mean, Dizzy. Hola, yep. You got another sub there, Joe. Love your little dog pic. Yeah. Nanar is saying hello to Aaron. Irish Amy also subbed. Fantastic. Thank you guys for spreading the love around. All right, so Nate Eaton from East Idaho News. I'm sure some of you guys know him, some of you don't. He has been covering this from not from Charles day one, but from JJ and Tylee. So he flew to Hawaii, if you remember. He got into Lori and Chad's face saying, where are your children? Where are your children? Everybody just wants to know, where are your kids? So Nate's been around for that long. He has been on the witness list that Lori wants to call him as a witness, which makes no sense because he didn't even know. He wasn't even around this case. So it makes no sense that she wants to call him. So he has a trial to see if he's going to be called. I believe that's what this is for. Right now it's 20-4 East Coast time. So his thing is at 4:30 East Coast, but there's a half-hour delay. So we have a stream that shows at 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock, about another hour and 20 minutes, we will stream that. So once we do stream that, once that kicks in, we will stream. We will jump over there. So, hola, I love Super Bowl sidecar, and I cannot lie. Nice. Justin Loom is the courtroom live tweet jury selection. Okay. But does Chris love his new chair as much as Super Bowl loves her new nest? I do. I really do love my new chair. You guys, this is fantastic. Thank you all that put forward to that. Really appreciate that. Thank you. And Willow Johnson, I like Super Bowl sidecar. It's awesome. She spends 99% of the time in there now. She absolutely loves her little sidecar. It's awesome. All right, so let us move on. Northwest, Nate may have limited relevant info for Brandon's case regarding storage unit. Okay, thank you, Northwest. Mel says Nate introduced, yeah, the same, pretty much. I'm right there with you, Mel. If he didn't introduce us to Lori and Chad, then we got on him very quickly and have been following him ever since. Irish Amy, are the rules about who you can't call as a witness? Presumably they have to be relevant. One would think. I mean, you can't just call Joe Schmoe. Sorry, Joe. You just can't call anybody, Bob the plumber, if there's no relevant. Of course, there has to be some kind of relevance. All right, Dizzy. All right, let me just check that out. All right, so let's get to this one is 13 minutes, and then there's a bunch of court documents I also want to go through. So let's go through this. This was 3 months ago. Let me see if I can get an exact date for this. This is also from East Idaho News. So again, thank you guys for that. This is December 6th. So remember they were talking about, we just heard from November. We just heard November 20th. Now this is from December. It's from December 6th. Okay. So this was just a little bit, well, because I guess it was Thanksgiving, right? So this is just a little bit past that. All right, so let's get to this hearing. And the whole reason we're doing this, you guys, is just so, we can have it in one spot. All of, Lori's, all of Charles, his 911s, his meetings, interactions with law enforcement, and then the actual day of the shooting, and then now Lori's trial. So we're trying to put this all into one stream for you guys. So just to make it more convenient for whoever wants to watch this. So that being said, let's move on. Oh, wait a minute. Do not want to do that. Okay. I am not sure what that means. Hold on a sec, you guys. Okay. All right, something is acting up here. Just give me a moment. Sorry, just bear with me while I pull up this. Okay, here we go. All right, this is East Idaho News. Streamed this.
2021-001-704, CR 2022-001-242.
Good morning, Your Honor. Katie Staub for Trina K for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pamela Hicks and Robert Abernathy on behalf of Lori Vallow Daybell, who's present and in custody.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name and date of birth, please?
Lori Daybell, 6/26/1973.
All right, thank you. We're here for a status conference. You've been found competent by two separate healthcare providers. Is it your intention, ma'am, you had expressed earlier that you would like to represent yourself?
Yes, sir.
Is that still your intention?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
I may approach, Your Honor.
You do understand that you have the right to have attorneys represent you during your cases?
I do.
What grade did you finish in school?
I graduated from high school.
Do you read and understand English?
I do.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
No.
Are you currently prescribed any medications in the jail?
No.
Do you believe you're able to present a defense at trial?
I do.
Are you able to listen to what the court, counsel, and witnesses say during trial?
Yes, I will.
Do you believe you're able to ask witnesses questions that are relevant to the case and to your defense?
Absolutely.
Are you able to communicate effectively, do you believe, with the court, counsel, opposing counsel, and the jury?
I do.
I will make a finding that in court you do appear to act appropriately, speak appropriately, and communicate appropriately. Have you ever represented yourself before?
Not yet.
I do have a waiver form, one for each of your cases. You've gone over that waiver form with your attorneys?
I did.
You understand the waiver forms?
I did.
You have the right to an attorney. If you can't afford an attorney, I would appoint one to represent you. The attorney would represent you at all critical stages of the case, including before trial, at trial, and if you're found guilty at sentencing. Do you understand that?
I do.
An attorney can be of great value and assistance in criminal cases. There are serious disadvantages and dangers to representing yourself. Can you just tell me a little bit why you want to represent yourself?
Yes, Your Honor, for the past 5 years that I've been incarcerated, I have taken upon myself to study case law and criminal rules of procedure in the state of Idaho and Arizona, as well as federally. Prior to that, for the last 10 years, prior to my incarceration, I did study procedure in family law, and I have real trial experience. I have participated in 3 different full trials from beginning to end.
In family court?
1 in family court, 2 in criminal court, 1 bench trial and 1 jury trial.
Okay. You understand that you have 2 separate cases here. On each of these cases, if you're found guilty at trial, you'd be facing a sentence of up to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years?
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
And you understand that if convicted at trial, that those sentences could run consecutively or concurrently to any other sentence?
I am also well aware of that.
All right. You understand that if you represent yourself, you'll have the sole responsibility for, among other things, asserting legal defenses, interviewing witnesses, doing investigation, doing legal research, filing and arguing motions, examining and cross-examining witnesses, giving an opening statement and a final argument to the jury. Do you understand all that?
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm very prepared.
All right. Do you also understand that you'd be held to the same standard as an attorney regarding the presentation of your case? This would include knowledge of courtroom procedure, applicable case law, rules of evidence, and rules of procedure?
Yes.
All right. Each of your attorneys have gone to college, undergrad degree for probably a minimum of 4 years, and then law school for an additional 3 years. So these 2 attorneys that are here in court each have, at a minimum, if not more, 14 years of higher education, as well as probably, I'm guessing, between the 2 of them, 30 to 40 years in trial experience. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that your case may be specifically complicated in the sense that there are complicated evidentiary issues in your case? Do you believe you're able to present a defense?
Yes, I'm well aware of them.
All right. Do you also understand that if at some point, especially if you're in the middle of trial, you decide that you would like your attorneys to take over the case, you'd be effectively waiving any ineffective assistance of counsel claim that you might have because they might like a longer time to prepare?
Correct.
All right. Do you understand that even if I may allow you to represent yourself, I'll be appointing these attorneys to represent you as advisory counsel?
That's my understanding.
All right. If you want to testify at trial, you'd not be able to testify in a narrative format. Instead, you'd need to write out the questions, and the advisory counsels would ask you questions when you testify?
Yes, that's what I'm aware of.
All right. You can change your mind about this at any time. If at any time you want to be represented by your advisory counsel, let me know. I will appoint them back to represent you as your attorneys of record. But once you make the choice to have the lawyer represent you again, I wouldn't allow you to switch back and forth. Do you understand that as well?
Correct.
You also understand that if you ask your advisory counsel to take the case back over in full, you wouldn't be able to repeat anything that had already happened in the case or do over.
Correct.
All right. Because you'll be acting as your own attorney, you'll be expected to appear for every court hearing and every day of trial. If you do not appear for hearings or trial without good cause, I could consider your non-appearance to be an indication that you want to withdraw your right to represent yourself, and I would order your advisory counsel to become your attorney. Do you understand that as well?
Sure.
Your right to represent yourself is not absolute, and what I mean by that is if you fail to follow procedures, if you don't act appropriately in the courtroom, your right to represent yourself could be revoked. Do you understand that as well?
I do understand that.
All right. Do Do you have any questions about anything?
I just was going to ask if we were going to move forward from this today and if we are going to be able to reset trial.
We will. All right, I did receive your form. Is this your signature at the bottom of each form?
It is.
And I think I already asked you this, but I'll ask it again. Your signature appears on this form after you went over it completely with your attorney?
Correct.
All right, the court finds your waiver to an attorney is knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily made. I guess I should ask you, did anyone force you or threaten you to waive your right to an attorney?
No, quite the opposite.
Did anyone promise you anything in order to get you to waive your right to an attorney?
No.
All right, I do find your waiver is knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily made. Your waiver is accepted and entered a record. You will be your own attorney on the case. I will keep these attorneys on as your advisory counsel. Again, if you change your mind and would like them to take over the case, you need to let me know, okay?
Okay.
Your current last day is May 11th. I'm assuming you want to set a trial date within that last day.
Yes, I do.
All right, we're going to set a trial date March 31st for jury selection at 8:30 a.m. Well, we'll set it at, for now, 9 a.m. That could change the time, but we'll keep the date, March 31st. I'm going to, can I ask advisory counsel, in the event that she wishes to conduct interviews, would you be assisting her in that, or would your office have an investigator that would assist?
Either or.
Yeah, I think generally OPDS will assign an investigator for that purpose, and we would ask the court to endorse OPDS on this minute entry.
All right, the court will appoint an investigator through the Office of Public Defense Services to assist Ms. Vallow in any investigation and or setting up of interviews of any potential witnesses in the trial. I am going to set a status conference to make sure everything's on track for the trial date. I'll ask you again, my understanding is there's a large amount of discovery. You're sure that you're going to be ready in time for March 31st?
Yes, Your Honor. Also, I have a reply to the state's response. I know that we said if you were to let me go pro per that I would have 3 days to make this response, and I have a copy for the court and a copy for the state if I could give you that.
Response to what?
To the state's response to my motion to compel discovery that was filed prior to the Rule 11.
Okay, I'm going to have to...
I believe the public defender's office filed it, correct?
Was it your prior attorneys that filed the motion to compel discovery?
Correct, yes.
I remember now, we did hold that in advance because of the Rule 11 proceedings. So you can go, you have you ready to file your reply? Mm-hmm. All right.
There's one for the state as well, if he needs it.
Did you get, Attorney Trina Kay filed a response. You received that?
Yes, this is my reply to her response.
All right, I'll take a look at those pleadings because, to be honest, I haven't looked at them for a little bit. I'm going to set a status conference just to make sure everything's on track. Let's set that at 8:30 a.m. Friday, January 10.
One more time, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
8:30 a.m. Friday, January 10.
Can I use your pen? Let me write it for you, just.
Does that work for the state?
As far as I know.
Okay. Does that work for everyone on the defense?
Yes. So.
It's your turn.
Okay. Is there anything else from the state? One other thing I wanted to address. My understanding is the state, we do have two separate cases here. The state would proceed to trial on the 2021 case first. Yes.
That's correct. The first in time case.
All right. I think jury selection in this case could take longer than usual. Excluding jury selection, how much trial time do you think the state would take to present their side of the case? You don't know?
I don't have that information.
Okay. We'll wait till January to talk to Attorney Kay about that, just so we can block the appropriate amount of time in March. Well, I guess it'll be mostly April.
Your Honor, did you want to set a TMC as well? FTMC.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's set that for
I just want to know if we're going
Let's set that for March 21. I'm sorry, no, not March 21. March 18. I'm going to set that before my morning calendar, my normal morning calendar, so at 8:20 a.m. All right, anything else from you?
My understanding is that it will be two totally different trials. Is that correct? So this is just, we're just setting things and we're just doing this for the first trial.
Right. Well, you should be getting discovery for both cases as they go along, but the first trial will be on the 2021 case, and then at the conclusion of that trial, we'll talk about when we're going to try the second case.
So all discovery deadlines will be for the first 2021 case.
Presumably, yeah. But we'll talk about how much discovery there is we would expect from the state when we come back in January. All right. Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, we'll be at recess on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so we just heard that was from December 6th of 2024. And basically the judge says Lori was found competent by 2 healthcare providers. And this is where we find out that Lori wishes to represent herself. So Judge Boreski goes through a series of questions. What grade did you, how far did you go? She said she graduated. I didn't get them all because they went so quickly, but basically, are you are you aware of what you're doing? Basically, and she's like, yep. She says, for the past 5 years, she's been incarcerated and she's taken it upon herself to study law. She knows family law and criminal. She has real trial experience, one case, one trial in family and 2 in criminal. Judge asks if she's prepared. She says, yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, I am prepared. He then goes on to say, well, the 2 attorneys that are sitting next to you have gone through at least 7 years of school and probably have 30 years of experience. But she's okay. And I wrote this down, and I don't think this was the exact wording, but I wrote down, has anyone coerced you into representing yourself? And she says quite the opposite. So it was something along those lines. He sets the court date or the trial date for March 31st. And here we are, March 31st. And then he kind of talks a little bit about the 2 trials. So there's the one for Charles Vallow, and then there's the one for Brandon Boudreau. Brandon Boudreau. That's a tough, I got to get that one. So those were the 2 cases. All right, we have about an hour to go before Nate Eaton shows his, he's in court to see if he's going to be a witness. So we are going to, we have about an hour to go for that. Let's see what Angela. There must be a law to some degree put in place as to who can and can't represent themselves. Murderers should not be able to represent themselves. Period. Yeah. How about the Elisa Mathewson and Trevor Summers? He was represented by an attorney, and then once Elisa gets on the stand, he's like, no, I want to go pro se just so he can, talk to her and cross her. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, but unfortunately, that's where we are right now. Yeah, Mel Stiller, she graduated high school. Yep. Yeah, Elaine, Lori knows deep down she's never getting released. She won't. She's going back to Idaho to serve, so she's never getting released. This is just a day out for her. I agree. Fala, someone please teach them about mics. Oh, Dizzy said that Joe thinks it's from the boom. There's a camera, there's a camera there. I think it might be picked up from the camera as well. That's what I'm thinking. Because at one point you could see the standby counsel. She had her finger on the button. So I think that's from the mic. I'm sorry. I think that is from the camera. That's what I'm going with. All right, let us continue on. This is going to be 2 months ago. Let's see here. This is January. Okay, so this is a January 10th status hearing. So let's do that. All right, so this is from January 10th, 2025, this year, obviously. Let me just put that up here, and we can watch it together. I'll pin this. All right, let's check this out together. Okay.
Inmate Legal Services works. Did you receive the state's response yet?
I did receive it yesterday, but I was hoping that I could put my response on the record today, my reply.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, let me get my glasses. Do you want me to stand, Your Honor, or can I just sit here?
You can sit there.
So the state has claimed in their response that these documents are not material in the case, and this defense is entitled to this specific evidence for the proposition that this evidence can be used to impeach the thoroughness and good faith of the police investigation and the intent of the prosecution. That's Kiles versus Whitley, 514 U.S. The acid test of this prosecution is not a matter of determining if the defendant is guilty of the crimes that the defendant is charged, but rather, was any crime even committed? And where is this evidence? This defense has yet to find any evidence of a conspiracy in the 100,939 pages that have been turned over by the state. The state does not get to say, like they did in their last motion to us, in their last answer, to say, oh, we gave you over 100,000 pages, so that ought to keep you busy. That's not how it works. These are serious charges, and these are serious consequences for these charges. In determining the actuality of a crime, the state is required to meet, in reality, not in theory, a standard of culpability that is defined by law as a crime. The state is required to meet the challenge of defense reasonably without bias, conflict, prejudice, or speculation. So the defense, we keep filing motions for discovery since we don't know if it's some kind of strategy of the state that they're holding back this actual evidence of conspiracy in hopes that the defendant won't have time to prepare a proper defense against the evidence that comes forward at the last minute. This court has denied every motion the defense has filed to acquire this evidence. The state has claimed in their response to the defense's motion that the defense's request is overbroad and wide-sweeping. Is this the defense left to pinpoint where this evidence is and try to find it? No, that is not the law. The state is required by law to give the defense evidence of the crime they are being charged with. This is the purpose of the Brady Law and the right to due process. This is why in 2020 the United States enacted the Due Process Protection Act that provides defendants like me with greater protection, Brady versus Maryland. The state has continued to impede the defense from conducting a defense. This is a violation of the 14th Amendment of our great Constitution and the defense's due process rights. Today, the defense is requesting that this court do the following three things. One, order the state to turn over all evidence of a conspiracy since our trial begins in 76 days from today. I would also ask that they would pare down their witness list to these witnesses that will actually be testifying so the defense can conduct productive interviews. And then I would like for all motions and responses to be sent directly to the defendant in a timely manner. I'm having a really hard time getting this stuff. I don't get it from ILS to 7 days after things have been filed, after your orders have been rendered. I'm not getting these. This defense intends on starting trial on time without delay, and I request that also that this defense requests that the court grant the motion to order the state to produce all discovery of extradition at this time so that we can get started on getting prepared for trial.
What does anything in the extradition have to do with the underlying charges? Can you tell me that?
Yeah, it's to find out why all this started when I can't find any evidence that there is. So
have you read the grand jury transcripts?
I have.
Okay, the grand jury transcripts summarize what the state's evidence they intend to produce at trial.
I understand that.
So when you say you can't find anything, that is the summary in the grand jury transcripts.
Correct.
Okay. So I guess I don't understand how an extradition a year or so after the fact, after the indictments, would have anything to do with the underlying charges. So can you articulate that for me?
I can, Your Honor. There's the detectives that are on these cases are all continuing to go back and forth with all of these different agencies. You have the FBI, you have all the different agencies that are working together. You have Rexburg, Fremont County, you have Chandler and Gilbert. You have all these people. Then I have them coming on, they're going to be on the stand and they're going to be in trial and they're going to be saying what they reviewed. They've reviewed all these things. And there's communications between all of these agencies that I feel like that the defense is privy to. We should be able to have that and look at that and see where all this came from, where all this started, why they waited 2 years to make these charges. There's all these things, and why they decided to extradite when I saw someone sent me a news article 3 days before I got brought to Arizona that MCAO was putting out a release that they were not going to pick me up and they were not going to extradite me to Arizona until after my appeals were finished. So it's contradictory to that. I just don't know where it came from, and there's a lot of things that are mystery questions to the defense that we are entitled to according to the law.
All right, well, everything you've just told me, none of that would be relevant in the trial in the case in chief. Does the state intend on producing any iota of evidence or presenting any scintilla of evidence of anything that happened after the dates of crime that have been charged in the indictments?
The state, although there is information that occurred after that will relate to the conspiracy that has been disclosed to the defense, anything that occurred after the indictment, during the extradition process is completely irrelevant and will not be brought in during the trial.
I didn't mean the date of crime listed in the indictment. I meant the date of the indictment. Correct. So the state doesn't plan on presenting any evidence to a jury of anything after the indictment.
Correct.
So how would that, anything to do with the extradition, be relevant to your trial then?
I feel like it's relevant to the whole, Your Honor, in the sense that the police investigation and the intent of the prosecution, it doesn't make sense. I would like to be able to have that.
All right. Are you otherwise on track for your trial date?
Correct.
Are there interviews going on with your investigator or your advisory council team?
We're working on getting those set up right now.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to address today? This was sort of just a status conference to make sure things are on track.
I have 2 motions that I'd like to file with the court today.
All right. Do you have copies for the state?
I don't today. I thought you could make a copy.
Can we see them?
Sure.
I'll ask the deputy county attorney, from your perspective, anything we need to discuss here today? Yeah.
No, Your Honor.
How long, I'm assuming the 2021 case would be the case that the state intends to try first?
Correct.
How long would that case take for the state's portion to present?
Probably a couple weeks, Your Honor. I mean, and I say that obviously I'm unaware of how long defense will take for cross-examination. So I would probably ask to pre-screen the jury for significantly longer than that.
Meaning 3 weeks or 4 weeks?
Yes, Your Honor. I obviously do not know what Ms. Daybell is going to question any of the witnesses.
As we're looking toward that trial date, is advisory counsel willing to assist the defendant on the jury screening process if we do the electronic questionnaire?
Yeah, to the
Okay.
extent that we're
All right, good.
going outside of our scope, but yes.
Sure. I have received a motion for specific discovery from the defendant, well, two separate ones. Just going forward, can you title them maybe what specifically you're looking for? Because if you name all your motions the same thing, it gets a little difficult to keep track of them. But I have two separate motions for specific discovery.
Just like discovery 911 call.
For example, on this one, you could title it something like motion for discovery related to the Gilbert DR number or something like that, just to differentiate these. We'll make copies of these for the prosecutor, and then we'll have those filed with the clerk today. One of your requests was to have the state send you directly any pleadings, which according to their mailing certificate at the back of the pleadings, they are mailing them to you. I can't do anything about how long the jail takes to process that. So I do recognize that there's probably some delays on that, so we won't hold you to the normal reply times because of those delays that it takes getting through the jail administratively. All right.
In that case, Your Honor, could we have perhaps that go to my investigator, then I could maybe get those faster? Can he also be included on that?
Your Honor, I do email them to advisory counsel as well as in the court, so.
All right.
But there's not much else I can do.
Who's your investigator?
Jeff White.
And your advisory counselor in contact with him? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So the record will reflect that the state's getting a copy of those two motions today, and then the state will respond accordingly. I'll just set I'll have you reply within 10 days of the date of the filing of their response. All right. Depending on and then I'll rule on the motions as they come, or I'll set a hearing if need be. But at this time, I'm going to affirm the final trial management conference of March 18 at 8:30 a.m. in this division. Trial date's currently March 31. Again, the first case that would be heading to trial would be the 2021 case. Anything else for today?
Yes. Will trial be staying before Your Honor? And if so, will we be staying in this courtroom?
I don't know yet. I'm going to confer with the associate presiding judge, and I suspect it will stay here and it will stay in this courtroom, although for jury selection, we may move to a bigger courtroom if we're doing in-person voir dire.
And Judge, I do know there will likely be the next of kin present. This courtroom obviously does not have a victim room or a witness room. With the media, that obviously makes it more difficult for the state to keep those individuals away from each other, from overhearing each other in this type of case. So obviously we're happy to stay before this court, but would be requesting that this be reset or moved to the South Court Tower so we would have those accommodations.
I'll talk to the criminal presiding judge and the associate presiding judge regarding that, and it's just a matter of availability of bigger courtrooms. Anything else from the defendant?
I just was going to ask, can we set both trial dates, or how are we going to do that?
You'll have two separate jury trials with two separate juries.
Correct.
So the first trial that will be on or around March 31st. We anticipate when that trial's done, we'll talk about how quickly we're going to do the second trial. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. It's hard to set the second one without knowing how long the first one's going to take and then the readiness of everyone as far as the second one after the first one concludes. All right, we will be at recess on that matter. I'll take any motions under advisement.
All right, so I'm trying to time it so that we get right up to the 5 o'clock hour with Nate. He's going to trial. He's going to a hearing to see if he's going to be called as a witness. So I've got one more clip. Actually, I have 3 more clips, but one is 36 minutes. So I'm going to play that one next. But real quick, this one was January 10th, which we just watched. Lori wants to put her response on the record, and she went and she read it. She wanted to impeach law enforcement and the investigation that they did. She says that there's over 100,938 pages that has not been that she hasn't seen yet. She wants A, have it turned over to discovery, B, pare down the witness list, and C, ask for motions of the state to be sent to her earlier. Judge Boreski asks her, have you read the grand jury transcripts? Because that's basically going to tell you what you can expect that you're going to hear. And she's like, I have. And the judge says, well, that is the summary. Lori has 2 motions to file with the state, but doesn't have copies. So she gives that to Judge. Judge says it'll take a couple of weeks, but he isn't aware how long. The state says it'll take a couple of weeks, but she's not sure how long Lori is going to cross. So she can't really determine how long this trial is actually going to last. Then Lori asked, can we set both trial dates? And Judge is like, we have 2 trials, as you know. And she's like, yep, it's hard to set the second one first without knowing the length of the first. So, all right, this next one is from March 18th. So we're getting closer and closer. So this one is March 18th. I'm going to go ahead and pin that. Nope, come back here, you. All right, so this one is 36 minutes, and this should get us right up to the top of the hour. And that is when Nate will be in court on whether he has to testify or not. So
This is State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021 001704.
Your Honor, for the record, this Trinity on behalf of the state, and for the record, the next of kin and the victim in the 2022 matter are appearing virtually.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pamela Hicks and Robert Abernathy as advisory counsel for Ms. Daybell.
Go ahead and announce.
Lori Daybell.
All right, thank you. My courtroom assistant said there's some issue with advisory counsel at the table.
Yeah, I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't think about the logistics, so I'll just let Ms. Daybell.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to ask if I could have my investigator up here at the table, because if I needed to ask him something, then I need him available.
Yeah, any side can designate an investigator to sit with them through the trial and through court proceedings. So that you can have, if you can fit 3 chairs there, that's fine. Otherwise, advisory counsel could scoot her chair behind, whatever you think is logistically easier.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I just received word literally 2 minutes ago that we will be using Judge Kemp's courtroom, and we can use it for the entire first trial. Which is in the South Court Tower, which will give us more space as needed. Have the parties, I had my staff drop off the proposed questionnaire on your table this morning. I know you just got it this morning. You may need some time to read through it. That's my proposed questionnaire. Obviously, there's maybe a lot more questions that either side would like to ask the potential jurors in follow-up. So this is not limiting what would be asked ultimately to the jurors. In addition to this, the questions in this questionnaire, when the potential jurors come in, I always go over the burden of proof. I go over credibility of witnesses in a little more detail, especially as it pertains to how people perceive officer testimony, and some other areas I'll highlight. So I intend on asking more than just what's in this questionnaire, but this questionnaire is intended to get through some of the bigger issues such as pretrial publicity or opinions people may have had or exposure to the case people may have had, and then it has the questions where we may lose additional jurors on the trial schedule, and then victims of crime, views about police officer, and then if they've been charged or a close family member has been charged with a criminal offense, and to explain that. Any comments from the state?
Judge, in terms of publicity, I think my concern would be that when the jurors come in here and start hearing about the case or hearing testimony about the case, they'll hear the names Tylee and JJ, which obviously were more, there was more publicity about those than about Charles Vallow. And so I think if we really want to ensure that the jury is unbiased and has had no pretrial publicity with regards to the defendant, we're going to have to question them as to their knowledge of her other convictions out of Idaho. That was something that was just incredibly all over the media.
I agree, but I think that may happen in individual voir dire. This initial questionnaire, if they recognize the name Vallow or Daybell and they've been exposed to something in the media about it, they should tell us about what they know about it and about whether they know about that other case and whether they know about anything that happened to it about it. So I anticipate losing a number of jurors just based on that. But I agree with you. Some may say they've been exposed to it, but it wouldn't affect their ability to be fair. And in individual voir dire, we can explore those options. I don't want to necessarily taint the whole pool by saying, hey, she's got these convictions in this other state.
And Your Honor, I don't propose we talk about the convictions, but we will hear the names JJ and Tylee in this trial. So that's my concern, is if we don't raise those names, whether or not we put them in the list as people that they may hear.
What I could do is on question 15, where it lists out my name, the court staff, I need to include your name, the attorney's names, the advisory council's names in there. I'll add those. But at the bottom where it says other potential witnesses, I could do a third or another category that says other people that may be referenced but are not going to testify unless those names. That's fine. Is there any in addition to those two?
That would be the only for that. I think the other issue is, of course, the defendant's supplemental 15.2 names.
When was that filed? I haven't seen it.
I filed actually 2 motions to preclude them all and emailed them to your court Sunday.
Okay, maybe that's in my folder that's on my desk. Before we
filed that on the 12th of March.
Okay, before we get to that, let me ask the defendant. Other comments on the proposed questionnaire and the information that we're going to put in there?
I think it's
What's that?
pretty clear.
Okay, do you have any objection to listing Tylee and JJ because they will be mentioned?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's take a look here. Let me ask the state, you have 21 witnesses listed. I need to look at the defense witnesses that were listed. And we're after jury selection. I recognize jury selection could take longer than the initial week that I've set forth, but from April 7th to May 15th, the current screening, that is 20 full days of trial and 2 half days, so essentially 21 days of trial. Do you really think we need to screen that far out? I know you're being overly cautious.
I think, especially given that I'm not positive we'll pick a jury in that first week, I think we should, Your Honor.
All right. Defense have any comment on how we're screened through May 15th?
I think it's plenty of time, Your Honor, myself.
All right, let's deal with a couple things. First, I've received the notice of compliance. That was when the defendant requested the Gilbert video. Does that apply to the second case or this case?
Your Honor, it's an incident that occurred in January. It's not really, it was disclosed because it is mentioned in the DR. The defense had filed a motion for the state to disclose that, and then had brought up again on the 11th that the state had not disclosed it, that there was some YouTube video of that. I have looked for said YouTube video. I have gone through the police report. I don't know what video she's discussing, but we're not aware of any video that hasn't been disclosed. So I'm just providing notice that disclosure is complete as to that police report that is peripherally relevant.
All right. Any comment on that?
Yes, Your Honor. For clarity, is the state proposing that there is no video or that they don't have to give it to me because it's not attached to that DR number?
I think what she said was she's not aware of what video you referenced. So as far as her knowledge, she doesn't have it and doesn't know about it.
So I should go directly to Gilbert Police Department to get it?
Well, last time you were in court, you said your investigator or someone told you about it.
A mitigator.
A mitigator.
Showed it to me.
If they have that link, why don't they just send it to the state, and that may help the state determine if that's something they've already disclosed?
I will tell you why they won't, because that is my former team, and they will not do anything to help my investigator, my paralegal. They won't give us any information that they found. They won't talk to us at all because apparently there was a conflict. So they will not help us. They will not send us anything. They will not email us anything. They will not answer anything that we ask them to. So that has been the response from my former defense team. That's where we are.
All right. Do you know, and maybe your advisory councils can speak to this, did they turn over a file to you, or did you have to start from scratch?
No. From what I understand, all they turned over was the 22 terabyte hard drive, and that is it. They didn't turn any notes, any work product, nothing that they had done to that point. And they continue to stand by that today, even though a lot of that information I gave to them, they would not give it back to me.
All right. I'm going to make an order, and it'll be in the minute entry that they turn over a copy of their entire file, including any mitigation information that was gathered to the advisory council. That makes Hicks, you look like you want to say something.
I don't know. No, I'm good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so I'll do a more detailed order about, they should have turned over a copy of their entire file to advisory council when they withdrew. All right, so I've read the defendant's disclosures that were filed March 6th and March 12th, as well as the state's motion to preclude. And, well, let me start. Have you received any response from the defense, anyone from the defense team since you filed this on March 16th?
Your Honor, last night at 10:30 or so, defendant's investigator sent over a list of the addresses of the witnesses. I did speak with him this morning. I still am unclear if defense will be setting up those interviews or if they will be providing phone numbers to the state to set them up ourselves. As for the expert, again, last night at like 10:30 at night, defense investigator emailed the state and indicated that the defense expert would need to or wanted to obtain the physical laptops and cell phones that the police had impounded so that he could then review them, do his own sub-right or extractions. So obviously the expert hasn't even begun work, let alone they've also requested all impounded items from law enforcement. I'm unclear if they're asking for ones that were impounded in Idaho as part of their investigation or just the ones here. The statements from the investigator appears to be all of them, which would mean the state would have to request Idaho to send those to the investigator. So again, given all of those issues, I don't see how that it would be possible for the state to provide that to the expert prior to this trial beginning, let alone to get a report or an opinion prior to this trial beginning.
All right, let's set aside Dworkin for the time being. So well, let me ask the investigator. What's your name, sir?
Jeff.
Jeff what?
White.
Okay, Mr. White, are you going to be setting up interviews for the state to interview whatever potential witnesses the defendants noticed?
I'm trying to verify, excuse me, sir. I'm trying to verify the phone numbers to be correct. I do have a few of them, but some of them I'm trying to make sure that this is the correct numbers. Okay. I did the searches for them, and I have to apologize. I left yesterday, and for some odd reason, my email just did not go through. So,
Your Honor, my understanding is that the state has interviewed every single person on my witness list previously. That's where I got the people from the interviews that they had from the state previously. So I understand that they're allowed to do another interview of them, but they have interviews of every single person that is on my list, with the exception of one.
Which is who?
Which is Nate Eaton.
Okay. When you say the state's done the interview, do you mean police or someone from the prosecutor's office?
In discovery, I have interviews with police on every single one of the witnesses that are on my list.
Okay.
So I know that they had their addresses. I know that we were trying to get the addresses to them in the quickest way possible. And where I am at the jail, the communication is very difficult for me to get a hold of my investigator, to get a hold of my paralegal. I'm 23 hours a day locked down. If I don't have Wi-Fi, I don't have a phone. If I don't have battery, I don't have a phone. I don't have access to get to people. So I understand the time constraints, and we're doing the best that we can of getting things answered, getting things put together.
So as a threshold question, your assertion is that all these people that you've listed in your notices have relevant information for trial?
Correct.
And do you know if the police have interviewed these people?
Your Honor, the first listed person is a reporter, so I'm not really sure the relevance of a reporter.
He's the only one that hasn't been, so that's what I stated.
So, Your Honor, the point is to start with, one, these people, I'm not sure all of them actually have been interviewed. Those that have would have been interviewed 5 years ago. So whether or not their addresses are correct, unclear. It's not the state's responsibility for the defendant to do the defendant's work and find these people. I have an absolute right to do interviews just as the defendant does. So in terms of the witnesses, I think that most of them, as best I can guess, would be character evidence, which would be improper under 405. So depending on what they say, then I need to file motions to preclude or motions in limine for any or all of these witnesses.
All right, so it's premature to address these today. The state's going to have to interview them and find out if, in their opinion, they have relevant information or not. And then if there's a dispute as to whether or not they'd be called, I'll have to deal with that as it comes up. But if they're unable to be located or interviewed, obviously they won't be called at trial. Mr. Dworkin, if you want him to do extractions, you're not ready for trial. So in order for him to do the work that he's requesting, getting copies of a laptop or a cell phone or whatever the case may be, that's going to take him time to extract and analyze and then prepare a report, months maybe.
I understand that, Your Honor, and I'm hoping he can do it in an expedited manner. I requested him from OPDS on January 14th. He got approved on March 7th.
Well,
from OPDS.
You're the one pressing for your speedy trial, so you kind of have to make a decision on we're set for trial. You want to go to trial or you want to have him do that work that you want? Because I don't think both are going to happen. Even if you got the laptops today, generally those types of things can take weeks, even months to analyze and prepare a report on.
I understand that, and I also understand that I've only been given 10 hours for him from OPDS, right? So if he could spend 10 hours this week getting them ready, then he can give us a report with the best that he can do.
Well, the report's already late, technically, but if it were allowed, first of all, it's going to take time to coordinate him getting the. Let's start here. Specifically, what are you requesting? Because the state wasn't clear whether you were requesting items here impounded by a particular police department or items that may be impounded in Idaho.
Well, I'm sure that my investigator would like to have all of those things done, and I realize that we're on a time constraint, and I would be only concerned with one item, which is at Chandler Police Department, which was Charles, my husband's phone, Charles Vallow's phone.
For a copy of the extraction.
And I would like a copy of the extraction that they took from it. The digital forensic extraction from Chandler Police could be given to him immediately. That would be very helpful.
Wasn't that already disclosed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was that part of the initial terabyte?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Everything that I have is on a 22 terabyte. So hard drive. So if I give that away, I can't do my work.
Well, can't you make copies of files out of
22 terabytes.
I understand that.
Okay.
So what's your proposal?
Oh, I'll take it up.
I mean, if you have all that information in a file, I'm not saying you have to copy the whole 22 terabytes, but there's a file in there somewhere that's the Cellbrite extraction already for that requested item that's been in defense possession for however long now.
I'll take it up to Lori.
So I'm happy to make an order, but again, if he's not done with that information you want, are you still wanting to proceed to trial at the end of this month?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would ask leave that depending on what Mr. Dworkin says, that would put this.
It could still be precluded because depending on what his opinion is, first of all, it's late under the rules of evidence and rules of disclosure. And secondly, depending on what he says, the state would have to have an opportunity to consult with an expert as well. So even if he got something done, it could still be precluded, but I'll give him the opportunity to do whatever it is that you think he needs to do to analyze that. But that information's been in defense possession for months, if not over a year.
More than a year, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And he was just approved by OPDS last week, Your Honor.
I thought you said he was approved. You applied in January.
I applied for him in January, and last Friday, he got approved.
Again, this is one of those things where you have to weigh your options on whether it's worth it to get a continuance so you can have your defense do the work that you want done on your defense. But if you're telling me you don't want to do that.
I would like to do that, but my situation in my housing department precludes me from doing that.
From asking for a continuance?
No, from getting things done in an effective and quick manner.
Okay. All right, well, so you're telling me you don't want a continuance because any information he has at this point could be precluded as being untimely.
I understand that is the rule, and I understand how unfair and prejudicial that would be to me.
Okay. So I guess I'm going to have to cross the bridge on whether these notice defense witnesses are even able to be located and interviewed before I make a decision on whether they have relevant information and can be called at trial.
Obviously, Your Honor, we have a little over a week to try to interview these people, so I will file something at the end of next week indicating who I've been able to reach and interview and ask to preclude everyone else.
All right.
They also obviously ask to preclude them regardless, based upon what they may say.
All right. What else do we need to address today then?
Your Honor, the only other motion that we did not address last week was the State 609 motion. I presume the defendant will likely testify, so I don't know if we wanted to address that now.
Are you prepared to address that now?
No.
I generally will, I guess I'll advise the defendant now that if you choose to testify, it's likely that the jury would hear about the convictions. But at your request, they could be sanitized, meaning that they would only hear about the fact that you have convictions as opposed to what the nature of the conviction are. But that would be up to you whether you want that information out or not. And then the jury would receive a limiting instruction that the existence of those convictions is only to be used for the purposes of determining credibility. So you should be aware of that when you make a decision on whether you want to testify or not. Oh, if you do want to testify, it will be question and answer, meaning you need to write out all your questions that you want to be asked and have one of your advisory counsels ask those questions to you when you're on the witness stand.
Right.
Okay, so you can't take the witness stand and just give a narrative. It'll be question and answer.
So am I supposed to reply to the 609? Is that what you're saying? And ask for it to be sanitized if I want that?
We can talk about that when we actually have a 609 hearing, but yeah, you can make that request orally. You don't have to do a written response. I indicated last time for your opening statement and closing argument and questioning witnesses that you'll pretty much be limited to the podium. We'll be in a different courtroom apparently for trial, but it'll be set up very similarly. Either your investigator or one of your advisory counsels will approach witnesses with exhibits if you have to show a witness an exhibit. So I'll have to do the same limitations on the state. The state would be confined pretty much to the area of the podium, and the state would have someone assist in approaching witnesses with exhibits and that sort of thing. All right.
I have some motions that I'd like to file. I've had a really hard time getting my paralegals very busy. I don't have copies.
All right, we'll make copies and give them to the state, and then we'll file them, and depending on what they are, I'll rule on them as the response and replies come in, or we may have to address them depending on what they are. So plan on that questionnaire going out. I think we said, next Thursday, the 20th, will be sent out to potential jurors for the first batch of jurors, and then the responses would be cut off on the 26th.
Judge is going to be sent out Monday the 24th and will end on Monday the 27th.
All right. And then I'll meet with the parties on the 31st to go over those remote responses. So that'll be the 31st at 10:30 a.m. Then again, I'll just reiterate on April 1. We're not having walk-ins, Izzy, until the 1st?
Correct.
Okay, and then on the 1st, we will meet again, and for the rest of that week, we'll likely be meeting at 10:30 and continuing with jury selection every day until we get enough jurors. Hopefully we get enough the first week. If we have to, we'll go into the second week.
Yeah.
Judge, I know that I'd given you a date that I was going to need to be dark on. I'm going to put out there, since I obviously don't know when we will get the jury picked. I do have some witnesses that are flying in, so I may have some days where I may need to end a little early or whatnot to try to accommodate some witness schedules. But I'll keep the court updated once we get a jury picked.
I think we'll have a good idea by about day 2 of jury selection whether we're going to need to go into the next week or not. That reminds me, though, is I would like the parties to plan on, we're going to have a much better idea after about the second week of trial and the first trial, how the second trial will unfold as far as how many jurors we might need, but I would like the parties to plan on doing another remote questionnaire with a much larger pool for the second trial and meeting on Friday, May 30th. I'm just giving you a heads up as far as this is concerned. And then for scheduling purposes, so everyone knows, I'm planning on probably going Monday through Friday of the week of June 2nd, as well as Monday through Friday the week of June 9th, to try to get as much done as we can. And then there's going to be some dark days there toward the end of June, but we need to get it done by July 4th.
Your Honor, when are you planning on starting that trial?
So jury selection would be starting May 30th. All right, anything else from the state for today? If you want to stick around, we'll get you copies of those motions.
I do. Your Honor, I guess the only other thing is, for the questionnaire, are we going to put in the defendant's 15.2 witness list?
I'll put in those names preliminarily. It doesn't hurt, just in case anyone is called from that list. And if anyone knows any of those people, I will put that in, actually. Anything else from the defense?
So I'm unclear on where we stand with the video that I requested.
The state says they don't know what video you're talking about. They've disclosed everything they have. So I'm going to make an order to your prior team to give you whatever that is. If you have a link in that information, you can forward it to the state so the state can see if that's something they've already disclosed or if that's something Gilbert didn't give them, or on the other hand, since it was told you secondhand or showed you secondhand, whether it's something different than what you thought it was. I don't know. So I'll make an order that they hand over all those things to you so maybe you can figure that out. But at this point, the state says they've disclosed everything that they have and everything that they're aware of.
And in that order, they'll give it to my advisory council, or who?
Who do you want me to? I was going to say give it to your advisory council. Do you want a more narrowed order? Maybe any mitigation work that was collected, or Or do you want a broad order that's basically everything in their possession?
Well, it would be nice if they could turn over everything in their possession that we worked on.
I was just thinking
together.
it would be easier for you maybe to find that needle in a haystack if it was a more narrow order.
Well, she knows what the link is, and she could just give it to us, and we asked for her to do that, and
What's that?
the attorney said, no, she can't do that. She can't give you any.
What's that mitigator's name?
My mitigator's name? Pamela.
On your prior.
Pamela Kearney.
Do you know how do you spell Kearney?
Cerny.
All right, I'll make a specific reference to that.
And do we need an order, Your Honor, to pick up my husband's phone at Chandler Police so that Lonnie can do the extraction?
Well, you already have that extraction in your discovery. What's the state's position on Lonnie Dworkin meeting someone at, you said Chandler, right? Chandler
Yes, at
Police
Chandler Police
Department to do another extraction.
Your Honor, obviously the state and defense have always had stipulations so that should something happen to the device while it's in the possession of Mr. Dworkin, that there are now no issues with chain of custody or anything else. So the state would have to draw up a release, have that scheduled on who it's going to be picking it up, have the defendant sign that release indicating that she understands that should anything happen to that she waives those rights to claim those things. So
I think what I was asking was, does Mr. Dworkin have the ability to just do the extraction on site?
on site where? At Chandler?
At Chandler.
I don't think the police departments allow anyone to go in there and conduct their work in the police department.
Okay. All right, so to maintain the chain of custody, the state can draw up an agreement, and if the defendant signs that agreement, then Mr. Dworkin could pick up that phone.
That's perfect. Logistically, how's that going to happen?
She's going to forward that to your investigator, and I guess he'll have to come down and have you sign it.
Okay.
All right. Be at recess.
All right. Good timing because we are about 3 minutes away from watching journalist Nate Eaton filed a motion for protective order after being noticed as a witness by Lori Vallow Daybell. Other motions will also be heard. All right, so let's, that feed has not kicked in yet, but let's get ourselves prepared. So once this feed kicks in, all right, so this is what we're going to check out next. All right, I'm going to end the poll as well. I ended the poll. How long do you think it'll take for the jury to seat the jury out of 72 votes? 4 days or more, where 48% of you thought that. 30% thought 3 days. 18% thought 2 days. And 2% thought 1 day. Well, as the judge just said, we're going to, after day 2, we'll really get a sense of how long it's going to take. All right, after day 2. All right, so this is what we're going to hear next. So we're waiting for the feed to kick in. Now they're on a 30-minute delay, so theoretically this happened at 4:30 our time, which is East Coast time. I'm just going off of East Coast because that's where I am. So this theoretically happened at 4:30, and there's a 30-minute delay. So Northwest is saying apparently 68 made first pass today. Were they even doing? I thought they were just going over the questionnaire. I have not looked at X, Twitter at all. So yes, I have the Fox 10 link, Dali. Yep, that's what I'm on. I haven't been on social at all, so I have no idea what's going on out there. Paula says, hug and squeeze. I think I missed something, but I do give good hugs. Northwest, it's going to happen like any minute, so I don't want to get in the middle of reading something. So I just want to hang tight. My experience is that I start to read something and then the feed kicks in and I miss it. So I'd rather just rather sit here and hang out with you guys. So should be kicking in any minute. And here we go. I think we have a live feed. Captions, closed caption is unavailable. I have a lot of things that I can read that I will get to a little bit later over the course of the week. We're not going to just do everything today, so we're going to.
Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here, joined by our special projects executive producer George Obie. It is the day.
All right. Well, that's something I don't necessarily want to hear, so we're just going to mute that for the moment. All right, we're waiting for the feed is kicked in, but the other stream is talking, so I don't want to show them, so we'll wait. Northwest says, the rumor is Lori only wanted men on her first jury. I can see that. All right. Right now, these guys are just talking. I don't know how long they're going to talk. That's the problem. That's 3 days ago. All right, just seeing if there's another stream, if it's more than just that one channel doing it. All right, seems like this might be our only. All right, we're just going to wait. We're just going to hang out. I don't want to show that because other journalists are talking, and that's not something that I wish to share. So we're just going to hang tight until Lori actually kicks in. All right. All right, well, I'll just go over what the last, until that actually kicks in. Let's go over what we just heard. So the last motion, or the last hearing that we watched, was from January 10th. Lori wanted to put her response on the record. She talks about 100,939 pages that need to be turned over. She hasn't seen that. She talks about having discovery turned over, pare down the witness list, and ask for motions to be sent to her earlier. Judge asked, have you read the grand jury transcripts? She says she has. So the judge says, well, that is the summary. Lori has 2 motions to file with the state, but doesn't have the copies. Let's see. Lori's okay. So then the judge says it will take a couple of weeks, but she isn't aware. So the state says it's going to take a couple of weeks to try this, right? And only because she doesn't know how long Lori's going to take to do the cross. Lori could say no cross, or Lori could be like, "Oh, I take 2 months to cross a witness." So we really have no idea what's going to happen with Lori. Just have no idea, right? She is a wild card, as it were. So the judge asks her to file her motions. Just going forward, title your motions. Like she's just saying motion 1, or I don't even know what she's doing. But he asked her to put titles in her motions. Lori asks if she can set both trial dates. The judge says, we do have 2 trials. It's hard to set the second one without knowing the length of the first one. So they can't really set a date yet until they're going to see how the first one goes. Okay, hold on. I think we might be good here.
30, especially when we start having jury here waiting for us. I have a number of things we need to go through. Tomorrow morning, we'll continue with the jury selection process. There'll be a number of jurors that report in person to the jury assembly room that will fill out the same questionnaire that we went through this morning. I estimate somewhere between 40 and 60 people doing that. We'll go over those answers beginning at about 10:30 a.m. We'll plan on starting at 10:30 a.m. Whoever's left, as well as the people that we approved to come back from this morning's group, will come here at 1:30 p.m. We'll begin in-person questioning. During the in-person questioning, I'm going to need the full use of the courtroom, including the seats in the back. So those of you that are in the back as spectators might not be able to be in the courtroom tomorrow during the jury selection process. I'm just letting you know. Let's talk about some of these. First of all, for the record, I did get the defendant's notice of objection to the jury questionnaire that was filed on March 20th. The defendant was objecting to, I guess, the phrasing of the allegations that the state has made, and then requested that the fact that she denies the allegation be bolded and underlined it in the questionnaire. I did get your objection. I guess de facto I overruled the objection and the questionnaire went out as proposed. Next I have defendant's motion in limine to preclude expert testimony of Daniel Coons dated March 10th. Let me ask the state. That's Detective Daniel Coons of the Chandler Police Department. Is he going to be testifying as an expert?
Your Honor, we did notice him as an expert in terms of his background and training and testifying as to trajectory. So we did that in abundance of caution, but we did supplement and provide the defense with the background of that. It was provided to the defense more than 30 days before trial. And defense has interviewed him since then.
What was the last part?
The defense has interviewed him since then.
Okay. So, Ms. Daybell, what's the objection?
So for 5 years, of course, he's been on the witness list to be a regular detective, and now he's being put on as an expert. I feel like to give his opinion instead of just stating the facts. So that was my main concern. I don't understand how the trajectory has anything to do with conspiracy, so I object in that way as well.
All right. Has he testified in that regard in the past?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. He has been trained in that area and taught in that area. And his relevance, Your Honor, would be because the defense has claimed a self-defense claim as well. It's relevant for that.
Can the state provide me what his opinion is, and does he have a CV?
He does not have a CV. We did actually put the opinion in the supplemental 15.1 that I filed, along with his, I believe, background and training in that as well. So.
I guess let me flesh this out a little bit more. Let me ask the defendant, you've said a couple different things. Are you saying he's not qualified as an expert, or just that the disclosure came in late and you don't think his opinion is relevant?
Well, one, I don't think his opinion is relevant, but also the fact that he's named as a firearms expert. So I don't know if he took a weekend class and that made him a firearms expert. I don't know what his experience was with that. In his CV, it just says firearms expert. So.
Did you ask him those questions? Was it you that interviewed him or your investigator?
My investigator interviewed him.
Do you know if he asked questions regarding his background,
I'm not sure.
Training, or expertise?
Okay, so I haven't listened to that yet, so I'm not quite sure. My concern was that he was a regular detective on the witness list for 5 years, and then 30 days before trial, he's now an expert so that he can give his opinion. And I just thought that was my objection.
Well, if that was your basis of the objection on the timeliness of it, the state did comply with the rules as far as notice prior to trial and giving some sort of summary of what his opinion testimony would be. I'll take a look at it. It doesn't sound like we need any sort of Daubert hearing, but I'll take a look at it. So let's table that for now. Next I have defendant's motion to disclose 404B evidence dated March 14 and the state's response dated March 23. I don't know that the evidence that the state is offering to introduce necessarily 404B bad act per se, but let me hear from the defendant. You got her response?
I did.
All right. So what specific bad acts do you think should be precluded? Or were you just asking for disclosure of what they were actually intending on introducing?
I was asking for a disclosure of 404B that they planned on introducing at trial, and what I got was another theory of the case. So I didn't think that any of it was 404B relevant.
Well, I think I agree with you in so much as what was listed in their response, I wouldn't necessarily characterize as 404B evidence. But you have received that, and now you're aware of what they plan on introducing.
Somewhat.
Okay.
Correct.
I don't think I need to make a ruling on that. If there's evidentiary objections, hearsay, foundation, those types of things will be taken up when the state elicits or attempts to elicit that information. I have next defendant's motion to exclude state witnesses dated March 14 of 2025 and the state's response, specifically defendants requesting to exclude Nancy Jo Hancock, Christina Atwood, and Kay Woodcock. The state filed a response on why let Let me just make sure I'm looking at the right one. The state's going to offer some sort of testimony from these three witnesses that are going to talk about, it'd go toward the element of premeditation and or motive. So what is your objection specifically?
Mine, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, my objection was that after their interviews, after their defense interviews, that it came to light that their information came, well, one specifically came from Dateline, and then they called each other and their information came from each other. So
I guess I'm working a little bit in the dark. What information is that?
whatever they're, I don't know, planning on testifying about, none of them have personal knowledge of any kind of crime, so.
The state's not saying they have personal knowledge of a crime. They have personal knowledge of things that may lead a jury to infer some sort of premeditation or motive. So what information is that? Let me ask the state. Or what's your offer of proof on why they're relevant?
With regards to Christina Atwood, she is a person who was present when the defendant was speaking about the victim being possessed, which goes to, again, the motive of this as well as the premeditation, and those statements were made months in advance of the actual murder. With regards to Nancy.
So that's going to be offered as some form of admission from the defendant.
So that would be admission by party opponent, and that's personal knowledge.
Did you say that was Nancy Jo Hancock?
So that was Christina Atwood.
Christina Atwood.
Nancy Jo Hancock is the last person that saw the victim alive prior to that. What she knew about this was hearsay, but her statements to the victim of what he should do were her understanding and expression to the victim that he should tell the defendant that he had changed the life insurance policy to stop all of this from going on. So she both sees him the night before, is aware that he's there, and then she makes statements to him regarding what he should do.
Okay, and then?
Kay Woodcock is the person who actually obtained the life insurance policy, which the state is alleging is part of the motive. And she also has information relating to the victim himself. There are allegations, again, of the self-defense, the use of a baseball bat, so she can provide background on the victim in that area as well.
All right. Do you want to have further argument?
Just the fact that this information that is supposed to be coming forward is not. All these witnesses are getting together and talking about all this and comparing all their notes and all these things beforehand, and then they're telling us that in these interviews. Well, I talked to her 100 times. Well, I talked to her every day. Well, she told me this. Well, she told me that. So their information is not firsthand. These witnesses are all coming together. They're all watching everything that goes on TV regarding this, and I would like them all precluded.
Okay, well, you're always allowed to cross-examine a witness about any biases they may have about those things that you've just talked about, colluding with other witnesses. Those are all areas of ripe for cross-examination, but they're not bases to preclude a witness. The court finds that, based on the state's avowal, that those three specific witnesses do have some minimal, although very limited, relevant information to provide and could be helpful to the jury in understanding the case. So the court will deny the motion to exclude the state's witnesses. Again, this ruling doesn't preclude you from any objections you may have to if they're testifying to hearsay or something like that. Next I have, is there a Mr. Eaton here appearing?
Your Honor, Matthew Kelly, I represent Mr. Eaton.
Okay, you filed a motion over the weekend. Mr. Eaton or someone that he works with filed a motion. Mr. Eaton was, let's address that now while we have people here. Mr. Eaton was listed as a witness by the defendant. Mr. Eaton apparently is a reporter in Idaho, and based on the filings, believes he doesn't have any relevant information and shouldn't be listed as a witness. So let me ask the defendant, what relevant information would Mr. Eaton have? Why is he listed as a witness?
Well, I just got this last night, so I haven't had time to read all the things that he's claiming he doesn't. But there's several things off the top of my head that is relevant. Right now, one of the things is it's different now, right? Because he's had this off-the-record conversation with the prosecutor, and he's kind of made himself a witness. He's kind of made her a witness.
How so?
In the sense that if this is not prosecutorial misconduct, then one of them is going to have to testify and talk about how it's not.
Let's back up. How is he a witness to this trial? How does he have relevant information? Relevant information means a witness has testimony that makes some fact in the case more or less likely. So how does he have relevant information for what this case is about?
Okay, so initially when I put him on my witness list, my intent is because I do not know what the state is going to put on in their case in chief. And so I was calling him as a witness for the purpose of impeachment, laying foundation for interviews, rebuttal to whatever that the state might put forth, because he has interviewed almost every single witness on their witness list. And if they were to say something contrary to what they said to him on a public thing, then I would use him to lay a foundation for interviews and for impeachment. So that was my initial, in calling him. I found it funny when I read the beginning of this. He says that it seems to be clear attempt by Mrs. Daybell to use the rules of criminal procedure as a pretext simply to keep me out of the courtroom and interfere with my ability to report. So I had to laugh at that because it hadn't even occurred to me that he wouldn't be able to be in the courtroom if he was a witness according to 615. So that wasn't my intention. It was never my intention to do that. It was just to have him on hand if we needed to do that.
All right. Mr. Kelly, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly, in theory, it sounds like if a witness said something different than they reported to Mr. Eaton at some point, I guess in theory she's right that Mr. Kelly could be called as a witness to impeach someone, but that's only allowed after the person's confronted with the actual statement that was made, and if they then deny that statement that was made. Do you have copies of his interviews and transcripts of interviews that you might want to impeach someone with?
I've been watching most of the interviews and I take my own notes, so yes.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, two things. One, excluding Mr. Eaton under Rule 615 would be a violation of his rights under the First Amendment to attend and report on this very public trial. But more importantly, Your Honor, if Mr. Eaton were to be called as a witness, the party calling him would have to comply with ARS 122214, which has very stringent requirements for subpoenaing and compelling the testimony of a journalist about information that that journalist has obtained in the course of news gathering. As we state in our motion, we don't believe that there is any way that Ms. Daybell can meet those requirements, but I would suggest that if she wants to call him as a witness, she would absolutely have to follow the requirements of the subpoena law, and we would then have an opportunity to challenge that. But we don't believe that there should be any reason for Mr. Eaton to be excluded from the courtroom.
All right. I'm just thinking through this problem. If a witness got on the witness stand and said something different in testimony than you saw on an interview with Mr. Eaton, you would then play that interview. You wouldn't even need Mr. Eaton to do the impeachment, because you could impeach them with the interview by playing it for them in court or something like that. So now that I'm kind of thinking it through a little more, I'm not sure.
And I wouldn't need him to lay that foundation for the interview?
I'm really trying not to give you any legal advice because you are acting as your own attorney, but if the witness admits that's them on the interview and that's their statement, that is foundation. So
he's interviewed law enforcement, almost all the law enforcement that's going to be, up here on the stand. So it's not just witnesses, it's law enforcement.
Well, when I say witness, I mean generally any witness, regardless of their occupation. So I don't foresee, I see it in only the narrowest of situations where he could even be called to as an extrinsic person to testify about the impeachment. You'd have to jump through a number of hoops before that as far as presenting the witness what the statement is, and depending on whether they admit or deny that it's them on that video or interview or whatever the case may be that you're referring to. But I'm inclined to strike him as a witness at this time, allow him to be present if he so chooses in the trial. But then again, if you wanted him as a witness, you would need to subpoena him. But at this point, I'm going to strike him from the witness list and permit him to be in the courtroom. If there's a situation where you think something has happened during the trial where you think he should be called as a witness, I guess we'll cross that bridge when and if it comes. Okay?
We could just call him up from the back?
Well, we'll address it when and if it comes, yeah.
And Your Honor, I would ask that if that were to occur, that I would be notified and given a chance to appear and be heard.
Well, everyone will get a chance to be heard if we cross that bridge. I just don't see us crossing that bridge, but I could be wrong. So at this time, it's sort of striking Nate Eaton from the witness list. He can be present if he so chooses in the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's go next to the state's motion to preclude media from displaying or disclosing phone numbers and email for witnesses and victims. I guess I have no problem granting this in concept, but let me ask the state, are these people are going to testify, this is my phone number or this is my email, or it's going to be displayed up as part of the evidence on the screen, or both?
Your Honor, it would be both. Some people would have to testify as to their phone numbers or emails that would also then to establish the foundation of then conversations that are on text messages, emails, iCloud accounts. So my concern, obviously, is there are both victims whose information could be displayed up there, and I think the Constitution allows them to request that that not be displayed. But additionally, just for safety concerns, given the high-profile nature of this, for witnesses who have, several of them have attempted to not be part of the media and have not given interviews and would not want their information to be out there, given that this is being live streamed, having their phone numbers or email addresses live streamed out there to the world, I would ask that that not be done.
All right. Does the defense want to be heard on any of that?
No, we agree.
So we're not actually being live streamed, but there's a 30-minute delay order on broadcasting what's in the courtroom. I already have a protective order that jurors can't be broadcast in any way. And I have an order that the feed can't broadcast sidebars that we might have. So I'm going to order that the feed also, to the extent you can see it visually on an exhibit or something, they shouldn't film someone's phone number or email. And then, I don't know if the right person's here. Do we have the ability to, does the media have the ability to bleep out or silence if someone says my phone number is 480 blah blah blah? We'll find that out before we start the trial, but that'll be the order. As for anyone that's doing print or podcasts or anything like that, you're prohibited from reciting an entire phone number or an entire email. You can use the area code, or you can use a couple digits at whatever, at live.com, at outlook.com, but I don't want their emails broadcast or reprinted. Let's go to state's motion to preclude Lonnie Dorkin and preclude noticed witnesses. Did Mr. Dorkin ever get a report prepared?
Not that the state has received.
Do you know?
So, okay. Your Honor, most likely, we're having an affidavit sent over from Mr. Dworkin tonight. He has found a discrepancy in the information that he downloaded and the information that was turned over initially by the state, and he wants to explain what that is and how that will be relevant. So if we get it tonight, we'll forward it immediately to the state, of course, tonight. He was working on a bunch of cases, and he's doing the best he could to include our case and get it done as quickly as possible as when he was assigned from OPDS.
Well, At this time, I'm inclined to preclude Mr. Dworkin, granted something pretty extraordinary happening. I offered you a continuance last time we were in court in order for you to explore that possibility. You declined the continuance. So it's any disclosures late at this point. I'm not going to slam the door on it completely because he may or may not have anything that actually ends up being useful. But at this, if depending on what he actually has, we can talk about it. But at this time, he's likely to be precluded as a witness because the state wouldn't even have an opportunity to have their own witness or rebuttal witness look at something prior to trial. But again, depending on what you have, we can talk about it again.
Okay.
The rest of your witnesses, we've already talked about Nate Eaton. I don't know if we need to go through each and every witness, but I think where I need to start is if a witness hasn't been served with a subpoena to appear in court, there's no requirement for them to show up for your trial. If they have been served, they would need to submit to an interview with the state in advance of their testimony. And then the third aspect is they need to have something relevant to testify about, which relevant, I told you a little bit ago, means they have a testimony that's not based on hearsay, that tends to make either a fact more likely or not. So why don't we go through, I'm trying to compare your witness list to the state's motion. Let me see here. So Nate Eaton, as of now, is not a witness. Next, we have, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Is it Viasia?
Vicia.
Vicia.
Idaho.
Is this one of the ones the state was able to get a hold of?
No, Your Honor. We did call the numbers and left voicemail. I've not had any response, and it's my understanding that when I interviewed the defendant's investigator, Jeff White, he also was unable to speak with her.
All right. What about Gabriel Bonilla?
Your Honor, I had an update on that one in the sense that on Saturday, so when the state interviewed, again, Jeff White, the defendant's investigator, he had not been able to speak with Mr. Bonilla. I also called and left a message on the phone number that I received from the investigator. On Saturday, the attorney for Mr. Bonilla called me, and Matthew Ballard, who represents the Church of Latter-day Saints. He advised me that Mr. Bonilla has not been served with a subpoena, but I did not speak with Mr. Bonilla or was not given an option to speak with him.
So we don't know if that person's been served or if they have relevant information.
According to the attorney, Matthew Ballard, he has not been served.
All right. What about, well, why don't I just ask the state? I've got your supplemental and your other one. I know you've actually talked to a few of these people on the phone.
Correct.
Is there anyone on this list, and I'm looking at the defendant's supplemental 15.2 filed March 12, on page 2, there's a number of witnesses listed out. Is there any on this list that you have talked to that you don't object to being called?
Your Honor, I think that there is potentially minimal relevance from Summer Shiflett.
Chislett?
I think that's a misspelling
Oh.
of her sister's name.
Okay.
I think there's potentially minimal relevance for Janice Cox, her mother.
Okay.
Adam Cox is actually on the state's witness list, so we don't object to him. I did speak with Zachary Cox. I'm not aware of any relevance as to this case from him, but I did speak with him.
I see in your pleading that he advised you he's not been subpoenaed.
Correct. Everyone I've spoken with has not been subpoenaed.
All right.
Your Honor, our subpoenas are with OPDS right now, and they should be being issued currently. The state talks about in their response, like, the state is claiming trial by ambush from the defense. Trial by ambush. How is the defense trial by ambush when they have interviewed every single one of these witnesses before in the last 5 years since this case started? They've interviewed every single person that has been on there. They have written, transcripted interviews and video interviews of all of these people. And so how they are relevant, these witnesses will testify if and when they are needed to add additional facts or fill in the blanks that the state will no doubt leave out in their case in chief, and they'll be called accordingly. I need them to lay perhaps foundations for evidence presented by the state. The same with Lonnie Dorkin. I need his testimony will be required if and when it's necessary to rebut digital information that the state will bring forward during trial. I feel like the state is trying to say, okay, if you want your speedy trial, guess what? We're not gonna let you defend yourself. Guess what? You can't have any experts. And guess what else? You can't have any witnesses. You can't have anybody speak in your behalf. So good luck. Have a nice day.
All right. Well, that's why attorneys sometimes take a long time to prepare for a trial, because they need to give notice of what all the testimony their witnesses are going to give. They need their experts to prepare reports. That's why your prior attorneys and your current attorneys were asking for more time to prepare the case. So you can't really have it both ways, that you want your speedy trial rights, but you don't want to give notice to the other side of what your evidence is.
I don't not want to give notice to the other side, with the limitations at the incarcerated state where I am, and the limitations with OPDS of getting Lonnie Dorkin late in the game that they did. I've done everything in my power as a defendant to prepare the state and to give over everything that I could do within my power, with the limitations that I am an incarcerated person at this maximum security prison jail.
So when you say...
And I shouldn't be able to represent myself because of that fact? That negates my constitutional right?
I didn't say that. All right. I said that sometimes there are reasons to not go forward to trial as fast as you want. All right. So when you say things like they're going to fill in the blanks, that makes it really hard to assess what their relevant information is.
They have relevant information to a lot of factors that I got in the 404B information. For example, the life insurance. My father is a life insurance salesman. He worked with Charles on getting both life insurance policies, my $2 million policy and Charles' $1 million policy. He also tried to sell my insurance policy after Charles passed away. He also told me to go to call the insurance policy and said how to do that, how to call them when you're the beneficiary. I didn't know how to do any of those things. He has relevant information to that. My sister has relevant information to my brother Alex Cox and the whole situation of what happened on July 11th. These people have relevant information to the state's case, what they're accusing me of. There's very relevant information from a lot of these witnesses.
So what I'm struggling with is you just saying that it's relevant doesn't actually make it relevant. It may be relevant. I'm trying to find out the relevancy. What you said about your father being an insurance salesman and selling policies, that sounds relevant. It could be relevant to me. Who's your father? I don't know who your father is.
Barry Cox.
All right, Barry Cox. It sounds like even from what you're saying, though, you're not, depending on what the state produces at trial, you're not sure that these witnesses would have relevant information. It just depends, is what it sounds like.
Whatever they put up in their case in chief, am I not allowed to try to defend myself against that?
You're absolutely allowed. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm sort of a gatekeeper, and I need to make sure witnesses have relevant information. And just like you have the right to interview all of the state's witnesses excluding victims' rights, people that can deny having an interview, they have the right to interview all your witnesses prior to trial so they can have an idea of what those witnesses might say on the witness stand.
I understand that, Your Honor.
So
They also have already interviewed all of them.
I'm not talking about police interviews or interviews that may have been done years ago. The prosecutor has the right to interview any witness prior to them taking the stand, just as you do. So I'm not sure the best way to handle this other than maybe we should take it up as we progress through the case, but
Your Honor,
some of these people may or may not be even served.
Yeah, my concern is, obviously, I have attempted to reach these people. I've made my good faith effort. I've been told both by myself in attempting to contact them, as well as the defense investigator, that they've been unable to reach them. So it seems to not be following the rules of procedure or evidence to then bring up later on if they perhaps find these people at some point. Then the state can try to, at that point, preclude them. When the state talks about a trial by ambush, it is, in fact, that. When the defense investigator themselves cannot find these people and are still looking for them in trial when they've had at least, we'll say, 4 months to try to find them, I think that at this point, precluding them is proper.
Well, I would preclude anyone that doesn't submit to an interview with the state. I kind of want to punt this a little bit just because if there's people that don't end up getting served, don't end up showing up at court, they can't find, then we don't need to waste our time talking about whether or not those people have relevant information because they're not going to be here and they're not going to testify. So I'm putting the defendant on notice that if these witnesses aren't served, if they don't submit to interviews, they're going to be precluded. Even if they submit to interviews, I may have to make a determination whether their testimony's relevant or not. So again, we're going to, I think, have to cross that bridge when it comes. The state did say that they concede that some of the witnesses, Adam Cox, Janice Cox, Summer Shiflett, may have some minimally relevant information. The rest of these, I think we're going to have to take up maybe on a piecemeal basis, but I don't want it. It's not going to be a situation where you're ready to call them in as a witness the morning of, and then the state they haven't been presented to the state for an interview prior to that. So keep that in mind when coordinating with your investigator. If he gets them served and they're actually going to be called at trial, they need to submit to an interview in advance of their testimony.
Your Honor, I understand that, and I am limited in what I can do. If I could call these people myself, they would answer my call probably, and I could have this discussion with them. But I'm going through the limitations that I have at the jail through my paralegal who's working overtime and my investigator who's working overtime to try to do everything to help me prepare for trial, as they have other clients as well that they have to do things in a timely manner for. So we are doing the best that we can.
Okay. All right. We next have defendant's motion to dismiss for violation of confidential communication in the Sixth Amendment dated March 18 of 2025 and the state's response. Let me ask the defendant first if you've received the state's response.
I did.
Did you say you did or didn't?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
If you have an attorney in Idaho that is working on an appeal, it appears that the information that was turned over by the jail was some pretty innocuous messages about trying to set up the legal line to talk to you on a confidential line. And really, that's about it. So how does this arise to some sort of nefarious interception of things? Because it was put on a public chat system that the jail uses. You know it's not confidential. And you're told it's not confidential. And then even if I look at the substance of the messages, there's really nothing in the messages that would arise to some sort of confidential communication, just trying to set up a meeting and get the unrecorded legal line set up.
Who's saying that they're not confidential?
Well, the
Who's
jail.
telling me that they're not confidential?
Your own attorney, it looks like. Here's a message. I see that they came and got you. I'm working on getting a confidential attorney line set up. The implication being that this message is not confidential. The next one, again, just checking in. Hope things are getting a little better for you. I'm still working on getting a legal line set up. The implication is that these are not confidential.
Okay, so then he received a letter from MCSO that said, your phone number is now confidential and arranged for confidential client privilege communications. So
Phone calls.
From my no, it says this phone number is connected to that. So from my perspective, when I call someone on the tablet or when I text someone on the tablet, it goes to their phone number. So all the communications after the date of the exhibit that we put in our motion, when he got that letter from MCSO that now all of your things will be confidential. Okay. Now they will be confidential. So my understanding, and I'm the only one that can waive that privilege, right?
And I think after that, when his line was approved, there were no other disclosures of messages between you and him, correct?
No, there are.
You received other disclosures of intercepting messages between you and him?
So those go up to the 24th of January?
No, the only thing I saw was up to, I think, late December of 23.
Okay, so there are confidential things that are in our communications because I was not aware that after he received that there were not. So the prosecutor who obtained these, her protocol would not be to stop and ask the court for some guidance on this, maybe do an in-camera review. If she's subjecting herself to client-privileged communications, instead of reading them and finding out and assessing for herself if there are anything in there that's confidential information between me and my appeals attorney, I have no other way to communicate with him when I'm in this incarcerated situation because I was brought here to Arizona to deal with these charges. So it is a problem. It's a problem that she took them. It's a problem that she got them from MCSO. It's a problem that she read through them. It's a huge problem that she put some of them into her motion and now his IP address is exposed to the public, which is a federal offense. There's a lot of things wrong with what has happened here.
Well, you reminded me that when his number was approved, he then sent messages from different IP addresses instead of that phone number that was privileged. So he's the one that disclosed or violated the confidential nature. I don't see that any of these, I'm going to call them inadvertently intercepted messages between you and your appeal attorney. I don't see that they're being used in any way by the state.
Just the state reading them as a violation of the client-attorney privilege.
Well, not if they're not done through a privileged setup the way that they were supposed to, which he even acknowledged.
My understanding from my perspective was that that phone number was now privileged. The way it comes to me on the tablet is I text that phone number or I call that phone number.
Correct.
So,
if you're communicating through the phone number, but if he has it set up where the messages aren't being sent and received actually through the phone number, but through different IP addresses, the system doesn't know that they're privileged because they're not being sent and received through that privileged number.
but I didn't know that. There's no way for me to know that from where I am in my cell. There's no understanding for that. I assumed he was just getting them on his same phone that we were having client-attorney privileged communications. And is the state giving these to Idaho? Do these get dispersed out? I would like to know that. Where are these going? They're getting them from MCSO. Is there a subpoena to get these from MCSO? Is there a warrant to get these from MCSO? I didn't see anything that warrants them getting them from MCSO in the first place.
All right, let me hear from the state.
Your Honor, I think that the state's motion really covers the law under this. The defendant and her attorney were provided with information. Whether or not she understood it or not, her attorney understood that it was phone calls that were covered. So it's not just the defendant who is not complying with following the correct procedure to utilize the set up attorney-client privilege means to communicate. In this case, the state, obviously, I disclose those before I even look at them. I understand that they are statements by a defendant, and I believe that they are to be disclosed under Rule 15. And so before I even look at them, I send them to the defendant because I don't have the option of not providing them to her since they have been obtained. I think if you apply the case law in this, the defendant cannot meet her burden to show that there's any legal advice in these messages. There's no privilege in them. The messages are asking to set up times to call and to speak.
Are the three, I think it's 3 messages that you included in your response, are those all the messages?
No, Your Honor, there are other messages, and we do say that tablet messages between Ms. Daybell and Mr. Jerem do not end on December 28th. They continue.
And there is privilege information on them going forward. And the state is basically testifying for my attorney now. She just testified for my attorney that he understood that that these were not privileged communications. Where does she understand that where is she testifying for my attorney?
Well, I think because the context of the messages say, I'm trying to schedule a time and I'm trying to set up a confidential line, meaning
that was
this
before.
Is not confidential.
That's right. He said it wasn't confidential before MCSO gave him a letter saying your phone number is now confidential. Your phone number now has.
Okay, I'm not going to keep rehashing this with you. The fact that he's using different IP addresses and not messaging through the actual phone number that's protected, I think is part of the problem. So if he's not using the program correctly, that's an issue you need to take up with your attorney.
How is he using it incorrectly?
I just told you. He's not messaging through the phone number. He's using different IP
How
addresses.
can you message other than the phone number? I don't understand that.
I don't understand that either, but if it was from the phone number and it's for his cell phone, for example, it would be the same IP address for each communication. There's like 4 or 5 IP addresses.
Where are the IP addresses coming from? They're given to you by the state?
They're right there listed on the messages.
I'm just saying, where are they obtaining those from?
From your attorney's messages to you?
From MCSO?
Yeah.
Did they get IP addresses for every single person of every single message communication on the text from MCSO?
Well, it's listed on the messages, so I assume so. It says Craig Durham, and then under it is the IP address from the device that's being used.
Okay, and then Ms. K is reading all of these messages and they're not privileged. Is that what you're coming to?
They're not privileged if you're not using the program or your attorney's not using the program correctly. Okay, they're still not going to be allowed to use any of these messages. What I'm saying is they're inadvertent disclosure by MCSO because someone's not using the program correctly doesn't mean that they had bad faith in how they got them. They made
How is he using it incorrectly?
I don't know how else to explain it to you. I've told you 5 different times now. So he's not messaging with the phone number. He's messaging from different IP addresses.
Okay, can I ask if these messages are being disseminated anywhere to Idaho, to the prosecutors in Idaho? Because that's definitely affecting my appeal if that's the case.
I don't know.
Have not been sent to anyone other than the defendant, Your Honor.
All right. So there was some communications I find that were intercepted between Ms. Daybell and her attorney. The state's not to use those communications. They're not to disseminate those communications, but I do find that they weren't purposely sought out by the state. And that dismissal isn't the appropriate sanction if there is an appropriate sanction. It's ordered denying the motion to dismiss for violation of confidential communication. All right, then we have defendant's motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct dated March 21st. Let me get that. And the state's response. The motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct was filed on March 21. The response, I don't see a date on the response, but I do have the response. Did you get that response? Ms. Daybell, did you get that response?
I did, Your Honor.
All right. So your prior attorneys had, actually, let me back up. The state filed a motion back in, I think it was September of 2024, asking the court to preclude your defense team at the time from making public records requests through Gilbert and/or Chandler police departments. I denied the state's request, saying that the defense is free to do their investigation and make public records requests through appropriate means. So that's part of your complaint, that they didn't provide those public documents to the defense. That's sort of a civil issue, I guess, but let me hear your argument on that.
That isn't really the complaint itself.
That's your first paragraph.
I know, but the complaint is that
I'd like to take each allegation and deal with them one at a time.
I understand that. My complaint is the interference by the state, Ms. K in particular, in stopping that and interfering with us trying to investigate and do our own investigation. It is a violation of the constitutional right and due process. And she did do it, and she did do it purposefully. And then after she did it, and we weren't allowed to have anything from either of the police departments. Then she filed her motion, and then later, the day that I was Rule 11, that is the day after when you said that you denied that motion. So I don't know what she did or what she said to Chandler and Gilbert to stop them from giving us any information, but as soon as we put in a request, we were cut off. No information. You can't have anything. That's when I was trying to, the big video that we're trying to get in Gilbert, that's what I was trying to request. I tried to request that myself because I would have my investigator go and explain what that was and why we didn't have it. And so we were precluded from doing all those things by the state. They should not be interfering with that. That's one of the reasons why everything has taken so long. We haven't been given things we've asked the state for. We haven't been given them. We tried to get them from Chandler and Gilbert. We can't get them from them. She's stopping us from getting from them. How are you supposed to put together a defense?
So when your prior defense counsel put in that request back in September, the state says that they obtained those information and gave it to your attorneys on October 1. So why are we waiting until March to address this if you had an issue with that?
I have had an issue with it the whole time.
So why didn't you file why didn't someone file a motion back in after, December, November, January, February, saying they had an issue with this?
I did. These are in my motions to you for specific discovery. I discussed this exact problem.
Okay. Well, now you're saying it arises to prosecutorial misconduct.
It is.
Right. This is the first I've been made aware of that, as far as I know, that the police department never honored the public records request. If they don't honor a public records request, there's a process to go through regarding that.
Which is what?
I'm not going to give you legal advice. All right. Your second allegation, the prosecutorial misconduct, we've already kind of dealt with, that she distributed the state distributed attorney-client privileged communication. We've discussed that. The next one is legal advice to defense witness Nate Eaton. We've somewhat discussed that, but I think their motion, the state says that they simply notified him that he would need to be served with a subpoena to have to appear in court. So how is that improper?
It's taking her word for that's what happened. She's not under oath saying that that's what happened. Nate Eaton's not here to testify that that's what happened. They're the only two parties that are there to say that that is what happened. So that is my problem with it. I would like for one of them to get on the stand and say exactly what happened in that conversation and that she wasn't giving him legal advice. How do we know that she wasn't? It's a very curious situation that he called her and then he writes in his motion this statement that obviously comes from Ms. K. She seems to be a clear attempt by Ms. Daybell to use the rules of criminal procedure as a pretext simply to keep me out of the courtroom and interfere with my ability to report. We also don't know if he told her, don't come to the March 18th hearing because that's when they're going to serve you with your subpoena. So all these things come from there, and we don't know who's saying it, and you're just taking her word for it like you took her word for, oh, there's only 6 emails and there's no other emails. You're just taking her word for it as an officer of the court, and I think that she should have to be sworn in.
Well, you want me to just take your word for he must have gotten these things from Ms. K, okay? Just because his motion says he thinks that you're noticing him as a witness to keep him out of the courtroom? I don't know why you take the jump to that is coming from Ms. K as opposed to his own volition. He also hired an attorney that said the same thing. Even if she had said you need to be served with a subpoena to have to show up in court, that is not an ethical violation.
Well, giving legal advice is an ethical violation. Is that correct?
Stating what the law is not an ethical violation. If she said, I don't think you should show up at court, even if you're subpoenaed or something like that, that could be an ethical violation, but we don't have that.
How do we
All right.
know we don't have that? That's my question. How do we know what went on in that conversation if it wasn't recorded? Aren't witness
You can interview
interviews
him.
recorded?
You can interview Mr. Eaton. Your investigator can interview Mr. Eaton. So when and if you get that information from Mr. Eaton that something nefarious happened in that conversation, bring it up then. But you're jumping to conclusions. You have the right to interview any witness, okay?
Not a witness anymore because you just precluded him.
All right. You can interview him. You can have your investigator interview him.
So even though he's not a noticed witness now, we can still interview him and try to find this information because we can't get it now? Is that what you're saying?
Sure. Have your investigator call him. Ask him about the conversation. At this time, I'm going to, based on just the pleadings, I'm denying the motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct.
Of course.
All right, 609 motion. The state's alleged a total of 7 felony convictions in the state of Idaho. Under Rule 609, the court finds that limiting the number of convictions and the nature of the convictions to be appropriate as to not be overly prejudicial. There is an interest in allowing a jury to know that the defendant's been convicted of at least one felony. But let me hear, I'm inclined to probably limit it to 2 felonies in order that they be sanitized. Does the state want to be heard on that?
Your Honor, I do believe that the court should allow for at least 3. There are multiple dates and multiple victims in those and multiple different distinct incidents. And I believe that it would be appropriate to, when we're talking about the credibility of the defendant, to allowing in 3 of those.
I looked at the date ranges and I looked at the actual counts, and some of the counts, obviously the laws are titled differently in Idaho, but there's a couple of counts that specifically have what I would call dishonesty built into the name of the conviction, the first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. Those are counts 1 and 3, specifically. And again, these only become relevant if the defendant chooses to testify. I did read the defendant's response asking that all of them be precluded. Let me hear from the defendant.
One second, Your Honor. Your Honor, I haven't had a time to, I wasn't planning on talking about the 609 today, so I'll just refer to my reply.
Well, we can table it till later in the trial because, again, it doesn't become relevant unless you choose to testify, but you know my inclination and what the state's argument is.
Okay.
This morning I handed each side proposed preliminary instructions. We don't need to discuss those now, but depending on tomorrow how far we get in the jury selection process, maybe you can be prepared to tell me if you object to any or if there are additions or corrections that need to be made. All right, I think that's going to be it for today, but let me check with the state. Is there anything else we need to address today?
I think just for the record, Your Honor, in terms of allowing in witnesses the gallery, I think that you had indicated you would reserve one row for the next of kin.
Yeah, let's discuss that. We're going to put up signage after we complete jury selection. So the first row on both sides behind defense counsel and behind the state will be reserved for immediate family members, next of kin, those sorts of people, relatives. The very last row on both sides will be reserved for media. And then the middle rows in between those two will be kind of a first come, first serve general public viewing area. Any questions about that?
I do just want to make sure that, assuming we're leaving on the defendant's mother, father, sister,
Well, if they're potential witnesses, they won't be in here.
the state will be invoking the rule of exclusion.
Do you understand that, Ms. Daybell?
I do.
All right. So as long as people that we haven't already addressed other than Mr. Eaton remain on the witness list, the rule of exclusion would be in effect. It means that they won't be allowed in the courtroom except for your investigator can be in the courtroom. And they're precluded from talking to anyone about their testimony or other testimony until they're released as witnesses. Anything else from the state for today?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from the defense for today?
A couple of things, Your Honor. We need to discuss the
how the division would like the media exhibits.
What?
How the division would like the media exhibits if we're presenting recordings or audio, individual flash drives for each exhibit. There wasn't.
Depends on how you're going to present them, but I would say, yeah, probably one flash drive per recording or exhibit.
And then I'm guessing 3 copies, one for state, one for.
I don't know that you need copies if you've already disclosed it to them. Just tell them what it is when we're marking it and tell the clerk what it is with the description so it's clear on the exhibit list which exhibit is what.
One more thing, Your Honor. I wanted a clarification. In your minute entry dated the 25th regarding the defendant's motion to remove restraints. So my understanding when I read what was from MCSO, and then you put in here, however, at the sheriff's discretion, one or more armed sheriff deputies may be positioned near the exits. So what their recommendation was the minimal amount of restraints, meaning if there was going to be an armed guard, then they would not have to do the belt. So I was confused by and wanted a clarification on what you were actually ordering because the DOs had a question about it with me this morning, so.
I ordered that you don't have to wear the leg restraint, but that you do have to wear the rack belt because that is not going to be visible to the jury. The leg restraint's a little more cumbersome and visible, and since you're representing yourself and you're going to need to approach the podium and those sorts of things, I ordered the removal of the leg restraint. You will, though, wear the rack belt. And then I said it's up to the sheriff's office if they want to. They can position a couple deputies in the back if they want additional deputies.
Well, their recommendation was that you wouldn't have to use the belt at all if they had the armed guard.
I read their response and their recommendation, and that's my order.
So what is it exactly?
That you have to wear the rack belt, but not the leg restraint.
And that they will or will not have armed guard?
It's up to them.
Okay.
All right, so tomorrow we're going to start at 10:30 with going through the answers on the questionnaires that the walk-in jurors will fill out in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we'll have in-person voir dire of those potential jurors. The court's going to seal the FTR tomorrow for the portion of the in-person answers of the jurors, which should be from 1:30 on. All right, we'll be at recess.
All right. Excuse me. Sorry. That was a whole lot of Lori. Hey, Regina. Welcome to Rabbit Ears. Yay. All right. So that was a whole lot of Lori. Let's do a recap. So Lori talked about wanting, first of all, she talked, oh, wait a minute. That's not it. Hold on. Oh no. Hold on. Just give me a second here. Okay, I think it's there. Sorry. All right. Took a lot of notes, you guys. Oh, Father, thank you for gifting the memberships. Oh, Regina. Regina got one. Father, you are just amazing with the gifted memberships. I don't know how you do it, but you always get somebody who's... Susan was in our chat earlier. Regina now is in our chat. That's so cool. Thank you. Oh, no, Regina. I'm sorry. Regina gifted, and Regina got Pinky. Oh, awesome, you guys. Thank you so much. That is so cool. Thank you. All right, so from today, they talk about Lori's motion to object to jury questionnaire. He overruled that. Then they talk about Detective Daniel Kuntz's testimony. Defense has interviewed him. And then judge is like, what's the objection? For 5 years, he was put on as a detective, but now he's being called as an expert. Lori doesn't understand how this trajectory is a conspiracy. He doesn't have a CV, but background and training is there. Judge says, are you saying he's not qualified or the disclosure came in late? I don't think he's relevant, and his CV just says firearms expert. So her main concern is that he was a detective for 5 years, and now all of a sudden he's being called as an expert. Judge says the state complied with rules, but he'll take a look at it and doesn't see a need for a Daubert hearing. Then they talk about filing from March 14th and the response on March 23rd. Lori doesn't think it was 404B relevant. Then they talk about the motion to exclude an expert witness. After their interview info came from Dateline, they called each other and exchanged info. So this was basically, well, we'll get into it because I think they named them. Christina Atwood, Nancy Woodcock, and Kay Woodcock. So she says, whatever they were planning on testifying about, none of them have personal knowledge of the crime. State is saying they have information on premeditation. So Christina Atwood will talk about Lori and her talk about being, doomsday and 144,000, all that. Nancy Woodcock was the last to see Charles the night before, and he should tell Lori that he should, she told him that he should tell Lori to change the life insurance policy. And then Kay Woodcock is the one that actually she obtained the life insurance policy, so that goes to motive. And allegations of self-defense, and she can provide background on the victim. Kay is the sister of Charles, so she will absolutely say, yeah, he was a semi-pro baseball player. If he's going to take a whack at you with a baseball, you're going to feel it. You're not just going to have a little bump on your head. So yeah, Kay definitely is going to get in. And Lori comes in, just the fact this info is not, and she kind of stops. All these witnesses are getting together and saying this or that. Their info is not firsthand. They're watching TV and she would like them precluded. Judge says you can cross them. There's nothing to preclude them now. So he denies that motion to exclude the witnesses. And then we get to Mr. Eaton. He's like, is there a Mr. Eaton? Is there Mr. Eaton? So Nate is a reporter in Idaho. He believes he doesn't have any relevant information. Lori says she just got this last night and what he's claiming aren't relevant. So he's had a conversation with the prosecutor. So she's getting hung up that Nate had this conversation with Trina Kay. If this is not Lori says, if this is not prosecutorial misconduct, then one of them will have to talk. A judge asks, how is this relevant to this trial? Lori, initially when I put him on the list, my intent is I don't know what the state will put on, and I was calling him on for impeachment because he has interviewed almost everybody on their witness list. Had to laugh at the fact Nate couldn't be in the courtroom if he had to testify. So Lori said when she read his motion, I had to laugh at the fact that Nate couldn't be. That wasn't even on her radar that Nate wouldn't be allowed to testify. So Mr. Kelly got up and represented Nate. Nate says, the judge says, well, in theory, she's right, but that's only after the witness makes a statement and then changes it on the stand. So Lori says, I've been watching and taking my own notes. Nate's representative, Mr. Kelly, says it would be violating his rights to report on the trial. And the judge says, if a witness says something different than you saw on an interview, why don't you just play that interview? Then you wouldn't need Nate. Simple, right? Lori says, well, he's interviewed law enforcement who's going to be on the stand. Judge says, I don't foresee him being called. You'd have to jump through a number of hoops. So Lori's like, so I can just call him from the back? Judge says he's sticking Nate on the list and he can be in the courtroom. So the judge doesn't foresee her having to call Nate, but we'll see. The next was a motion for personal info from phones and other data not be displayed. So everybody kind of agrees with that. Judge says it's going to be a 30-minute delay, which we did find out. Having media bleep out any phone numbers. Then the next motion was to preclude Lonnie Dvorkin. I got to get his name right. The state hasn't received any information from him. The judge says, now as far as the rest of your witnesses, if they haven't been served, then they're not going to show up. Then they don't have to show up. So if they have been served, they need to meet with the state before and have something relevant to say. Everyone the state has spoken to hasn't been subpoenaed. And then they go through the witness list, and there's a bunch of names on there that either they can't get a hold of, state can't get a hold of them. There's little relevance. She's spoken to Zachary Cox, didn't see any relevance with him. Lori is saying the state is claiming trial by ambush. How is that? Lori says, I need them to lay foundation, or rebut. I feel the state is, if you want your speedy trial, you can't have anybody speak on your behalf. So good luck. Have a nice day. She was getting so snarky. Judge says that's why your attorneys wanted a continuance. You can't have it both ways. Lori says, I've done everything I can in my incarcerated state. Judge says, you're just saying it's relevant doesn't make it so. Just because you're saying it's relevant doesn't make it so. Barry Cox, she wants Barry Cox, who is her father and sold life insurance to Charles. Okay. Lori says, am I not allowed to defend myself? Judge says, you are allowed, but I am the gatekeeper and I need to determine what is relevant or who is relevant. Judge says, I'm not sure how to handle this. I'll take it up through another trial. We'll take it up as we go along. We'll take this up as we go along. So the state says, I've made good faith attempts to reach these people, and it's just not, and I'm following, procedure and evidence. Judge wants to punt this in case people can't be found or served, so there's no point in wasting time. If they can't be found, they will be precluded, and I'll have to make a decision as to whether it's relevant or not. Lori says, I am limited, and if I could call these people myself, they would answer. My paralegal and investigator are working overtime, and we are doing the best we can. Fine. Then they go to motion to dismiss confidential information. Lori did receive this motion. So they're talking about this Idaho. So now they switch over to this Idaho phone call. So apparently she had a phone call with her appeals lawyer. And Lori's saying, who's saying they're not confidential? And the judge is like, your own attorney is saying it. So the judge reads several times about setting up a legal line. You have to set up this legal line. So Lori says MCSO, which is Maricopa Is that who is it? MCSO? Maricopa Sheriff's Office? I'm not sure who MCSO is. Anyway, Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, maybe that's who it is. That they sent a letter that this phone is now sent up. So she kept getting hung up on all these phone calls, and I guess phone calls, not texts, were happening. And then her attorney gets this letter, and then she's like, well, everything from then on is not confidential. It should be client attorney privilege. And she's like, I have no other way to communicate with him in my incarcerated situation. It's a problem. The state read them, put them into her motion, and now his IP address is exposed to the public, and that's a federal offense, she says. Judge says, she says, just the state reading them is a violation. The way it comes to me on my tablet is I contact him through his phone number. There's no way for me to know that in my cell. Thought it was attorney-client privilege communication. Where's the state getting it? Is this a warrant? She keeps saying. The state says the motion covers the law under this. Lori and her attorney were provided this. It's not my fault that she didn't understand. And also, state says, before I look at them, I send them to the defendant. And the judge says, well, messages are just setting up times to call and speak. So Lori says, the state is basically testifying for my attorney. The judge says, if he's not using the program correctly, then you need to take that up with him. Lori says, where are these IP addresses coming from? MCSO? Craig Durham is the name, and then the IP. Excuse me. It says his name, Craig Durham, and then the IP address, that's where it's coming from. So the judge says, they're not privileged if your attorney isn't using the program correctly. That's twice he said that. Lori asked, how is he not using it correctly? Judge says, I don't know how else to tell you. I've told you 5 different ways now. We're just getting a glimpse, getting a kind of an idea of how this trial is going to go. State, they've only been sent to Lori. Judge denies the motion to dismiss violation of confidential communication. Next up is the motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct. You know that's always going to be in there, right? Lori got this response from the state. The state is allowed, and the state has done what they have done, and the only really issue would be a civil issue, the judge says. Lori says, that's not really the complaint. Judge says, that's in your first paragraph. She's like, that's not my complaint. And judge is like, it's literally in your first paragraph. Lori says, the state did it purposely, and the day after the Rule 11, and we watched that earlier, I don't know what she said to law enforcement to stop them from giving me info. So after that Rule 11 hearing, apparently law enforcement stopped giving Lori all kinds of information. This basically boils down to this video. This video that she's been trying to get from Gilbert. That's what she's talking about. And it's her, Melanie, and Tylee. I believe it's January. I thought it was initially when I first saw that, I thought it was after Charles was shot, but then I think it's from January 31st when Charles broke in to their home. So I'm confused as to which one she's looking for, but I think it's the one that we watched earlier today. That's from January 31st. So I don't think Melanie was there the day Charles was shot. I could be wrong, but judge says your previous attorney should have filed this back in November and not now. And Lori's like, I did. Judge says, this is the first thing that I've heard law enforcement didn't honor a public process request. So Lori says, well, which is what? Judge says, I'm not going to give you legal advice. Lori says, it's very interesting that he states in his motion from a conversation with Miss K. So now they go back to Nate. Judge is stating what the law is not an ethical violation. Lori says, how do we know what's on there when it wasn't recorded? You can interview Nate, and until then, you're just jumping to conclusions. So the judge says, just interview Nate. Just have a conversation with him. Have your interrogator, your investigator, interview him or talk to him. Say, what did you talk about? Get him under oath. Let's see. Then they jump to limiting the number of convictions. The state wants 3. Judge wants to limit it to 2. And then finally, they talk about seating, who's going to be seated where, family, media, family members. Then they talk about the restraints. And she's going to have a rack belt on, which kind of gives you a shock. It's basically a shock belt. And that's kind of where we ended up. So, all right. Anyone know anything about Lori's parents? Well, according to Adam, that they love her, but this was a few years ago. According to Adam, that parents hate Adam and love her. So, Ken, thank you. I appreciate that you appreciate. All right, Nan, you are the best notes. Thank you. Thank you, Nan. Appreciate that. All right. I wanted to get all of her pretrials done before we go into tomorrow. So I have one more to, all right, I have one more to play. This was from 2 weeks ago. I want to play this, and then we will be caught up on all of her pretrial, all in one stream. So I really want to do this so that this is all in one stream.
170.
All right, so that's what I'm going to do, so that those are watching can watch this all in one stream. So this is from March 11th. This is from March 11th. All right, so this is from March 11th.
04 CR 2022-001242.
Attorney Kay, on behalf of the state, for the record, the next of kin in the 2021 and the victim in the 2022 are appearing virtually.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pamela Hicks, advisory counsel on behalf of Ms. Daybell, and Robert Abernathy is out of the office today.
Okay. You want to announce?
Lori Daybell, on
Thank
behalf of myself.
All right, we have a number of things to get through this morning. The first thing I want to address is there's been multiple media requests. I don't know if there's a representative of the media that can address this, but my question is if there's a single pool camera, is there some sort of agreement or cooperation between other media outlets to use a single camera?
Your Honor, if I may, Matthew Kelly, I represent Court TV, and our understanding is that, yes, there is a pool arrangement, and Court TV has asked to be the pool for the trials in this matter. I believe that that request is pending with the PIO. Regardless, the media that are interested in camera coverage do have a pool arrangement.
Okay. I know that there was, I don't know if it was Court TV or another outlet requested multiple cameras and a still camera. I'm inclined to just allow a single camera. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, Your Honor. Court TV would prefer to have two of its own cameras. One of its own cameras is perfectly fine. Court TV's equipment is actually smaller than the camera we have here today and can be operated remotely, so it is much more unobtrusive. Court TV also has, in the past, used the feed from one of the cameras here for the webcasting of hearings for its purposes as well. Court TV will position its camera so that jurors are not in the field of view and would not use any of these cameras that have a view of the jurors.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else here from the media that wants to be heard? I don't hear any. State want to take a position?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I know the defendant filed an objection. I've read your objection. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, Your Honor, I'd just like to add some case law to that. Shepard versus Maxwell, 337 U.S. The United States Supreme Court, Mr. Justice Clark, held that failure of the state judge in murder prosecution to protect defendant from inherently prejudicial publicity, which saturated the community to control disruptive influences in courtroom, deprived the defendant of a fair trial consistent with due process. So that and Arizona versus Cheney, which was the defendant is entitled to fair and impartial trial when publicity pervades court proceedings to the extent that the proceedings were prejudiced to the defendant. So obviously you read my objection, so I just wanted to add those on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your prior attorneys had filed a series of objections to media coverage media being allowed in the courtroom, and I made a prior ruling that was filed back September 4th, which was fairly comprehensive. I am inclined to allow one pool camera. I'll issue an order with more detailed findings later today or tomorrow. But essentially, there won't be any media coverage during the jury selection process, and I'll put the reasons for that in the order. So that's, again, I'll issue a more detailed order later today or tomorrow. All right.
Your Honor, there's also the issue of whether Court TV would be allowed to live stream the trial. In other words, broadcast online in real time. Court TV would prefer to do that.
Are you able to, are they able to do a 1 or 2 minute delay?
Certainly, we can certainly do that. I just want to inform Your Honor, however, that when we share the footage with the pool, we can't delay that footage. So your order would need to require that all media receiving the feed delay it by, however long you wish to delay it.
And the camera, the pool camera would be simultaneously distributing that feed to whatever media requests it?
That's correct. We have the capability to distribute to up to 30 or 40 different media outlets, so we have plenty of bandwidth to do so.
It's prejudicial and it's going to be his fault.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's get down to business on some of the...
Your Honor?
Yeah.
Could I just add that we want to make sure that the cameras aren't going to be zooming in at any level to get to our notes and the things that are going to be on the table. I also previously, what has happened before is that they just have the camera on my face the entire trial. So I think when the judge is speaking, the judge needs to be on the camera. When the state is speaking, they need to be on camera. If we can add that to the order, I think.
All right. Well, my draft already includes that there'll be no zooming in on counsel table, anything on counsel table, or anything being handled, notes or that sort of thing being handled by any of the parties or the attorneys. As far as what they focus on, they'll be limited to focusing on the parties, myself, the witness, depending on the witness. I need to ask the state about that in a second, but they won't be allowed to broadcast any image of any juror. While I'm on that subject, let me ask the state, are you seeking any sort of protective order when a named victim testifies?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Will you let me know if that changes?
Yes, I will.
Do you have do you have the names of your designated victim or victim representatives that might be testifying?
Kay Woodcock is a statutory legal victim and will be testifying.
Is that the only one?
At this time, yes.
Okay.
For this trial, I should say.
For this trial, okay. Let me ask this, are the parties ready to proceed around March 31st or April 1st?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me ask the state next. Earlier during these proceedings in past hearings, you indicated you thought the state's case in chief would take 2 weeks. You requested yesterday to screen for 6 weeks.
Your Honor, I did say 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
But I did say that while we had a
defense attorney on and not Ms. Vallow herself. I am familiar with other pro per trials where generally the timelines are in excess of those with a defense attorney assigned. So in order to ensure that we aren't asking a jury later to stay longer than we pre-screen them, I believe it would be appropriate to screen them for 6 weeks.
So now that you're gearing up for trial and maybe you have a better idea, how long do you think your case in chief would take with a normal amount of cross? I know that's hard to estimate.
And again, I would say 2 to 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
That would be at the outset of it.
Okay.
Probably, yeah, 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. Let me ask advisory council, if we do an questionnaire, would you be assisting Ms. Daybell with your laptop in going through the answers that are received?
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, assuming we do all of that, because a lot of times the courts send us back to our office to go through that. So if we do that here, then yes, of course, she's welcome to use our laptops.
All right. My plan is we can do jury selection in the South Court Tower 5C. I know that the state has requested that the entire trial be held there. We can't do it. We can do jury selection there. I can give you rooms here for your victims and witnesses as need be that are outside this courtroom that we'll have. We can have them stream in if you want, depending on, I guess, who the witness is or who's back there.
And obviously, Your Honor, I don't know if the public will be attending this or not. This also is a little different in that even in the mornings, the jury is going to be potentially out here while the court is having morning calendar. If there's media out there as well, I'm just trying to protect the integrity of the trial by ensuring that the public, the media, are not interacting with witnesses at any time while they're out there. It's difficult when it's a very small hallway and very limited rooms to put them in. Obviously, I need a room for the victims that's separate from any witnesses.
Well, we have on this floor 6 rooms. 5 or 6 rooms throughout. We have 3 right behind this courtroom, and we can utilize them as need be to ensure that there's no improper contact between media or the public in general and any victims or witnesses. We can also ensure that the jurors don't have contact. If that means we bring them up in a separate elevator and have them assemble somewhere else, we can accomplish that. So my plan will be to do an questionnaire, remote questionnaire for the first 200 jurors. That questionnaire, I need to get a final joint pretrial statement with the list of witnesses to include the names of witnesses in that, but I'd like to send out a draft to everyone by the end of this week. Let me bring up my calendar.
How many questions are going to be about?
We would probably send that out to the first 200 jurors around next Thursday, March 20th. Yeah.
Because of the way they send this, the first day they can send it out to the 24th.
Oh, I guess they can't send it out.
So we can do from the 24th to the morning of the 27th.
Okay, so we can send out that the 24th to the 27th, meaning it would be cut off on the 27th. The answers to those questionnaires would be emailed to the parties. That would give the parties the 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st to go through those answers. We would meet on the morning of the 1st, discuss who needs to be let go based on those answers. Also on the morning of the 1st, a number of walk-in jurors that for whatever reason don't fill out the questionnaire in advance would come in to the jury room the jury assembly room that morning and fill out the questionnaire. So that morning, we'd also deal with those walk-in answers as best we can. Oh, that's right. I back up. The initial answers for the remote, we're going to meet on the 31st. Let those people go. Whoever we don't let go will be told to report on the afternoon of the 1st. On the afternoon of the 1st, we'll be dealing with the walk-ins that come in the morning of the 1st. And the people that we haven't let go the afternoon of the 1st, that will be in person voir dire as needed. If we need to, which I anticipate we probably will, we'll do another 200 jurors on the 2nd. And if need be, we have another 100 jurors on the 3rd.
That next set of 200, that wouldn't be a remote?
They don't have a capability to do it remote, so we may have to. What'll happen is on the 1st, all those people, after they give their answers, will be randomized. The list will be re-randomized. As we proceed through the 2nd, those people get added onto the bottom of the list. So as soon as we get 12 jurors that qualify, that everyone's happy with, that don't have issues, plus probably 3 or 4 alternates. So as soon as we get to about 15 or 16, we're pretty much done with jury selection. So we don't have to necessarily question all 200 of those people. We can do panels of 20 or something like that. I anticipate losing quite a large number of people just based on prior media coverage and people already having some sort of opinion about the case. I normally wouldn't include a defendant's name in the e-questionnaire that goes out remotely, but on this case I'm inclined to, just because that's what we want to know. We want to know if people have heard about the defendant and whether or not they've heard about, or if they've formed an opinion about her or this case prior to that. Does anyone have an issue with that, State?
No, Your Honor, I think that's a good idea. That's going to be at least one of the initial reasons to strike a lot of jurors.
My only issue with it, Your Honor, is that it could be bad both ways, right? If you put the name in there, if you don't put the name in there. It's been my experience that people will say they haven't heard when they know who that really is, and there's people that will want to be on this jury just for this purpose.
Well,
it's going to be complicated.
all the research indicates that these e-questionnaires, people are more likely to give honest, candid answers than if they're in a group of people and they feel sort of that peer pressure of what's a good answer and what's a bad answer. Your name's going to come up sooner or later, so I would prefer to just get it out in front of the potential jurors to begin with. My e-questionnaire is going to be fairly basic. It's going to focus on qualifications, the charges, the witnesses, and then obviously whether they have an opinion about you or this case. For the people that make it past that level, we'll question them more thoroughly in person.
And like you were saying, as far as group kind of voir dire, in my experience, we went through 1,900 jurors in my last trial, so it would be good to do individual voir dire if we can, than group voir dire, because they learn things just in the voir dire and it disqualifies a lot of jurors.
I'm not opposed to that, but that's going to be sort of a day of play it by ear sort of situation, whether we do small panels or just go a single person. If we go single person, our jury selection could extend into the next week. But if we're able to seat a jury, I would expect opening statements on April 7th, somewhere around there. Does the state indicated, I have it, there was just one day in April that you wanted to go a half day?
Correct, Your Honor. The 24th.
All right. When can you file some sort of pretrial statement that sets forth all your potential witnesses and a statement of the facts?
Probably by Thursday.
All right. Does the state anticipate any presentation of autopsy photos or crime scene photos? In other words, I'm trying to gauge, I would usually put in a question about jurors may be required to view evidence that shows wounds or that sort of thing. Is there anyone that's unwilling to look at this type of evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. We will have both, obviously, with self-defense, trajectory, and those injuries are very relevant.
Okay, so I will include a question about that type of evidence. Sometimes jurors don't want to look at that type of evidence. So, all right. Any questions or concerns about our jury selection, the proposed trial dates from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Just so I have it clear, Your Honor, we're going to start on the 31st with jury selection? Is that correct?
We'll be meeting on the 31st, and then actual dealing with in-person jurors on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd.
Okay.
Robert and I.
Let me ask advisory council, are there any dates that advisory council would need to be dark?
I am fine for April. I didn't hear back from Robert. I would think.
Please let us know, because in that e-questionnaire, I'm going to put in a proposed schedule. I don't know that I'm going to screen for a full 6 weeks based on the state's anticipated presentation, maybe 5 weeks. So into let us know the schedule into the first week or two of May.
As soon as I get an answer from him, I'll email your judicial assistant.
All right.
And one more time, Your Honor, so the remote question is going out on March 24th. All answers have to be back by the 27th, so we will get them on the 27th? Or
You'll either get them late the 27th or first thing the 28th.
Okay.
Late morning of the 27th.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You should get them some point on the 27th.
Just so we can plan, because it sounds like we'll just go out to Estrella and go through these.
Yeah, they're closing it at like 8 a.m. on the 27th.
You'll have to have a internet connection.
Yeah, we can use our laptops out there.
Okay.
Because you want to be ready to discuss everything on March 31st.
Yeah, and if the parties have an obvious, there's some jurors that are going to be obvious that need to be let go. If you're ready for that, that's always helpful. I know it's a little bit more difficult with pro per defendant and consulting like that. All right, let me get to.
So we'll come out on Friday and go through the questionnaire. We don't get any questions on that.
All right, the defendant had filed 2 separate motions for specific discovery. The first dealt with communication between the assigned deputy county attorney and law enforcement agencies. I've read and the second one was, well, let's deal with the first one. I've read the response from the state. Basically, your response is you have disclosed all those communications. There are no other communications.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So let me ask the defendant.
Yeah, we received 6 email communications, and they were in a short time frame, not the full time frame. And it seems to me that in the last email ends in kind of a question that was probably answered, and then there's like no more communication. So it doesn't make sense that there's no more. We asked for all of them if they could be provided to us. We don't understand why they're not being provided to us, and what the state is possibly hiding at this point, and they can't just turn it over so that we can go through them. It's been, long over a month since we filed that motion, so we would just like them to please turn over whatever they have left.
All right, and I'll ask the Deputy County Attorney, I imagine some communications are by phone, so in other words, we're not captured.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Based on the state's avowal, I don't know, I can't tell them to turn over something they say they don't have, so I'll find that the state, based on their avowal, and officers of the court have complied with the request. The second one is a little more, I wanted to get clarification on. That was defendant's request for video interviews, but it seemed like based on the state's response that there was some confusion about what was a interview recorded in an interrogation room situation versus a body cam. Did the state's response provide clarification to you?
No. So the body cams were turned over, and they're in like 12-minute increments. There's like 4 different body cams. This was a full 2-hour video that was released by Gilbert Police to the public, and it's online. So I would like that video of the interrogation room, the full 2-hour one, to be turned over to the defense.
All right, so do you know what that is?
Your Honor, based upon the defendant's reply, she's requesting a video interview from the 31st. Those are on body cam and were turned over to the defense. We have requested everything from, I think that one was from actually the Gilbert Police Department. A lot of these overlap. So I am not sure what the defendant is.
Who was the person being interviewed? And you said the 2-hour interrogation that Gilbert released.
So it's myself and my daughter, Tylee Ryan, and Melanie Gibb.
And is that in an interrogation type room?
Yeah, it was at the Gilbert Police Station, and I didn't realize we were being filmed that whole time. I didn't know we were being filmed, but we were being filmed in that room.
And are you familiar with a video in a room?
Yes, that's what we have disclosed. Is an interview of, it is
And you're saying you don't have it?
defendant, her daughter, and another.
And you're saying you haven't gotten that?
They have given 4 about 12-minute body cam videos of the policemen's body cams that were in the room with us, and they go in and out of the room at different times. So there's different body cams. They're all mixed up. It's not the full entire one, and the full entire, my understanding is that the full entire 2-hour interrogation room video from the ceiling is available online, but I don't have it in Discovery.
That's what I'm trying to clarify. So did the state disclose not a body cam, but an interrogation from up in the corner of a room vantage point?
I mean, we disclosed a lot. Let me see if I can find out. We did. Yes, my paralegal is present here as well, and she has advised that we did. Your Honor, we disclosed over.
Can your paralegal provide a Bates number or something so that maybe the defense just has overlooked it?
Let me see if we can find the actual,
maybe the discovery notice.
Discovery letter.
Okay.
Your Honor, all we do have is the 4 body cam. We can ask again and see if they have a overall.
Are you getting this? Have you seen this, or someone told you that there's this video?
My mitigator showed me part of that video, yes, with my previous team. That's how I know about it, otherwise I wouldn't know about it. She said, do you know this is online? I didn't have any idea.
And you're sure it's the Gilbert PD on that date?
Correct.
All right, I'll ask the state to follow up with Gilbert on that.
We will, Your Honor.
There, if that is out there, obviously it should have been disclosed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, remind me to follow up on that next time we are together. Next, I have a motion limine, 2 motions in limine, one regarding Alex Cox statements and one regarding Tylee Ryan's statements. All right, so let me ask the defendant, generally any hearsay is defined as any out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. The state is referencing what are definitely out-of-court statements. Obviously, there's some exceptions to the hearsay rule, and there are other things that are characterized as non-hearsay. So how do you think, let's first talk about Alex Cox. How do you think the statements fit into your either one of those exceptions or non-hearsay?
I feel like the state is blanketing that whole thing, and obviously it's like a case-by-case basis, right, on these statements. So there is the police interview of Alex Cox that I do not think falls under hearsay.
Why not?
Why does it not fall under hearsay?
Yeah.
Because we're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're using it in corroboration of the circumstances. Everyone came in and told their same story that corroborates different facts in there, not for the whole truth of the matter.
Aren't you arguing that what he said was true?
I can't say whether another person says that it's true or not, but I'm saying what he said and what my daughter said and what I said in those 3 police interviews determined what the police said, how the police acted, what they did after that, their next steps, how they treated the entire case like it was self-defense. All of those are relevant to the defense that it was self-defense. So, yes, I think they're for that purpose. But I also think that Alex's statements also have a lot of the exceptions apply. 803, 804, there's a lot of exceptions that also apply to some of his statements and not all of his statements.
Such as what? Which statements do you think they apply to?
Specifically, his statements made on body cam to police in the driveway, specifically his...
I don't know what the statements are, so that's what I'm asking. What specific statements do you think are allowed to come in under the rules of evidence?
I think under 8031, the present sense impression is his statements made to police officers at the house.
A present sense impression is where you're actually observing something and you're talking about it as you see it happen. So, isn't he saying, again, I don't know what the statements are, but is he saying what happened prior? Or is he saying something
prior.
that he's, okay,
Correct,
so it's
prior.
not a present sense impression.
Okay.
What else?
Then I think it falls under 8032, excited utterance. He was under the stress of the whole situation when he made those statements.
What was his demeanor when he made those statements?
Upset.
What's the specific statement?
I shot my brother-in-law in self-defense. I got hit in the head with a bat. There was an altercation. I don't know what all the statements are, but...
How long after the incident did he make these statements?
Immediately after, as far as I know.
Well, immediately to some people means 2 seconds, to other people it means 30 minutes. Tell me what immediately means to you.
As soon as the police arrived.
I don't know did they arrive 30 minutes after the incident? 10 minutes, an hour?
I was not there. I do not know what time they arrived.
All right. So you're asserting excited utterance. Some of these statements come in. What else?
8033, the mental, emotional, and physical condition, because it shows his state of mind, which was scared at the time.
Any others?
Yes. 8035B, the recorded recollection. I know that in the state's reply to my response, they did not think that 805 applied because A, B, and C, but I did not see an and after A, so my assumption was that B and C, since there's an and after B, were what needed to be put together. So B was made or adopted by this witness when the matter was fresh in the witness's memory and accurately reflects the witness's knowledge. So I felt like 803B5B, the recorded recollection of his police interview and the body cam footage, applies under that exception.
All right. Generally, 8035 is a recorded recollection, meaning it's something they wrote down, or maybe they recorded their voice saying something. Let me ask the state to respond. We're just talking about the Alex Cox statements.
Your Honor,
Maybe I should start with, does the state intend on introducing any statements from Alex Cox?
Your Honor, I haven't decided if we will at this point. I can say with 100% certainty we will not be admitting his interview by police that was done at after 10 o'clock in the morning. We don't.
Are you referencing what time he was interviewed versus the time of the incident?
Let me say it this way. So the state has laid out in its motion the timeline. So that is actually in our motion. We show that when
8:30 a.m.
is
roughly.
when the 911 call was made. So we have soon after that the police arrived and there's body cam video from that interview. Then Alex Cox is later brought to the police station and there is a in-depth interview with detectives at a little after 10 o'clock in the morning.
So you may or may not be attempting to introduce statements at or around the time that the police responded?
Correct, Your Honor. If we do, those would be brought in as co-conspirator statements against a party interest. So obviously the state can bring in statements that are hearsay against a party.
Right. But I guess, is the state intending on introducing any statements of Tylee?
No, Your Honor. Tylee made no statements at the scene other than giving her general biographical information on body cam. Her entire statements were made at the police station, again, after 10 in the morning.
All right. So on your response as it relates to Tylee, you say, again, present sense impression. I don't think it's a present sense impression. You also argue excited utterance. What else?
8033, which is mental, emotional, and physical condition, with the same thing, her state of mind, then being scared. And also 8043, statement against interest. They use that statement in the indictment where Tylee says that Charles says, if you hit me with that bat, you're going to jail. That's the part where she's nervous in her interview, saying she's scared to tell the police that she's the one that brought in the bat. So state of mind and the statement against interest both apply to Tylee's police interview.
All right, anything else? Does the state want to be heard further on that?
Your Honor, the only further thing I think that the state will bring in is that obviously the defendant has been found guilty of killing both Tylee, other individuals, but in this case, the defendant cannot benefit from killing a witness and then later try to bring in their statements for their benefit. So in addition to none of her statements being admissible under the rules of evidence, as any of the exceptions that the defendant has done, we also believe that it would be improper for her to be allowed to bring them in under that theory.
In other words, there's been a judicial finding that the reason Tylee's unavailable as a witness is because of the defendant's actions.
Correct, Your Honor. There has been a jury trial and she has been convicted of that.
All right. All right, the court is, on a preliminary basis, precluding references to Tylee Ryan's statements, any statement made by Tylee Ryan. If there's some reason where a door might be open to any of those statements coming in, the defendant's requested to make a request outside the presence of the jury regarding that, and we'll deal with that outside the presence of the jury. On Alex Cox, I think that's probably going to be more of a statement-by-statement basis, but I'm skeptical of any statements coming in hours after the initial police response. I think we'll deal with what statements may or may not come in when the police first arrived on scene and or the 911 at the time that they're attempted to be introduced. All right, I also received yesterday state's notice of disclosure and request for disclosure. Did you get a copy of that?
No.
You haven't seen that yet?
No.
I'm sorry, the
State's notice of disclosure and request for disclosure. I didn't realize it was actually filed in January, so you should have seen that. I misspoke when I said I got it yesterday. It was filed January 16th. Have you seen that?
I'm looking it up. What are we? Dates disclosure?
I think the court may have ruled on that one, Your Honor.
Well, I don't think I ruled on, at the very end, you're requesting she submit to fingerprints, palm print, footprint.
Oh, that's okay. I think that was fired, yes, significantly. So that would be to tie her to any of her.
Is that for other conviction purposes?
Correct, yes.
All right. And when did you want to do that?
What is that about? If we are going to be here on the 18th, we can take them then.
I don't know that we need to be here on the 18th.
And obviously, I was unaware we were going to set this because we set it just recently. So I don't know if we can keep that on just to take that.
Okay, what about the state, you requested copies of any recorded statements made during interviews conducted outside of your presence. Is there any of those, were there any interviews conducted by you or your team? Were there any interviews conducted of any witnesses out by you or your team that you're aware of?
So far, not that I'm aware of.
All right. Do you plan on calling any experts to testify?
We do plan on calling one expert.
Who's that? Has it been disclosed to the state?
We are, yes, we're working on that today as an addendum to the witness list that, Lonnie Dworkin.
All right. That's your investigator?
No, my investigator, Jeff White.
Oh.
That's the expert.
What kind of expert is Lonnie Dworkin?
Phone and digital.
I think I remember his name. Are you aware of that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, expert reports and disclosures are due 30 days before trial generally under the rules, so if you're planning on using that witness, you need to get that disclosed right away, and I may have to take that up depending on what the state's position is. But at this point, it's technically late.
Maybe another reason to be here on the 18th. Obviously, if that's disclosed this week, we can potentially address that issue on the 18th.
All right. Let me ask the defendant, do you have a position on the taking of prints and photographs? Generally, identification type things are permitted over any defendant objections. So do you have a record you want to make on that?
Not really.
All right. I don't see any reason
For what
why.
purpose? I don't understand.
In the event that you're convicted, it may be used to prove other convictions. That reminds me, is the state planning on proceeding in the second trial regardless of what happens in the first trial?
I believe so, yes, Your Honor.
And how much time would you need between the conclusion of the first trial and the start of the second trial?
Your Honor, I would say at least 30 days, since we do need to actually subpoena out-of-state witnesses for the second trial.
I'm wondering if it wouldn't benefit everyone to go ahead and set that a provisional second trial date now.
That's fine, Your Honor.
May 11th is still my last day.
Is that second trial, how long do you think it would take the state to
Probably
present?
about 3 weeks as well.
Similar?
I'm not gonna argue. Your Honor, I'd like to remind the court that the last day is May 11th. Oh yeah, there's that rule.
Well, I'll probably exclude some time based on the fact that you can't do two trials at once.
The state could combine the trials and do two trials at once, but they don't want to do two trials at once, so it really violates my speedy trial rights if they do not give me a speedy trial by May 11th for both cases. Not to mention that they did combine all the discovery into one case. They didn't give me two different separate discoveries for two different cases, which would be much more convenient considering the voluminous amount of discovery that they piled onto us.
Does the state want to combine both cases?
Your Honor, if the court gave us a little time to work it out and the defendant wants to join them, I mean, obviously,
I don't know that.
the normal defense attorney, and I don't mean that in any way, normally they would be severed.
Severed because you don't want one jury to know about the other.
Correct.
Two separate charges and have a harmful rub-off effect of the evidence in one case affecting the evidence in another case.
Correct, Your Honor. That's why they were filed separately. But if the defendant wants them together, the state would have to request this be pushed back slightly so that we could then get all the witnesses for that trial together, since they were not subpoenaed for this trial. But if that's what the defendant wants to join them, and she understands that prejudice and that she's then going to be waiving that prejudice with that, then the state is certainly willing to do that. But we would then have to request to have that trial, or this trial date, moved back to allow us to get the other witnesses lined up.
That was not, that's not what I was saying, to combine them. I'm just saying, give me my second trial by May 11th. So the court can figure that out.
All right, well, I'm going to waive some time on that second trial over the defendant's objection. Primarily, again, the defendant can't try both cases at the same time. Secondly, I'm not sure how much actual prejudice there is with a time violation, in the sense that you wouldn't be released from custody anyway. And thirdly, the rule for time violations under Rule 8, I think it's 8.6, is that any violation should be a dismissal without prejudice unless there's an actual prejudice shown, in which case the state could just refile the charge. Regardless, I think some time is warranted to be excluded because primarily you can't try two cases at once. What if we set a start date for May 12th? I realize that's could potentially be a quick turnaround, but again, I don't think this case is going to take 6 weeks.
Your Honor,
We can adjust that as necessary.
I, again, am going to ask for a longer time. I believe this will go through the beginning of May, and to have the state try to get those witnesses lined up and subpoenaed while in trial, I don't believe is.
Well, if I push it out any further, the parties need to be aware that I won't be trying the case. I don't think I would be anyway. I'm rotating at the end of June. And given some of the trainings I have to attend in June, I don't think we could get it done.
Well, both parties could send out subpoenas now for that second date for May 12th, correct?
Well, that's assuming we're done by about May 1st, probably, in this case, the first case.
And then, Your Honor, I did indicate that the state needs to be dark in May, the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd.
You said 21, 22, 23?
Correct.
Of May?
And I would need to be dark the 19th, 20th, and 21st as well, so.
So given that we would be dark that entire week anyways, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to.
All right, sorry to interrupt. Let me speak with the criminal presiding judge about scheduling the second trial. We can discuss it on the 18th. Let's keep the 18th, but let's move it to later in the morning. Actually, let's move it up. All we're going to do is discuss a couple matters, and then there's no reason for the fingerprinting and stuff to be broadcast or on video, so I'll prohibit that from being recorded or otherwise broadcast. So have your person here. Let's do that at 8:15 a.m. on March 18th. And then we'll also discuss whether the defense is disclosing Lonnie Dworkin as a witness and whether or not he has a expert report prepared and disclosed at that time. I will have the questionnaire for you by then, so you can review it. Anything else we need to discuss that I've forgotten about from the state's perspective?
Your Honor, I showed two other motions that the defense filed that I did not see rulings on by the court. They were both motions to dismiss. One of them only related to the 2022 case, I think. No, I'm sorry. Both of them related to both.
What's the filing date?
January 14th for one of them. Was an 8.2 speedy trial one. And February 4th, which was an extradition rule 8.3.
February 4th. Okay, so the motion to dismiss CR 2022-001242 for lack of speedy trial, I ruled on January 24th.
Okay.
That minute entry was filed January 24th, and then the motion.
That just seemed to get.
Was that the motion to dismiss CR 2021 and 001704 and the other for violation of Speedy Trial Act?
Correct.
That was ruled on February 25th, so last week.
Okay.
A week ago. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. I have one kind of housekeeping matter that I wanted to ask you about. I know that MCSO has some security restraints, the things that I have to wear during trial, and
I meant to.
I wanted to ask about that as far as, am I going to be able to stand at the podium to talk to witnesses, to question my witnesses and to cross-examine, or am I going to be able to move about with the leg thing and the shock vest and all that?
You're going to stick to your table and you can go to the podium. Okay. When you're giving your opening statement and closing argument, you'll stay by the podium.
Okay.
And if you need to hand a witness an exhibit, your advisory counsel will do that.
Okay. Or my paralegal can do that.
Is your paralegal going to be present here, designated as your? I guess they can be present. I'd prefer advisory counsel to be the one that approaches witnesses if you need to hand an exhibit or something like that.
Okay, so I'm going to be standing there, and if she's sitting here, she's going to come get something from me and go walk it over to the witness and then come back?
Correct.
Just the logistics of it?
And there'll be a table or a cart here that'll have all the exhibits on it within reach of the podium. So.
Okay.
Anything else?
Your Honor, do you use case lines for exhibits?
No.
Thank you.
I think they're still working out the bugs on that. So.
Do we need to have our exhibits in person?
All right, we'll see you at 8:15 on March 18.
Clerk, so she can mark them.
Be at recess on this matter.
It's usually like a day or two. You know, like you could probably. Why don't we come?
All right.
All right, so we'll do a quick little recap there, and then we'll let you guys go for the day. We've been streaming for all day, and you've been with us. 10.5 hours we've been streaming. Awesome. All right, so I just wanted to get all of these pre-trials into one full stream, and then we also had Charles and his calls, interactions with law enforcement, and anyway, so we got it all under our belt. So tomorrow we can start fresh with something else. All right, so let's go over. So they talk about the pool camera and Matthew Kelly. He's representing Court TV. So I thought that I saw him in Karen Reed, but that's another guy, another lawyer that I think has a ponytail. Anyway, so this guy represents Court TV. He was representing Nate today. They talk about multiple media requests. There's a pool camera. Court TV is going to be handling it. Then they talk about the jurors coming in. First group is on the first. Second group is on the second. Third group is on the third. So there's going to be like hundreds of people coming in. So they may get a jury. They may get a jury by tomorrow. Who knows? I did ask Oh, I did ask poll. Okay, out of 75 votes, how long will it take Lori to lose it? Oh, no, that's something else. I asked a different question, but let's go with this. How long will it take Lori to lose it during trial? Witness number 1, 50%. Opening statements, 37%. 6% said jury instructions, and 5% said closing arguments. So witness number 1, she's going to lose it. All right, let's see. Lori says, it's been my experience that people will say whatever they can to get on the jury. It's been her experience. Well, she's done 3 trials, she told us. She went through 119 in her last trial, and she suggests individual voir dire and not group voir dire. They're saying opening statements they're shooting for April 7th, which will be next Monday. They're thinking it's going to be 5 to 6 weeks. The state has disclosed all information. Lori says, I don't understand why the state hasn't provided emails or what they're hiding. And she then talks about this body cam from Gilbert. Law enforcement has been turned over incrementally. She wants the full 2-hour interrogation. So this is from January 31st. So we watched that this morning. We watched the body cam, one body cam. She says there's 4. We watched the one. She wants the in-room stationary camera. And this was after Charles, I guess he called law enforcement. He broke into his house, their house. And anyway, so it was Tylee, Melanie, and Lori. She wants that, not the body cam, but she wants the in-room stationary camera. She says her previous attorneys showed it to her, but state's like, we have no idea what she's talking about. So judge says, well, if it's out there, obviously it should be disclosed. And Lori's like, She gives all these little snarky little things. Then they talk about Charles and Tylee's statement. The state is referencing out of court statements. Lori says, feels like the state is blanketing instead of case by case. So Alex's statement is, we're not using it for truth of the matter. So this is when she brings in excited utterance that he was under stress. I got hit by my brother-in-law. I shot my brother-in-law. She doesn't want this to come in, right? She doesn't know what time the police arrived. Yeah, because she was out getting Burger King with JJ and Tylee. We now know that Charles gets shot. She takes the kids and bolts, and then she comes back after probably a half hour. No, she dropped JJ off at school, so maybe 45 minutes, half hour, 45 minutes. That's when she came back. The state doesn't plan to show Alex's interview after 10 a.m. So they are going to show his body cam, meaning Alex's body cam. Alex is interviewed later, but I guess they're going to show that too. The state is not bringing in Tylee's statements at the scene because it's just biological. And we saw that it's just biological information. She tells her age, her height, her weight, how long she's been driving, pretty basic stuff. Lori plans on calling an expert. And Jeff White is an expert, and then Lonnie Durkin. We heard him before. And the judge is like, you get 30 days before a trial. That's when you have to, give discoveries, and we're well beyond that. So it needs to be disclosed right away. It's technically late. So this was March 11th, and here we are at the end. That was like 2 weeks ago, right? Then the state plans to proceed with the second trial. May 11th is still my last day, Lori whispers. State anticipates a 3-week trial for the second trial, and that's the one where Brandon Boudreaux was shot at. Again, they think by Alex. So that's the second trial. And then the state's like, we could combine the 2 trials, but if they don't want it, that's fine. And the state's like, well, with a normal defense attorney, and I don't mean that in a bad way. And Lori's like, derogatory. I would understand the prejudice a jury would have having the two trials combined. It just doesn't make sense. So Lori's like, the court can figure that out. That she doesn't want to combine the 2 trials, but she wants her second trial May 11th. Judge says, how about May 12th? And if he pushes it out any further, he wouldn't be on the trial. So the first case they're expecting to be done by May 1st. So basically it's starting next week, and it's going to go over the entire month of May. And judge asks anything else. He's going to regret asking anything else. And Lori's always like, yes, got some housekeeping. So she basically asks, am I going to stand at the podium or be able to move around? He says, you're going to have to stick to your table, but you can go to the podium. But you'll need to hand your evidence to your standby counsel. And she says, or my paralegal. And he says, yes. So she's not going to be in leg constraints. She's going to have a rack vest or rack belt, which is basically just like a shock, like it shocks her. I think kind of like a stun gun or something like that. So, all right, guys, that's it for me. Have a great evening. Fala, you're taking off. Thank you, chat, for being with us, being awesome and behaving and making me laugh. Yes, Fala gives hugs to everybody. All right, guys, I am also going to call it a night. We've been streaming all day, and we're happy to bring this to you. We are getting ready for Lori Daybell. We have a court insider court person, Joe Schmoe, who is going to be there. He's going to be there every day. We're going to be connecting with him every day after trial ends. Once he gets home, we're going to be streaming with him. We'll be doing a co-stream. So we'll be watching it here with you guys, and then we'll be connecting with Joe because he's going to be in the court. So we're going to hear everything that he has to say, and you guys have all kinds of questions you can ask him. Really excited about that. Tomorrow starts Monica Cementili. Yes, she comes back tomorrow. So we're going to be back with Monica Cementili. Dow Junkies United. Objection. Usually tackle hugs until she broke her foot. Right. And Sinbad. Yes, you go, Joe. Joe is going to be there. And also we think maybe Dolly Talk, I think it's Dolly Talk, said that they were going to be there too. So yeah, if you guys haven't subscribed yet, go to Joe Schmoe. It's Joe Schmoe 88. So check him out. So Nanar, thank you. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our fantastic mods. We thank you to Super Ball. I know it's kind of dark. I have to turn on the lights, but there's Super Ball. Super Ball's hanging out. Here, let me put some lights on. Hold on. I'll do this properly. All right. We'll do this properly for Super Ball. There's little Super Ball. Yeah. I turned the light on and she's like, what happened? So it's all good, squeakers. All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you being here. And we will be, we will be off tomorrow morning. So we're not going to be on tomorrow morning. We're going to pick up with Monica Cementili at 12:15. Okay. So join us tomorrow, and then we're hoping we'll be with Joe after Monica, and we'll talk about Lori and what he saw for jury selection. So have a great night. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you to our mod squad. Thank you to Super Ball. And take care of yourselves, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, 12:15 Eastern, for Monica Cementili. Okay, bye.